Good.
So, welcome. This is our classic EU tournament number 4, joined here by opposition on the cast. As usual, going to be a similar format to before. Here is your bracket, best of 5s all the way along, and I think we're going to do it, I assume, similar to last time, where we're going to be casting everything from the quarterfinals on. So, at least in this first round, everything's going to be played, simultaneously. We'll jump in to each match as we can. And, yeah, so open deck lists. Everyone's going to know what their opponents are running. It's conquest format, so as soon as you've won with a deck, you're not going to be able to play that deck again. And I think we finally got our first match underway. We'll jump in. I'll get the deck lists up. We've got Ambi versus Stay Down.
Alrighty. So, looks like Ambi's kicking it off with Aggro Shaman here. Or no, this is Mid-Range Shaman. Mid-Range Shaman. Now, one sort of interesting tech choice here in the 3 slot. A lot of these mid-range Shaman players will bring 2 Mana Tides. She's got 1 Mana Tide, 1 Lava Burst. So we'll see if that Lava Burst comes in handy for maybe giving the deck a little bit more reach or removing an Ancient Allure or something like that. And Stay Down, it's a more or less standard tempo mage list, kind of trying to tempo out of control early on in the game there.
Yeah, quite the opening here, sitting on 2 fireballs in hand. It's something I guess you don't really mind seeing if you're playing against a druid or something where you're going to get a lot of value out of those fireballs, but instead it's just kind of turning into a burn situation. Leopardome into double fireball, so...
Yeah. An interesting choice here on turn 3. Earthshocking the Sorcerer's Apprentice. I was expecting a little Earthshock there on the Leper Gnome. Get rid of that Death Rattle.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thinking was there. For sure, negating that 2 damage is a big deal if you're not running a deck with heals.
I think what she's trying to do here is Juggler Coin Wolves. Get those two juggles and get a little extra value out of that. That would be pretty consistent here. We'll see how it works out.
Yeah,
she gets some nice juggles. Oh, hey, that's a card.
Okay, yeah, don't even have to chance it. Yeah, no, I mean, a great position here on the board, but I mean, these fireballs just represent so much damage that still not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, let's see, we got 12 in hand. Let's say 14 if we get some spell damage. That leaves basically just Frostbolt left for some burn damage. I suppose there's one more copy of Arcane Missiles left. But as the mage player here, you gotta be thinking, do I just send these fireballs face now? I've got 5 mana. I'm not going to draw too many more cards. I'm curious what Stay Down's choice is going to be.
Yeah, looking at this, I also don't mind. You know, Ambi's overloaded by 2. There's definitely a lot of playable cards knowing her deck, but you can be patient here. You're at 30 life. You could just do something like ping the Knife Juggler, pass, you know, wait and see if you can draw into some stuff that's going to help you develop.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not necessarily in a hurry here. Now,
Wow.
Fireball on the Knife Juggler is an interesting choice. And drawing a nice response here with Lava Burst also. Like you said, she's in no hurry, really. Or the mage player's in no hurry, but I don't think Ambi's in too much of a hurry now that she's seen the fireball come out. That represents, a significant amount of the mage's burn here, so she's going to go for the wolves. Now this is actually going to get punished here. That fireball on one of the wolves.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that that lava burst come down. I mean, again, we've got caster vision here, knowing how that was going to develop, but
Right.
now you're in a position where that lava burst still might have to be used on a minion.
I think that's a reasonable choice to lava burst here. The other option maybe is to hex, trying to get Doomhammer and maybe a totem out next turn. Kind of scary to take the Doomhammer out and be taking down minions with it. Don't really want to be taking that face damage here as Ambi. She's got great card advantage. She just wants to find some way to fortify her position, take no more face damage from the board. But we'll see. She's going to choose the Hex or the Lava Burst here. In a tournament situation, it's always worth waiting, being patient, trying to figure out your best move here. I like that she's waiting to try and make the choice. And maybe Lava Burst might have been better there, because now we've got a 3/6 that doesn't quite line up with our hand.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Flame Tongue, what she wanted to see off the top. Okay, taking out the Doomhammer. Take down that frog, take down that worm. Now she's seen 2 fireballs already, so in this case, she'll be down at 8, 7 with the ping. I would be a little worried about my life total here as the shaman, but not that worried given that I've seen so much burn. Well, let's see if she can get back on the board here. Tough choice from Stay Down. Got the hero power that can go face, you're fully committed to the burn, or can take out that totem. There's always the threat of Flame Tongue.
Yeah, and with both those fireballs down, I don't think the ping on face is as useful, because you can think of it as, sure, if you have a fireball, over a couple turns, you're able to ping face, you just draw into it in the game. But yeah, securing the board here, like you said, removing that Flame Tongue possibility.
Yeah, it certainly cuts down a lot of the options that the shaman player has. Alright, now this seems like probably the right play here. Lava bursting the Frost Elemental. Oh my gosh, and there comes another one. Now I'm sure as the mage here, you're tempted to ping face. I like this. I like pinging the Thalmos off. I think we gotta hope for a taunt here.
Yeah, looking, is there any situation where you come out of this, and I think you're right, I think it is just a taunt totem.
Yeah, a taunt and a high roll on the Lightning Storm to kill the Kirin Tor Mage. But she doesn't find it.
Yeah,
Tough.
not gonna do it. Definitely the correct play there, though. Smash the minion and the game. I do like that.
And she keeps up the second charge of Doomhammer there to hit the Water Elemental as well if she wants, but the game doesn't let her. I guess that's not how Wind Fury works. Alright. Game 1 going to Stay Down.
Yeah, so that's going to mean the mage deck out of the equation no longer can be played. And now if I actually go back, now that I think about it, take a look at the bans. What do we have? We had Ambi banned Stay Down's Rogue. I think pretty unsurprising. Stay Down had banned Ambi's Warrior. Now that's not something you see all that often.
Yeah, don't really see too many warrior bans, especially because this mage deck is tempo, not freeze mage. Normally, I would expect to ban Warrior as a freeze mage because they're just going to harm her up out of control. But as tempo mage, it's actually not too unfavored against Warrior, I would think. Maybe even favored matchup.
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, it is a tempo mage that tops out pretty early. Stay Down's also running Face Hunter, so I guess two decks that don't stack up too well against Warrior. Yeah, I could see the cause for concern, but yeah, I am still a little bit surprised just in the fact that, well, Druid and Shaman are also both very, very strong classes.
Absolutely. I think one thing we've noticed here today is a lot of people are bringing the Shaman, which is a natural, especially the mid-range Shaman, a very natural counter to the Druid. They've got hexes, they've got pretty much everything that lines up with fighting the Druid. So you see a lot of people bringing that Shaman deck.
Alright, so going to be the Warlock Mirror, but we're looking at Zoo versus Handlock here.
Yeah.
You know,
this is a tough matchup.
It is, and I think if you're hoping to win this matchup as the Zoo player, you tend to need a decent amount of burst. A lot of times, the lists that are running Power Overwhelming do a lot better in this matchup because you'll be able to burst them down once they get around that kind of Molten Giant range. But with no Power Overwhelmings, I think this is going to be really, really difficult for the Zoo player.
Yeah, I agree with you there. A lot of times, anytime playing an aggro deck against Handlock, I want to kind of keep them in that maybe 15, 16 HP range where it's going to be tough for them to really commit a 6-mana giant to the board, taunt it up at the same time. So in those situations, you want to have essentially 16 points of burn from hand, or maybe a couple points on the board there as well. So yeah, without Power Overwhelming, it's going to be a little tougher, but she does have a nice sticky board to start it off here. She got the 2 Argent Squires. She's got some damage there with the Flame Imp. We'll see what she draws into on turn 3.
Yeah, and still no Moltens from Stay Down. This is actually not too bad. What you can do sitting on that Soulfire is have a turn where you don't absolutely finish your opponent, but you drop them so low that you can use something like Soulfire on a following turn, maybe after breaking through a taunt wall where you're just pushing a couple points of damage. So still a reasonable position for Ambi here. This is actually getting really rough for Stay Down.
Yeah, I think as the Handlock player here, a lot of times, of course, you want to coin this Twilight Drake out and get it on the board. But realistically speaking, it's going to be a little bit tough to clear that board even with a Twilight Drake. So I kind of like this conservative play here, this practical play of getting the Sun Fury on the board. A 2/3 body can contest, it can start picking off those shields. Don't care if we discard the Mountain Giant. Alright, now she goes for the trade here. Pretty consistent with what we were thinking earlier. You kind of want to keep that Warlock around 15, 17 health, somewhere in there. Make it awkward to play those Moltens. So she's playing around Molten here. An interesting choice on the Drake. Shadow Bolt was also an option. Alright, wow. This is exactly what you were talking about. We're going to get the Warlock. The Handlock is down to 6 HP now, which leaves Soulfire as an excellent out. And essentially that means that Stay Down is cut off of all of his card draw, right? If he taps, he's dead to Soulfire. Okay, the Siphon Soul coming in clutch here.
Yeah, just gonna help out here, but also... Oh, well.
That's a nice draw.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bit more damage.
Well, we can bring him down to 1. I think it might be correct to tap first here. We've got an Abusive left in the deck. We've got a Dark Iron.
It looks like it wouldn't have mattered, but Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know there's no Moltons. You would have seen him on the previous turn, so I suppose just not too concerned with what Stay Down has in hand.
Yeah, and how do you clear this board, right? Shadow Flame is the only clear, and then you're stuck at 1 HP with no ability to tap into any more healing. So Shadow Flame gives up the entire board, too. It gives up your only creature on the board.
Yeah.
And curious to see how Stay Down plays this year. So, very tricky situation.
Yeah, because your other option is, I guess, just to play that Drake and taunt up with the Sun Fury, hope that there isn't enough damage to get through. You know, maybe you can Shadow Flame after that, draw into some heal from the Farseer, but being at 1 health, even if you get that single Farseer, you're in a position where another Soulfire draw from the Zoo player is just going to end things.
That's exactly right. Now, it's worth noting here that Ambi has chosen to bring Elven Archer instead of her Immortal Coil. So, that means that all she needs really is just a single Elven Archer to finish this off.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I mean, heck, Knife Juggler here could be playing the role of Ragnaros.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Well, there's your
the rain
Farseer.
coming down. Yeah.
But not going to get played.
There's some Grones.
Alright, well, committing to that taunt wall. Not going to work out.
It's a tough gamble to take, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly rough no matter what line you go with.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we said, I mean, it's open decklist, you know. There's 2 Elven Archers in the deck.
Exactly.
You're getting 2 draws with the hero power each turn.
Yeah, it's really tough. One Warlock that gets life tap and the other one doesn't. I think I know how that usually ends.
Yeah, right.
2 times as many cards. But you've some very tough decisions there for Stay Down. And this is kind of the risk of bringing Handlock to a tournament is sometimes you can just get aggroed down by turn 3 and your opponent's got such a sticky board, there's not a good way to clear it, clean clear and put something down there. So well navigated by Amber. Tough game for Stay Down. It's all tied up at 1-1 here.
Yeah, I really like that point, actually. You know, Zoo it's a very strong deck against a lot of other decks, but especially tournament decks. But one thing that it does have over a lot of other lists is consistency. It's very difficult to get just a terrible draw with Zoo and find yourself in an unwinnable position. Whereas a lot of these decks like Miracle Rogue, Handlock, yes, sometimes you need that RNG to go your way for things to be in a winnable spot. So I do suspect that decks like Zoo that have that kind of consistency are going to help a lot of players make it really far.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, the benefit of bringing any kind of aggressive creature-based deck to a tournament is that, well, if you're, over time, you're going to have a lot more consistent early boards, consistent plays, than somebody that's bringing a lot of tech cards or something like that. So we don't see too many aggressive decks, though, in this tournament. In fact, it's about 80% slow decks. We've only got about 20%, maybe Hunters, some Token Druids, a couple Zoo in there, but primarily not a lot of fast decks to take advantage of somebody that's going to miss their turn 1, turn 2, turn 3.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see as much aggression as we did in our last NA tournament. Was sort of expecting that we would swing back to this control side of things since it was so effective for a lot of our previous tournament winners, but it'll be interesting to see as we go into our next tournaments. What choices people are going to bring, because now 2 very different tournament metas that we've seen, and maybe that kind of NA shakeup makes its way over to EU.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this just really comes down to which do you want to play against and which do you not want to play against, Rogue or Druid, right? And it seems like the EU players are afraid of facing the Rogue, or their deck lists just don't line up well with Rogue. You got stuff like Control Warrior that just is never going to be able to kill the Rogue fast enough. So the EU has said they'll just ban out Rogue and play it slow. NA, I think, said quite the opposite. But yeah, some interesting choices here. Now, Stay Down sitting on 2 MGs in hand here. It's always feels good to know that you can win the value game, but it's not always right to play those out on the board right away. Sometimes it's good to just clear the Shaman board. Now, Amber's not playing Bloodlust here, so we're not afraid of this little totem board, swinging face. And yeah, opting for the Hellfire, just a nice full clear. You always play the MG next turn.
Yeah, no, I really like that. The biggest threat is some sort of Wind Fury Rockbiter burst, whether it's Alakir or Doomhammer. But it's not going to be coming your way on a turn like that. Like you said, just sets up for a nice Mountain Giant play. And,
Absolutely.
Yeah, now you force Amber to have Hex, which we don't see.
Exactly. She has 2 Earth Shocks in the deck, but hasn't drawn either one yet, which is really a difficult situation to be in. You always want that Earth Shock. 1 mana, kill a 4/10 Twilight Drake. It's about as good as you can get. But this is a little bit more awkward for the Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 cards there in the Hexes and Earth Shocks that you're really looking for in this matchup. And I think it's pretty tight as far as who's favored here. But if you're not going to draw any one of those 4 cards, yeah, it's a really tough spot as a Shaman player.
It really is. Alright, let's see. Stay Down wants to develop the Watcher, get the Sun Fury down. I think the reasoning here is probably, hey, what am I going to lose to? I'm going to lose to something, to Wind Fury Rockbiter. Right, 7 mana. That's going to be 16 damage to face. Then we've got plenty of burn. So he's playing around the Rockbiter. Doomhammer, I like that. These situations when you're ahead, you just got to consider, what is my opponent going to play that's going to actually win the game for them, right? What are their only outs? And just securing it here, not worried about that second MG in hand, not trying to get overvalue the hand, just trying to play practical. It's a good call.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And at this point, I'm looking through Amber's deck, just trying to think what her possible outs are.
Yeah,
and I'm
it's
really
tough.
not seeing them here.
It is. It's going to be tough to get back on the board here. Now, I preferred in that position. I was thinking maybe wait for the next turn to play Drake and the Lightning Storm, get a little bit more value. It's not going to kill anything, but as far as getting rid of this board, we're going to need every last drop of AoE removal. Might have been right to cycle the Mana Tide there also. Earthshock could go a long way to helping here.
Yeah, that's true. I think in that position, I like doing something a little risky. Oh.
And speaking of risky, going for lethal here, missing the second Soulfire, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's bad luck. Amber's got a point, that is incredible.
See, the Fire Elemental not dropped on Thrall here. Unfortunate. Alright, but that's going to be 2 wins for Stay Down.
Yeah, I like how Stay Down navigated that there. Not overly greedy, playing good practical Hearthstone, not trying to lose a game out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Now, one kind of interesting thing that we've seen Remex, top 10 legend player on NA, doing is he looks like he's cut out a Drake and one other card, I'm not sure what it is, from mid-range Shaman, and then put in Leroy Wind Fury, the finishing combo that we normally see out of aggro Shaman. But just giving the deck a lot more reach might be a possible evolution. We're not really seeing it in this, in any of these decks here today, but maybe we might see that in the future. Leroy's a lot of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, and really, I don't mind putting in those kinds of cards into Shaman. It doesn't feel like you're giving too much up. You know, it's two cards that work very well with what you already have in the deck. Things like Flame Tongue can make that Leroy Wind Fury more powerful, Rock Biter. But even if you're not using it for that combo, those cards are kind of fine on their own. So
yeah, and it also establishes that if you stick a fire elemental on the board for one turn, well, you might be able to Wind Fury that and go swing face as well. So
absolutely,
yeah. All right, the swipe is a big pickup here.
Very big draw. Yeah, now maybe a question of, do you want to cycle with the Wrath, or even just hero power, get that one bit of armor?
You know, I like cycling the Wrath here. I would not do it on the Leper Gnome because we hold Keeper in hand, so we could potentially silence that Leper Gnome later on. No reason to trigger the Death Rattle right now. Alright, so we see we got a bow in hand, we got an Arcane Golem. I don't mind the bow play, but I think that we, as the hunter here, we want to track first. Figure out exactly what's going to come down next turn. Alright. I think we got a swipe here. She's going to opt for the Senjin. A lot of times I think usually the idea is you want to clear the board off and then secure with taunts. I don't want to let an opponent trade into us favorably with some little 2/1s.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. I mean, forcing the swing of the bow to keep the minions alive, that is valuable because the bow can represent so much damage if those traps can give it extra charges. But you're right, the Amber's health total is just so low that I'm not sure the bow is going to be able to get any extra charges anyway.
Absolutely. As the druid, you never really have to run into the hunter's face to trigger those secrets, right? Is that you can just sit back behind a taunt wall, wait around for an ancient, something like that. And this is kind of the weakness here of cards like Explosive Trap. Amazing against aggro, amazing in lots of situations, but it's certainly not gonna trigger in our lifetimes.
I have no time for games.
Wow. A bold choice. I liked Keeper there. Keeper and Hero Power. You know, the clock is twice as long for the Druid player as long as they're armoring up every turn.
Yeah, and a 2/4 actually does a pretty reasonable job of contesting the board, almost as well as Sylvanas is going to do here.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, we need Ancient off the top. That's not an Ancient. I have a sneaking suspicion this Keeper of the Grove is going to go to Malfurion's face.
All I can think, there is a single Farseer in the deck. If we see the Golem get taken out, you could play Drake, hopefully draw into the Farseer. You'd be just barely alive on board.
Yeah, got to take your one out here. Looks like there's not much choice.
Yeah, I guess not. Well, maybe Stay Down misses the hero power.
It's hard to hit that, yeah.
All right. Well, that's our first series. Gonna go to Stay Down. It's gonna advance to now face Hisconda. in the next round. So let's see. Updated bracket. What do we got here? So still few games going. Looks like one other series wrapped up. Quick 3-0. Jerry Gary over Tim Kago. I'm gonna assume Jerry. Hopefully that's right. Let's just jump into one we can find. How about Mortimer and Winterborn? Okay, preparing to battle.
Looks like they might have just finished one of their games.
Yeah, just like to. I guess we could also jump over to Freaks. I'd like to jump over to some people we haven't necessarily seen too often. Severe, I feel like gets enough coverage. Here we go. We got Freaks versus Care Bear. Do we have Care Bear here? We do not. Let's see if we can.
So looks like Freaks is running a lineup that's pretty anti-druid, and Mortimer here running kind of a lineup that's Care Bear, a lineup that's teched against aggro just a little bit more. All right, a handlock mirror.
Let's see if we can get the deck lists up for you.
And it looks like right now Care Bear is out in front by 1. Interesting play on the board here, dropping this Doomsayer. I think a lot of times when we're ahead on the board, we don't particularly want to clear our own board, but at the same time, this matchup is partly about tempo. You know, if we can be the person dictating the tempo of the board as one of the handlock players here, then, you know, we might be able to push that face damage with a giant, something like that. So, interesting choice. Clears it. Oh, wow. One off lethal. Let's see, are we going for it? We sure are.
Okay. A very, very aggressive move. that pause, maybe thinking this was the end, or just deciding whether or not to tap here. Well, we do see some free Molten Giants all of a sudden.
Oh my, do we ever. Now, I wonder if Care Bear here is going to play around this Shadow Flame. Obviously, we've got the caster vision here. But trying to figure, I think in this position, if I've got 1 health, I'm trying to figure out, is somebody going to Shadow Flame my board? And wow, that's a big return board here.
Shields up.
Looks like no. Ooh. Oh, well, suppose it just doesn't matter.
Yep.
Those Drakes were going to be pretty resilient regardless, but, yeah. Alright. Win going to Freaks here. It's a very, very aggressive Leroy play. I kind of like that.
You know, I do too. Cutting the other player off from their ability to life tap, if they haven't already found their Moltens, they're basically not going to be able to take advantage of that. Molten, not typically a card that you would keep in an opening hand as a handlock against in the mirror, because you're never going to get low enough to play it. You know, you have to tap quite a few times, have to tap 10 times to get it down to 0. But yeah, I like that. I like that Leroy play there at the end.
All right, well, let's see if I can dig up the bans that went on here. So we had Freaks had banned Care Bear's Mage, and Care Bear had banned Freaks' Druid. Now that makes me curious. What does Care Bear's Mage look like? It is a Freeze Mage.
Yeah.
So Freeze Mage into this lineup. I mean, good against Rogue.
Yeah,
But in those
absolutely.
other matchups, maybe not amazing.
Your soul shall be mine. For Doomhammer.
Alright, we've got Handlock and mid-range Shaman here. Now we saw this a little bit earlier with Amber played and Stay Down. And hey, there's a nice curve.
Yeah, we do see the Black Knight here in the Shaman list, though, which is really, really nice in this matchup. Just a 5th card between Earthshock, Hex, and the Black Knight. It's just very good at dealing with those big minions that are often going to get taunted.
Absolutely true.
And kind of an interesting thing as well, you know, bringing up open deck lists, the other player has an opportunity to now play around these tech choices like the Black Knight. But there's also this interesting element of the threat of the tech choice. So we might see some cards get taunted that are maybe a little more unusual. Something like a Farseer might get taunted. We might see a conservative taunt on an Ancient Watcher. Just to avoid that potential Black Knight play, even if it's not ever drawn into the hand of Freaks.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You bring up a good point there. This idea also of just the threat is stronger than the execution. If you keep the Black Knight in hand, or you just represent that you have the Black Knight, it's scary for somebody to play a card like Defender of Argus that normally you would like to play.
Now this Manatide Totem is so annoying. It actually might be one of the best cards in this matchup if you can't deal with it as the Handlock player.
Absolutely. You know, the Warlock has to spend 2 mana and 2 life to draw an extra card. The Shaman player is keeping up. If they stick Manatide Totem, they're keeping up with, you know, card advantage here. Obviously, they're not going to have as big of a starting hand, but a bigger starting board is nice. And there's no clean way to get rid of this right now. Coin Hellfire seems like a bit of a waste. Could try maybe tapping and coiling. Get ready for Hellfire next turn if we're anticipating Wolves or Totem.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the Hellfire play. And yeah, like you said, not that clean. Because Shaman is a class that likes to go wide. So here we can just see this board likely get built right back up. And now the threat of at least that one Hellfire is totally removed.
Yeah, and you know, we're always a little worried about the Shadow Flame or another Hellfire coming through, but we can start to build a little bit more greedy of a board here as the Shaman, right? We can maybe slap down that Flame Tongue, do a hero power. I would typically prefer to have 2 things on the board before I Flame Tongue. Another consideration, too, is with 2 Flame Tongues on the board, there could be a lot of burst out of nowhere here. So the possibility definitely exists to play something like Feral Spirit here, and then try and drop those 2 Flame Tongues with a Rock Bar. Turn 5, turn 6, something like that. And that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I quite like this actually. It's just enough on the board that you feel like you're really getting to establish it, but not enough that the other player feels good about any kind of AoE removal, which we see is going to come in the form of Shadow Flame most likely.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's an annoying enough board that it causes us a little anxiety to leave it up, right, as the Warlock here. But it also doesn't seem to warrant, you know, we can't just be AoEing down totems as well. We can do that. We're just going to be exhausted of resources when the Wolves or any of the other cards come down for Shaman. So I like this kind of just trickling in hero powers, get that Warlock on the back foot. Now, as freaks here, I'm curious if you go face with this totem. I don't think that we really want to. This is an awkward amount of mana for the Warlock. If we had gone face there, it would have allowed them to at least play a Molten Giant.
Yeah, this position I always find really interesting when I'm looking at this matchup, because the big fear is Molten Giant and then getting taunted with a Sun Fury. So for the one turn, yeah, you're right. They'd be able to drop a Molten Giant, maybe establish it later. But this is just a more forward-looking play, and Shaman, I think, does a very good job of drawing this match out. So I like this as well. I like not swinging. How about this, though?
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I don't think we have lethal here, but we're getting pretty darn close.
Yeah, I don't count it, but yeah, exactly like you said, that was just such an awkward amount of mana. Yes, this is gonna establish something on the board, and this taunt's a little annoying to get through, but losing both those Sun Furies, especially with two Molten Giants in hand, that's a huge deal as the handlock player, and suddenly I think you're a lot less scared of sending damage towards Care Bear's face.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when we hold a Hex and a Black Knight in
Yeah.
hand. Yeah. Let's see where this Argus goes. Okay, and we're going to trade on the board here, I see. Now, hitting face with the wolf here, I suppose it does help us set up lethal for the next turn, but it's a dangerous move. If we anticipate Molten Giants coming down, it's going to be a really dangerous move.
Yeah, and now it enables a Molten Giant Shadow Flame. I wouldn't have minded seeing those wolves reversed, have the 5/4 actually take out the Sun Fury and send 3 damage to the face of Care Bear. Because, yeah, you're not really worried about the Molten Giant itself coming down, like you said, with Hex, with the Black Knight. But having that kind of AoE, it does suddenly become difficult to reestablish the board as freaks.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we're sitting on a Flame Tongue in hand when we might not get a chance to swing into the face again, right?
Yeah, this is a very reactive hand. Well, depending on what this top deck is going to be.
Alright, we see the Molten Shadow Flame, that's probably smart. And reestablishing one on the board here. Ooh. So tough choice here. Almost this little game of chicken, because we want to play Alakir and Rockbiter. We want to run it into face. But if we hex this Molten Giant, that's not going to be lethal with Alakir Rockbiter. Because it's going to have to punch through this taunt first.
Yeah, I think, though, being on 7 mana, this is the line that you almost have to go with. If you were sitting on 8, maybe you could take the risk, send 8 damage my way type deal.
Yeah. Well, though, let's see, there are 7 cards in hand here for Care Bear. I don't think that from Care Bear's perspective, we're too afraid of tapping maybe a couple more times this game. But at the same time, you got to be a little worried about stuff like Alakir or maybe a Doomhammer.
Yeah, no, you absolutely do. These Sunwalkers are actually a really interesting inclusion, though. I've experimented a little bit with this in handlock before, and they actually do get a pretty consistent amount of value, especially if you're expecting to run up against more Zoo, and I think they're relatively good in this matchup as well.
Now, Sunwalker is a card I don't much like myself, and that's not just because I play aggro and somebody plays a taunt with Divine Shield. But it's hard to fit it in tempo-wise in Classic. Because it's 6 mana, it can be a little bit awkward. But at the same time, it can get some value in these longer matchups where you're playing a lot of big creatures that really don't want to swing in just to pop a bubble, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think the interesting thing about them in Handlock is just how many taunts it enables. It's already a deck that lets you get tons through Defender of Argus, through Sun Fury, and now you've got a one-card taunt. It doesn't rely on any kind of combo. So it does just have kind of a nice feel in the deck, I find, but I mean, for sure at that 6 mana spot, there's a lot of competition, and in this deck, a lot of competition, so you are going to have to give up some good cards to run it.
Yeah, typically 6 is the spot where we try and add a lot of value to the deck. So there can be more anti-druid choices with cards like Karen. It can be maybe more control focus strats with Sylvanas. So yeah, it's an interesting tech choice. I guess I'm curious, if you're going to play Sunwalker in this deck in a tournament, what are you most afraid of? What deck are you planning to beat that with?
Yeah, I think Zoo is one that you probably have in mind. This Shaman as well, I think, quite good. Maybe even something like Face Hunter.
Yeah, Face Hunter probably have some trouble with it, you're right. And here we go. Well played by Freaks, just kind of trickling in these threats on the board here, just making it very awkward for the handlock to ever be able to do anything proactive rather than just reacting. We saw Coin Hellfire, that's always a little bit awkward. So, yeah, good job navigating that matchup there from Freaks.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to leave Freaks with just one deck here. We'll see what it ends up being. Okay, so he needs to secure a win with Rogue. Pretty good one to end on.
Yeah,
It's going to be up against Handlock.
Now, one interesting tech choice in this Rogue deck is the inclusion of 2 Novice Engineers, replacing Shiv, and no Azure Drakes either.
Yeah, definitely a little different.
Yeah, I assume that part of this is maybe to play around Vaporize. If you're anticipating that a lot of people are going to bring Freeze Mage here, you want to have some way to trigger that Vaporize that isn't like an 8/8 headwind, right? So a couple more creatures on the board. I could definitely understand that.
Yeah, or even potentially Snipe. We've seen a lot of Hunter experimenting with traps, and if they're going to hit that Azure Drake or look to snipe your gadgets in, yeah, maybe just a quick way to trigger that as well.
Yeah, true. Now, I think in general, there are very few Hunter decks that a Rogue doesn't just lose to or have a really uphill climb. So I would think, including cards like this, it might help contest the board in those matchups also, having a Novice Engineer on the board so you can kind of preload a little bit of your damage mitigation and trades rather than having Shiv. But it can really go either way. I think in this matchup, it's not really too important what the difference is.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And Freaks so far has held on to these Novice Engineers also, hasn't played them yet. I'm wondering if is now the turn that we cycle them?
Yeah.
Maybe afraid of Mortal Coil, not because it removes, but because it cycles for the Warlock.
Yeah, that could be why.
I suppose another benefit is if you get run down really low on cards as the Rogue, you can always Shadow Step that Novice Engineer also, something you can't do with Shiv.
I hope you like my invention.
Alrighty.
Okay.
A pretty good situation for the rogue to be in. I'm not sure if next turn we're planning to play Gadgets and Coin Conceal. If we don't have any preps in hand, the risk of being Shadow Flamed is high, especially with 2 creatures on the board that are more than willing to be Shadow Flamed.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's not only that. You're likely to get the Gadget's Hand removed, but you're also taking 12 damage if you do nothing to deal with this board.
That's true. Are we going to see double Eviscerate on this Mountain Giant?
I really wouldn't be surprised. I don't think you can let that sit on the board uncontested another turn.
Yeah. What do we play next turn is really the question. If we let the Mountain Giant survive and we take 12 to the face, we're at 10, then we can't play Gadget's Hand anyway. Don't particularly want to sap it because it's not taunted up or anything yet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have to step out for just a second. You're going to have to lead this cast by yourself. That coffee is, oh boy, it's hitting.
Alright, we see the Sunwalker being dropped here. A prudent choice. Don't want to let anything scary happen. Okay, we're going to see the Gadget's Hand. Gadget's Hand, Coin Conceal. Would love to find a prep here. Prep allows us to draw another card, and that card might be exactly what we wanted here, Sap. Unfortunately, not quite enough mana to play it. Let's see if we get the prep. Oh my gosh. That's one heck of a top deck. Right, interesting. Gonna go for the Sap on the Drake. Little Novice Engineer's coming in pretty handy. Interesting choice not to swing with that second Novice Engineer here. I wonder if that is anticipating another Sunwalker coming out. Now, I don't think that's too much of a concern, because we're sitting on Sap in hand. A Sunwalker is going to take the Warlock's entire mana pool play. Could be a idea of playing around Coil, so in some ways I do kind of like it. We're representing 5 plus 5. We got 10 points of damage that we're ready to do to the Warlock now. And there we go. Out comes the first Sun Fury. Got a 10 health Drake. Yep, good. I'm going to start drawing as soon as possible. A Blade Flurry is an interesting possibility here. Flurry takes the Drake to 5. Freak's probably wishing here that maybe that backstab had gone to the Twilight Drake instead.
Alright, we're back. Bladder is empty. What's going on?
Where you got a Twilight Drake with taunt. Alright. So an Edwin there. Are we gonna Shadow Step here?
Yes. On the Edwin, okay.
Alright. All in Edwin. Now, one thing that should be noted here is that if you're playing the Rogue deck and you're up 2-1 in a series, you can really just free roll on an Edwin, right? You can kind of just say, hey, if you got the Owl, then, you know, I lose. But yeah, I'm kind of curious about this sapping the Drake here.
Yeah, there was a lot to consider in those last moments. So not getting the Giant Edwin this turn, but it's going to be discounted going forward. It looked like maybe a consideration to even Shadow Step the Novice Engineer, because yeah, you could replay that along with the Edwin.
Yeah, absolutely. And sapping a Twilight Drake with 5 HP that doesn't... I'm not sure that feels always too good. Already dealing 5 damage to it. But let's see. You know, there's this one fellow, Leonardo Jenkins. He might come in handy in this situation.
Oh, yeah, there he is. very underused card. Don't often see it, but
Yeah. I see. So keeping this novice engineer as a cold blood target is an interesting choice.
Yeah, so double SI.
This guy's toast.
Oh, interesting. Taking out the...
If this Drake doesn't drop, we're looking at lethal in Care Bear's hand here with Leroy and Faceless.
Yeah, I think the Gadget Sand is going to go into that Drake. I think he's just keeping it around for the conceal draw.
Yeah, that makes sense. We probably could have backstabbed our own Edwin there to cycle. The difference between 10 health and a 12 health Edwin is not really too big. Well, tough position here, sitting on 15 with no Sun Fury, no Defender of Argus. It's going to be tricky. I have the option of Hellfiring and reducing our life total, but that always seems like a scary thing to do with a 12 damage Edwin here on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gonna tap. Okay, doesn't find a Sun Fury. That's tough.
Boy, yeah, I really just don't see a way out of this. I suppose the Faceless could come down on the Ancient Watcher.
And I think Care Bear just missed lethal there, right? That Leroy Faceless Soulfire. 16.
Leroy Faceless Soulfire. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like you're right. Yeah, wasn't even paying attention to that. Oh boy.
All right.
This guy's toast.
See Leroy finishing it off here. That's more damage than we need.
This guy's toast.
Okay. Rogue taking down Handlock. That was a stressful match, I think, for both players there, especially that last game.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what that does to the bracket here. Looks like we may still have Winterborn continuing with Mortimer here. Let's see if we can't jump into that. It looks like Winterborn up 2-1. Sometimes these are just a little bit behind.
And now Winterborn I'm familiar with. Mortimer, I'm not sure I've seen play before. And wow, coming in right at the right time. This looks like a tough position for a druid. Looks like the paladin sitting on divine favor here. Winterborn going to be more than happy to draw a lot of cards. And yeah, druid doesn't have too many options. There we go. Wrath into swipe. But even cycling that Wrath, that's when you cycle Wrath against this paladin deck, you're essentially giving them another chance at Leroy, right? Or any aggressive card, anything that's going to finish them off.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, we'll get to see into Mortimer's hand here. That's what we're looking at as far as decks go.
Yeah, we've got a paladin here with a fairly heavy top end. Although we're not seeing it in hand. The deck does run, I think, two hammers. Got some a lot of things in the 4 slot. And this is a good, enviable position here, I think, for the paladin player. A lot of cheap stuff and 2 knife jugglers. See how Winterborn chooses to sequence this.
Yeah, actually very interesting. Argent Protector can get a lot of guaranteed value with the bubble, but Hammer of Wrath dealing 3 is quite nice. Just going for near infinite juggles
Yeah,
with the Archer.
I'd be very tempted to play Knife Juggler, Argent Protector, maybe double Leper Gnome. Probably first play a Leper Gnome, see where the juggles go, and then consider Elven Archer. Oh wow, he's not going to play the not going to play that second one. He just wants to take down the Ancient on the board. Huh.
Sending the damage face. Okay.
Huh.
Very tricky play here.
Cool. I like that. It's a nice creative use there of the big game hunter and the bananas.
Yeah, normally just no targets in the deck, and very cool to see that.
Yeah. Alright, so we've got 5 on board plus 3 from Hammer. That's 8. The Druid's life total will be at 8. Question is, if we go Hammer face, we're more or less saying, we're all in here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're still going to be able to get those death rattles from the Leper Gnomes by trading into the 6-1 and the 4-2. So I think you're probably comfortable just sending the Hammer face, getting the draw, seeing what it gives you. Because you can't leave those minions up due to the risk of combo.
Yeah, exactly. And a good top deck here as well. This second Hammer. You'll see that represent a good amount of burn damage. Okay, so at 5 health, we take away 2 from the Leper Gnome. That's within lethal range for this Hammer. And with no taunt, that's guaranteed 2 damage from the Worgen. It looks like Morty's drawn dead. Okay, going for the heal. Let's see if...
Ooh.
Tempting.
Yeah, now what is the math on this Avenging Wrath?
I think we're slightly unfavored to kill our opponent with Avenging Wrath here. There are 2 minions on board, so until that Golem dies, we've got a 1 in 3 chance to hit face with Avenging Wrath. Once the Golem dies, we've got a 1 in 2 chance, so even if we hit the Golem on the first shot, that's still 7 points of damage split between a creature and face.
Yeah. Now, I
Basically
wouldn't
50,
even...
50.
Okay, just gonna hammer. I wouldn't even mind seeing the Leper Gnome run into the lore into Avenging Wrath.
That's a good point. Now I liked Wrath there in that position because it's not going to get too much better. If you get equality, of course, it's just an easy win. But once the Druid loads up the board with a couple of minions that have some HP, it's going to be hard to get value out of Avenging Wrath. It may well just hit too many minions.
Yeah.
Here, kind of the danger of leaving the Leper Gnome up for so long. Gets silenced. And alright, let's see how this Wrath goes.
Oh, jeez, okay. Sends it nice and quick.
Alright.
Alright, gonna make it 3-1 for Winterborn. So Winterborn gonna advance here as well.
And Winterborn will be meeting Patish in the next round here.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, that's gonna be everything for round 1 here. So we'll begin messaging participants here for the quarterfinals to get started. So we're starting with the Hisconda and Stay Down.
Should be an exciting match here. Asconda, I believe she's at the top of the EU leaderboard right now, the tournament leaderboard. So it will be interesting to see her defend her throne.
Yeah,
Seems like
she
a good
has.
time. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say she has won one of these tournaments before, and she's always one of the top performers. So yeah, even outside of the ladder, very strong tournament player.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of consideration goes into the tournament tech choices in her decks. Noticing a lot of Black Knights. Yeah, some interesting decks. I'm going to take a short break here, reconvene. It seems like a good time.
Yeah, sounds good. Alright, so get the deck lists ready here for Hisconda and Stay Down. Keep our eyes glued to the bracket as well. I'll let you know once, well, looks like we're just getting right into things. Yeah, I'll let you know what the bands are. So, okay, we got Stay Down over here. Let's throw out what they're playing first.
Malfurion versus Gul'dan.
Alright, it's gonna be Druid versus Warlock. What kind
Hallows End.
of Warlock are we seeing here? It is gonna be a handlock. Yeah, don't look away. Visconda tends to be a very, very quick player, if my memory serves me. So, looks like Visconda has banned Stay Down's Rogue. Stay Down has banned Visconda's Warlock. Grab Stay Down's cards as well. Single innervate down on the Drake. Really like this.
What have I walked into?
Yeah,
Two innervates, a coin.
yeah. If Druid needed any help getting mana. So, okay, looking at these lists, trying to see if there's anything that kind of stands out. The single Shadow Bolt inclusion, we've seen more of that in the tournament formats than I'm used to seeing on ladder.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it lines up well with Azure Drake, which is played in many decks. And it does provide some on-demand single target removal. One thing that we've seen these handlocks suffer with a little bit today is getting their AoE exhausted early by kind of trash boards. You know, you got like an Argent Squire and then something behind it that's annoying that you need to kill, but never really providing a full clear. So sometimes it's nice to kind of remove those big threats with Shadow Bolt, let your opponent load up the board, then play a nice clean AoE. And the later you play an AoE, the higher the chance that you're going to be able to stick something on the board afterward and make some, you know, proactive play. You're not just going to end the turn with an empty board.
Right.
So this Warlock deck running a single copy of Owl also, not two copies. And we have one copy of Faceless in here, but not Leroy. So interesting choice there.
Yeah, it does seem to be a very conservative handlock. Even Jiraxis in there. Potentially hoping to go to the late game against control decks, or maybe be a bit of a lifesaver against some aggro lists.
Absolutely.
But yeah, with the way things are developing here, sure, there was some ramp through those innervates. But really just a slow start to things where you get an Ancient of War and a faceless Ancient of War, and big bodies just chunking each other down.
Yeah. Well, we see a Mountain Giant. That's a tough call here. If you tap and you play Mountain Giant, you're playing into BGH. Now we know Hisconda's got it. I don't think there's really much option other than this. You don't have any other minions to play. You don't really have a Twilight Drake or something like that. Yeah, this is going to be a real tough punish here.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think it's still the right choice. There's only a single copy in the Druid list. You've got so many targets for it as well. The longer you wait, the higher the chance one of those giants is going to get shot.
Now, I didn't see if Hisconda kept that BGH in her opening hand, but as the hand lock there, I might get a read. If I see that they kept a card and they've been innovating out, cool stuff like crazy, it would lead me to believe, that might be the BGH, that they probably would say, oh yeah, I want to keep that in my opener.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I didn't see if she'd held on to it either, but yeah, a lot of times that's something you want to look for when there's cards like that, those tech choices that are just so swingy in these matchups.
You can't help but think, that's the card someone would definitely keep in their opening hand against handlock. But again, you kind of just gotta play the mountain giant out there on the board when you can. Kind of a tricky situation here for Stay Down. Has drawn a lot of removal, but not too many proactive choices on the board. And now we're in that tricky spot where we don't really want to be tapping too much on 11 against a Druid, right? We've seen 2 innervates, so we know that we're not going to get killed by Force of Nature, Savage Roar.
My shield for Argus.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here it's not an immediate threat. But
Right.
you definitely have to take your life total into account.
Yeah. Alright, the Black Knight coming in clutch. We're going to see a lot of this today. And a Wrath. Good, so she's prepared to cast Force of Nature, Savage Roar on the next turn and just finish things off. Kind of leaves the ball in Stay Down's court.
Yeah, what's really nice about this line as well, of course you're always considering the combo when you're playing against a Druid, but this is just a normal way of clearing the board. It doesn't really tip her hand that she's sitting on combo one way or another, and it just so happens to set up for lethal if Stay Down isn't cautious here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a nerve-wracking moment here. We know that there's always the threat of Force of Nature. Nobody wants to lose a game in a tournament setting to Force of Nature, Savage Roar in a way that they don't have to. So always having this threat means that Stay Down's got to play conservatively here and protect that life total.
Mm-hmm.
I must safeguard the land.
Well, the other line that I was thinking there was Sylvanas, and maybe it's a little slow. Maybe, this does set up for lethal here with Force of Nature, Savage Roar. So Hisconda with a good play, I like it. But Sylvanas was another option there. Unless the opponent is holding Owl, she's a very difficult card to deal with, and she might just steal one of the taunts.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't have minded it, especially the way that this hand lock is built. Like I said, it's very conservative, very defensive. I think it's reasonable to assume that there would have been some pretty good answers to both the Yeti and the Keeper. Really nice shot by Reg here, though.
This guy's better than Leroy Jenkins.
Well. Let's not go that far.
Alright, still not able to do lethal damage with Force of Nature, Savage Roar here. I suppose it's possible we see Druid of the Claw and Yeti, in case we're worried about getting bursted. She's got to do some calculations here. We've got 2, 4, 8, 11 represented on the board. So if we play Sylvanas Yeti, that's just lethal with 2 Soulfires. Alright, and she's going to go for it. She's not concerned about taunting up her face.
Yeah, so I mean, always the risk of discarding here.
There is, and Hellfire does not do lethal in this position, but I think we still probably, I think even tap first. Tap first. Hope that we don't discard our Soulfire, and looks like Stay Down's got it. Discards Earthen Ring. That's gonna be a tough loss for Hisconda there.
Yeah.
Such a strong start with those innervates in hand.
Well, the good news for Hisconda here means that handlock is out of the way now that Stay Down's got a win with it.
Yeah, we'll be moving on. Let's see. We'll see if Hisconda chooses to play this Druid again. One thing that I've noticed is that a lot of these the Druid players in this tournament have really teched for the mirror with Karen and Sylvanas and the Black Knight. I like Hisconda's list because she's not overcommitting into that. She's not putting Karen in there, which can be a real dead draw against some decks. So smart choices here, but it can have maybe a little bit more trouble in the Druid mirror.
Yeah, very true. But yeah, we'll just have to see what they go with. We've seen all of Stay Down's lists here. And if you've followed any of the previous tournaments, Hisconda, I think, is running very similar, if not the same lineup as before. There's no real surprises there either, but it's going to be Shaman versus Mage.
Alright, Tempo Mage trying to make a name for itself here. Tough hand to play against here. The Harvest Golem, the Feral Spirit, both of these very good cards at just kind of stalling out the board. I would expect to see a coin Harvest Golem into Feral Spirit here, and yeah. That mirror entity just one turn too late. Oh, and what do you know? She's gonna opt for the Feral Spirit here. That might be because she just picked up Argent Squire. She can play the Squire next turn on 1 mana.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. It's another card that's just very good at dealing with that early aggression, that early board presence.
Absolutely.
Although a reasonable draw here for the Frostbolt. This is another Shaman list that just isn't running any heal. Very common with mid-range Shaman. So even though this is a slow start for Stay Down here, this is not what you want when you're playing a Tempo Mage. There's still the potential for a lot of burst down the road.
Absolutely. And speaking of bursts, drawing into 1 fireball already.
Not going to be lucky enough to get that spell power totem. I imagine that would have made that lightning bolt a lot more appealing.
Yeah, certainly would. And a pragmatic choice here, conservative, just playing the Harvest Golem out. Good to get that card developed as early as possible when it's the greatest threat to the opponent. Otherwise, it just has to attack. Oh my.
I really like this.
This is a troublesome board to deal with.
Yeah, no lightning storm off the top.
We do have the Doomhammer. Seems like it's probably a decent choice, but also we have Flame Tongue, Lightning Bolt, Earth Shock as well, with the chance to maybe even roll a Taunt Totem. So looks like she's going to opt for the Flame Tongue. See how she chooses to use this removal here. Okay. Not exactly what we wanted to see. Alright, she's gonna bolt the Juggler, and then just play the Squire. No Earth Shock.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Your life total's still pretty high. You got some 1 health minions, plus a bubble. You're definitely worried about leaving the Knife Juggler up over the Drake.
Very
but
true.
still a
Yeah.
reasonable position for stay down. Like I said, a good amount of burn potential left in the deck, and still a reasonably solid board.
Yeah, yeah, and you've seen that the shaman probably doesn't have lightning storm from the last turn. I mean, you'd have to play lightning storm there. So now just kind of controlling the board and being greedy, saying, okay, I drew out a lightning bolt. The single target removal is going to be lacking from the shaman. Why not just clear the board, have 2 drakes and a mana worm, force the opponent to play from behind? Good choice from stay down here.
Flames on the side of my face.
I like this play with the fire elemental here. Doomhammer taking 6 damage to the face, followed by another 4 from the Drake next turn. We're really putting ourselves in that lethal burn range.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you could take the damage from a Doomhammer. Drake Earthshock would have been an interesting line. Still setting you up for a reasonable play the following turn.
Okay, Fireball goes on to the Fire Elemental. And that's a big pickup. I'm not sure that we want to play it this turn, but we might have to.
Yeah, I think so. And really just awkward here. You'd love the spell damage from the Drake here.
Yeah.
But you know that that's a mirror entity, or I guess there is a single copy of Counterspell as well.
That's exactly it. That's what makes this so scary. Is there? She's testing for the counterspell with this Earthshock. Nice job. Yeah, really don't want to get the Feral Spirit countered. Okay, and that counterspell 1 turn too late, but still has the mirror entity up, so that's going to make it tough for Haskanda to play the only minion she's got in her hand, this Azure Drake. And it's a very natural card to play too, right? You want to play the Drake so that you can cycle and try and find some solution, some lightning storm. Yeah, not what we wanted.
Yeah, I mean, luckily you still have a play with the Doomhammer. But there's the potential of getting your face frozen here. Mirror Entity and Counterspell, even knowing what they are still just... They're very strong cards.
Absolutely.
It looks like that's gonna be it.
Nothing much to do here.
Wow, 2-0 for stay down.
Well, so far we've seen success out of this Tempo Mage. Curious if other players will be picking it up, maybe after the tournament.
Now, I feel like I say this every tournament, but we really do see it a lot. Like 2-0, it seems like such a difficult position to recover from. But the fact that you're forced to win with every single deck that you have, usually you're going to end up with some unfavorable matchups. And so, this limits stay down to 1 single deck. I believe the Hunter, if I'm not mistaken. And Haskanda can now make choices as to what's going to best counter this Face Hunter deck.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for her too here because it looks like she predicted facing a Druid in the last one. So she could still go down 2-0 and face Druid here and be totally fine. Her whole lineup is good against it. But being that this is a Face Hunter deck, gonna be tricky. Now a good experienced choice here to ditch the Yeti out of the opening hand. Really not a good card against Hunter. You might think, oh, it controls the board. It might, 2 for 1, 3 for 1 with some of these little minions get me on board. Really just want to remove, as the Druid here, we want to remove cards and we want to just play taunts. Not super concerned about, trading in with big minions like the Yeti.
Yeah, absolutely. Between stuff like Swipe, Keeper of the Grove, Druid of the Claw, all a bunch of really good mid-game options. And I think that's why you'll see a number of people run Senjin instead of Yeti, especially on ladder. Although Yeti's very, very good for the mirror, Senjin just a lot more balanced in some of these other matchups.
Yeah, and we've seen some interesting choices already with the deck lists from these players in the tournament here. You know, it seems like half of them have brought 2 Senjins, no Yetis, and the other half have brought 2 Yeti, no Senjin. So some players anticipating aggro, some players, you know, anticipating more Druid. Alright, this is a very awkward place for Skanda to be.
I'm not so sure. Innervate Force of Nature, I think feels pretty good here.
Yeah. Good clear here. Okay. Now, Stay Down is playing Hunter's Mark. That's anti-Druid tech for this Face Hunter. So if we're seeing any Ancients of War or anything like that, going to be well set up against those.
Yeah,
Choosing the bow here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I like playing the bow here. The way that this game is beginning to go, I'm really thinking it's going to go for a long time. Stay Down's going to need more value out of his hero power. Only getting 1 extra damage, but burning and charge of the bow, I think could be a mistake down the line.
Yeah, you know, I think if we don't draw Leroy, it's going to be hard to set up lethal here as a hunter in a couple of turns. And wow, that's a draw that you really want to see.
Just showcasing how powerful that charge keyword is. A 3 mana 1/1 charge, basically just a bore.
Yeah. An interesting choice not to use the kill command here. It represents the same amount of damage this turn, whether we do or not. Oh. Skanda's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, and now no beast to combo that kill command with, at least for now.
It is just a matter of time. The hunter is hunting here. This is good. She's hero powering. That's something we were talking about a little bit earlier. Trying to get a druid hero power in there every turn. It really reduces the clock for the hunter.
Yeah, and I was just gonna highlight that with combo next turn, that was 27 potential damage, but just so many cards that deal direct damage in Face Hunter that, yeah, the chances of drawing it out there,
yeah, and
taking
with
the set pretty high.
No taunts, yeah. He's saying Stay Down doing real well.
All right, well, very quick 3-0 in it. I would say quite a surprise there from Stay Down. Oh, I see Severe and Freaks are actually already in the next match. Actually, didn't even see in the Discord if we were going with quarterfinals and up or semifinals and up. I know we've been mixing it up from tournament to tournament, but it looks like at the moment, at least according to the bracket here, Severe is up on Freaks 2-1.
No innervates here, so no instant ways to just win. See the Senjin tech choice from Severe instead of the Yetis.
Okay, just getting the deck situated here.
As Freaks, I think you've got to just be happy to play a Mountain Giant onto this board.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what we talked about before. A single BGH in the list, tons of targets. Just get it out while you can, and if you do happen to get blasted with it, it's really not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Now, I do find this type of handlock list really, really interesting. The double Stone Tusk Boar with 2 power overwhelmings. And you've got Leroy, Arcane Golem, double Faceless. Just so much burst here.
Well, it really puts the pressure on Severe or whoever is playing against Freaks to be calculating those things every turn, right? Is that if you know there's Stone Tusk Boar PO, Arcane Golem PO, Leroy PO, and a Faceless in there, you know, there are many points during the game where you could be facing lethal damage. Now, you can't plan your life around taking like 20 points of burn from your opponent's hand, right? But at the same time, you know, it's a consideration. It's a case in which the threat of this is very strong. Just you don't want to always have to be worried about taunting up for stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that handlock is going to be tapping so often, their chances of drawing any one of those combos is that much higher.
Yeah.
And this is just rude here from Freaks,
Yeah.
knowing it's probably a Force of Nature or Keeper of the Grove that Severe was hoping to finish that Giant off with. Not going to let it happen.
That's a smart read, I think, on Freaks' part, of just knowing, you know, this is a skilled player. They're probably setting up for something. The prudent choice here is just to heal the Mountain Giant up all the way.
I can't win them all.
Yeah, forces the concede here. That's going to tie things up at 2. So I'll see if I can just jump into the matchup here and see. So Severe has banned the Druid from Freaks. Freaks has banned the Mage from Severe. I'm trying to see what is left. It looks like Freaks is going to be forced to play Rogue, who he's lost twice with. Of course, against this Druid that we're seeing from Severe.
Yeah. So Severe's got the double Earthen Ring, double Ancient War in this deck, and we see this tech choice of the Novice Engineer here from Freaks. So not exactly sure how these will line up. I would think with the 2 Earthen Rings in Severe's deck, that's probably a good start. Okay, I'm planning to play Druid of the Claw on turn 2. That's a pretty good turn 2, although we do see Freaks sitting on the sap here. Not the end of the world. Innervate out the Druid of the Claw, play this engine next turn.
Yeah, I think you're still happy enough with that line. Interesting that we see, yeah, or was it Freaks before that we saw with these Novice Engineers?
Yeah.
Oh, it was, okay. For some reason I thought it was somebody else.
And I like that play on 2 as well, playing the Novice Engineer. We've got sap in hand, so anything big that comes down, we can sap it. But also just so important here to be always trying to cycle through that rogue deck as fast as possible. And we're not going to see the sap, okay?
Yeah, it's still a reasonable way of dealing with that time. I can understand wanting to hold on to the sap for something like Ancient of War.
Yeah. We're seeing Freaks with not too many cards in hand here now. A lot of those resources being burned. Okay, doesn't go for the Eviscerate on the Sen'jin. And no real follow-up here for Severe either.
No, yeah, I think both players are in a little bit of a rut here in the mid-game.
Yeah, and this is, part of what I like about tournaments so much, is that on the ladder, 2 players get a bad hand. It's like, whatever, kind of a throwaway game. But in a tournament situation where both players' tournament lives are on the line here, it's frustrating, and it makes it really tricky to navigate from both people. It's showing your skill not at winning with a deck that you know how to win with, but winning with a deck that's in a bad spot, right? Making the use of all of those little tiny resources. And when your hand's bad, you really want to be able to take advantage of every last drop of damage or draw or whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm always a fan of high stakes, low number of games kind of thing. Adds a lot of tension to these matchups.
It does. It does. Okay, and still no follow-up here from Severe. That's gotta be frustrating. Sitting on 2 roars, no minions, swipe in hand. And at what point do you decide to just start burning this rogue down? You've got so much direct damage in hand.
I was just about to say, is there any world where you just swipe the face of Freaks here?
I would think about it, because you're taking that rogue player down to 14. You know you want to play the Ancient next turn, followed by Rag. Right? And exactly why here. So now this is going to be sapped. We play Rag the next turn. Maybe if Rag misses, hits SI or something like that. No longer do we represent lethal with Force of Nature Saboteur. So I think that it was a key moment there. I can understand why you'd want to keep swipe. The Drake might be coming down, something like that. But my read here, as both players, would be, hey, play whatever you want, really, because there's no good cards in either person's hand.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Rag with the 50-50 to basically just seal it before next turn. Maybe Freaks can get something going here with Gadget's End next turn. The Gadget's End could, with 2 preps, could draw into an Earthen Ring, but even then, if Rag is hitting face, that's bringing the Rogue just up to 13. That's not enough to hold off that magic 14-point combo.
Okay, so just going to be the Farseer in the swipe. It's a really safe play, but I also don't mind this. Getting up to 28, you're really not that concerned with being bursted down just yet. You've got a lot of damage coming the way of Freaks, but yeah, this is the draw he needed to see to try to stabilize.
Yeah. And drawing another sap. That's an excellent thing to see here. Or we're just going to conceal. Well, knowing your opponent plays Ragnaros, and that they didn't play it last turn, I would say as the Rogue, my read would be there's no Ragnaros in hand after that conservative play.
Yeah, I don't think...
punished.
Yeah. I think I would be thinking the same thing. Wow.
Right. And really, no bad choice there for Rag, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in any case, you're set up very well going forward.
Let's see. Don't get another Shadow Step. This is going to be 8. We're 1 off lethal. No, I think... Huh. I think backstab the Gadget's End there. With so few creatures played on the board for Severe, you've got to think he's holding Force of Nature and Saboteur, right?
Yeah, and I think... I guess maybe this will tell us. I feel like that's what Freaks was considering. Hoping to get into that heal. But
Yeah.
now he's just thinking, yeah, do I drop the Edwin and just... Yeah, conceal it, hope to win the following turn, or still dig a little bit deeper?
I honestly, I think the play there was probably just to play Leroy, hit face, and Shadow Step it. Try and get that second Shadow Step, because it was lethal. You've got 2 Leroys is 12, plus 8 from the Gadget's End. Yeah, but here we go. I've never seen a Druid do this before.
Yeah, that's right. Who needs Leroy when you've got these 2 cards?
That's right. Alright. 10th series there. Really tough last game for both of those players.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to put Severe ahead to the next round. Gonna be facing Stay Down. And okay, we've got Satur and Jerry going on right now. Let's see if we can jump into that. Severe just celebrating. I guess, yeah, all three of those losses were on Miracle Rogue for Freaks, which is pretty uncommon.
It's true. Although at the same time, I think it's, important to note that most players in a tournament setting will be either planning to ban Druid or ban Rogue. So it's not going to be too uncommon to see Druids or Rogues struggling here because their opponent's probably targeting that class.
Yeah, it's very true. And, Rogue does just have the ability to whiff in this kind of format as well. It's
Yeah, both Rogue and Druid, I think. They have the ability to just do spectacular things with their mana cheating that can just, outright win the game on an early turn. But they also can draw their hand backwards. When you get stuck with a bunch of preps in your hand, no gadgets and no spells to even prep out, no minions, no way to tempo the board. It can be difficult, and we saw both players basically not having enough creatures there, drawing their hands completely backwards. Druid getting the combo first and all the late drops. But well played by both.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it looks like Satur up against Jerry here. They've already played their first round. Satur winning the Hunter Mirror. Also worth noting, Satur has banned Jerry's... What is that? Warlock. These pictures are tiny. And Jerry banning Satur's Warrior. We're seeing a bit of a break between matches. Get in as soon as they're kicked off.
I'm surprised that Satur was able to win this mirror matchup with the Hunter. He's got a pretty slow deck. A pretty slow Hunter deck.
I'm just gonna pop into the Discord to see if there's any sort of word on maybe why it's delayed, if they're just chilling. Okay. Actually, seems like they're waiting on our word to go ahead. So yeah, there were some games played. Here, let me just send these messages, and then I'll blabber. We got him, we got Jerry. Yeah, so usually we've been casting all the games from the semifinals onwards. We made a change for the last NA tournament to do quarterfinals onwards. So it looks like we had some people starting games earlier than others. Not really a huge deal. We just want to give the people as much Hearthstone as possible. So
yeah, there are really good Hearthstone players here, and a lot of people that have thought very carefully about their deck decisions and want to kind of showcase their Hearthstone skills. So I like giving everybody the ability to show off, have their moment to prove themselves.
yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what we have. So Satur bringing Shaman with Karen and Bloodlust and the Black Knight and even a Violet Teacher. An interesting list here. Also chose to bring Druid with the same heavy 6 slot, Sylvanas, Karen, Black Knight.
Any cost.
For Doomhammer.
Alright, so we're seeing Shaman versus Druid. Get a look at these lists here.
Now, typically this matchup is very favored for the Shaman. Their removal lines up really well with the Druid, and more to the point, the Druid's removal does not line up particularly well with Shaman. They've got a lot of 3 health things. They've got the healing totem, which can help them kind of bounce back from a swipe as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I will say, I haven't seen it nearly as much, but I have to think that this token druid does stack up a lot better versus a mid-range shaman like this.
Especially when we're seeing only 1 harvest golem out of Satur and 1 lightning bolt. That, to me, says not so worried about aggressive decks. Now, this harvest golem, very annoying, always, for a shaman to deal with. Druid, typically, if you get a couple of totems on the board, they're going to have some trouble coming back because there's just so much potential in cards like Flame Tongue. But Harvest Golem with that 2 attack is just going to bump every single totem off. So that's I think why we see Satur playing this Flame Tongue here. Is he's just saying, hey, look, I gotta do something about the golem. Hero powering, I'm just going to lose the totem.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get that value out of the Divine Shield while you can, depending on what Jerry's hand looks like. If he's drawn a blank on 2, I think he'd be more than happy to just hero power, hit that bubble if it's still just a 1/1.
Interesting choice here to keep this Argent Squire up. We got a lot of ramp in the hand. I suppose he wants to draw a million things off of Violet Teacher, but with Lightning Storm in Satur's deck, and we've got 2 copies of it, the Teacher loses a little bit of its value, right? If you have a huge Teacher turn, then you burn all your resources and you just get Lightning Storm. So I think I would have preferred to see the Innervate hero power there, take down the totem, and then Wrath the little golem.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is kind of an interesting spot. Even now, I'm really not sure whether I would prefer the Violet Teacher or the Drake here as Jerry. The draw is so good from the Drake. But the fact that you can Wild Growth, get yourself ready for a 5-mana turn next turn.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Okay, well, Lightning Storm in hand, it doesn't get too much value here. Ideally, you'd like to have Thalnos plus Lightning Storm if possible.
Yeah, I have to think you're pretty happy with just Lightning Storm. Rock Biter, take the 3 damage. Really isn't that big of a deal to be at 27 versus this Druid. And then just keep drawing off of that Mana Tide as long as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jerry's shown that there's no second removal spell in hand, right? There's no Wrath there for this Mana Tide. So as long as it stays alive, just going to get a lot of juicy value. Okay, I think Satur is thinking here that, okay, opponent plays Violet Teacher. Maybe he's got a couple more spells left in hand. Let him really load up the board and overcommit. But at the same time, if you're a strong player here, as the Druid is going to think, I know exactly what's going on here. This is going to be a Lightning Storm, right? Why else would you prep the Teacher at 2 HP?
Yeah, really, really interesting. You're going to, you're basically just giving up that Mana Tide, although it could have died to other spells like a Wrath or something.
Could have, but if he didn't Wrath before and kill it, I would think, for a must-remove threat, he probably doesn't have the second Wrath.
I'm not necessarily sold on the play, but I mean, he does end up getting an extra Drake out of this now, being able to drop the Thalnos. I feel like it's not a move I would have made, but it just seems to be working out very well, and so I'm kind of impressed by it, actually.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you want to conserve your resources when necessary, and also give the opponent, some ability to make mistakes. right? If I have a Violet Teacher on the board and I'm holding like some Savage Roar or something, I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a whole bunch of little tokens and then I'll swing for lethal from 30 with Savage Roar. A lot of players might fall into that trap there. Alright, you see two Violet Teachers walk into a board. One of them has a Mark of the Wild, the other one's got Earthshock and Rockbiter. Speaking of Earthshock, that is going to come in real handy here.
Oof, yeah.
Still a little bit on the back foot here. This is, I think, why a lot of players in a lot of lists are cutting one copy of the Azure Drake. It's almost like a legendary, right? It's a very good card, but having two of them in your hand is usually really awkward. And this is kind of one of those cases where it's a, you know, it's 5 mana for only a 4/4 body, which is normally pretty decent, but it's a little behind curve as far as stats go. And it's just gonna, you know, as Satyr here, you're thinking, well, the Azure Drake's just gonna get removed pretty easily, but you gotta play it.
Yeah, denying that draw is just, it is so big. Now, of course, we see the lore able to draw a couple more cards here.
Yeah. Well, I don't feel too good about playing Druid of the Claw and Savage Roar. Just opting to draw some cards. Druid's at 38, not in any danger of dying here. But it is a token Druid deck. It really does need to have a little bit of board presence, and it's starting to fall kind of behind on the board. I like the Hex in this situation. It's also possible to play Flame Tongue and trade into the Ancient, play Fire Elemental. Might be something that Satyr is considering here.
Yeah, both of those are pretty good. I mean, this is really your best, or one of your best Hex targets in the list. Yeah, still able to take out that 2/2 before you go ahead and give him a Frog, while establishing a Drake. I think both lines very strong, but interesting. Gonna go with the Flame Tongue. I think I would have preferred the Hex play here.
Yeah, it's a tough call. The Frog in most matchups is just irrelevant, but anytime you give that Frog to someone with like Cold Blood or Savage Roar, all of a sudden, you know, it's doing 2 damage, maybe doing 4 damage. It can be kind of scary to leave the Frog up, so I think Satyr here just wants to really establish a strong board and then use Hex to follow up, and it's going to pay off here. Ancient Allure being played, going to be able to Hex it and clear it.
Yeah, really strong position here for Satyr. You know, and he knows that there's no threat of a BGH, so that Fire Elemental, yeah, gonna be safe from pretty much everything other than Spell Power Swipe, which he didn't immediately see here.
Kind of an interesting choice to send that face before playing the Drake. Typically you want to draw your cards. Oh, I see. It's gonna put the Drake on this side of the totem.
The land protects me.
Yeah, now we did talk up Haskonda a lot in one of those previous sets as one of the strongest contenders, but correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Satyr won our last EU tournament.
That's right.
So
Satyr is our reigning champion.
Yeah, one of the favorites here, and even in the tournaments that we've held where he wasn't able to secure first, he's always very, very competitive in them, so.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the more we see these players playing in tournaments, the more we see kind of these tech choices evolve. And Satyr now has quite a bit of experience playing in both NA and EU tournaments. Probably is, you know, that's probably a really great benefit to have, just from you know, building your deck list and knowing what to ban, to feeling confident about making sometimes pragmatic choices that aren't like a win more choice you'd make on a ladder, but, you know, really saying, like, I have to stay alive here. Now he's opting to clear with his first Savage Roar here. And Jerry's just going to follow it up with the Loot Hoarder.
You have a very strong turn.
Yeah, give a Druid a inch and they'll take a mile with that Savage Roar. Alakir, strong card here. It's, Druid list very focused on doing its own thing, so not a lot of tech choices in it, which means no Black Knight. And that must make Satur feel pretty safe here, having this Alakir up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, for sure can lose that bubble pretty efficiently from just a 1-1 bump here. But dropping Jerry down to 14, running a Bloodlust in this list.
That was my thinking too, is you're afraid of lethal here, for sure. You can't really let too many of these things survive. Drake's Swipe would be about as clean as we can get it. Let's see.
Wow.
That's gotta be a tough thing to see here from Satur.
Yeah, good players do just draw well.
Yeah.
Okay, at least getting some taunts down. Because there was the possibility of Druid of the Claw charging with Savage Roar there.
Yeah. And a second swipe off the top. Now, it doesn't line up perfectly with the Wolves, unfortunately.
No, but still going to be able to clear quite a bit here.
Cycling Wild Growth first.
Yeah, which I think
that makes sense.
I think it does make sense here. You're maybe looking at... Oh, wow.
Okay. Okay, going right for it. Just going to clear these taunts off, set up for lethal. Yeah, I don't think that there's any two-card combination from Satur that can win the game here, so as Jerry, you're not worried about face tanking this, keep the Drake healthy. Okay, that's not a Stoneclaw Totem.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, at a lot of points during that match, I thought Satur was in a very favorable place to win that game. And suddenly, with those last two turns, just swings it right back in Jerry's favor.
Yeah.
Gonna tie up the series.
It's one of the dangers of mid-range Shaman is that even when it gets board control, it is a pretty slow deck. So opponents that have cards like Divine Favor or something like that, they can get back in the game against mid-range Shaman. Mid-range Shaman has good board control and stuff like that, but there's no amount of board control that can really help you too much against Force Nature Savage Roar ×2, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They're bloodthirsty little trees.
Well, it does mean this Druid list isn't going to get played again. Satur can continue on with Shaman if he chooses. Let's see if he decides to mix it up or not.
Alright. Now this is a aggressive rogue list that we're seeing here.
Oh yeah.
It's an aggressive rogue list without Defias. And I mean, typically my thinking has always been if you're not going to play Defias and Aggro Rogue, why play Aggro Rogue at all? But I think a lot of players are coming around to the conclusion that it's just too awkward of a card when you don't have the coin. Just very hard to activate it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've found running a single copy of it, I'm usually not too disappointed by it. But I can't say that I'm all that thrilled with replacing it with something like Sinister Strike here. Yeah, it's damage, but Rogue, I feel like, often tends to win with a very, very bursty turn, and it's not often that you just need an extra 3 points of damage, so I am curious to see how it does here.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there. Good choice with the Earth Shock here from Satur. We've seen in the last tournament a lot of bubbles, really annoying to deal with, and if you preserve your bubbles, your opponent's always got to worry about that little 1 health ping or 1 damage ping coming from that. Alright, bringing out the wolves. Gonna keep the coin here.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually. The Arcane Golem, I think in a lot of matchups, the mana isn't a huge deal when you give it on turn 3 there, but Shaman being a class that overloads, they love an extra little bit of mana.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As you you have so many things that you want to curve into as this sort of shaman deck, right? You'd love to hit your 5/6 with Drake Fire Elemental, and now he's going to get to, more or less do it. It's a free mana crystal. He's got the coin. Maybe you Mana Tide here. It has a lot less value in this matchup for sure than others. You don't care as much about drawing cards, much more interested in protecting your face. Nothing with enough HP to really make Thalnos Lightning Storm something that you would hold on to and really prioritize.
No, and I think even a board like we just saw, Lightning Storm is fine against it. It's just that overload could have been really crippling the following turn, and I'm guessing that's what keeps Satur from playing it.
Yeah, I think his line of play that he's heading for right now is going to be Fire Elemental, Coin Alakir. Or maybe even just Coin Alakir here, I suppose. Yeah, I like this play.
Yeah, honestly, anything there feels pretty strong. He even gets to roll the Taunt Totem for just that little bit of extra protection.
Yeah, I think that's really smart there. Just coining out the totem. Alakir plus Rockbiter doesn't represent enough damage to actually kill the rogue next turn, so just playing the board control game.
Something I didn't pick up on immediately was the lack of Blade Flurry in this deck. I feel like usually it's a one-of, especially if you're running Assassin's Blade. Sometimes you can just get some absolutely amazing clears, especially against stuff like Shaman or Zoo that have some of those 3-4 health minions. But that's just not going to be an option for Jerry this game.
Yeah. There's another aspect to Assassin's Blade as well, is that it's got 4 charges on it. So hitting your opponent in the face for over 4 turns is usually not really that practical, right? You can hit him over 3 turns, but 4 is a lot. So if you run Blade Flurry, then you get to do those first 3 hits and then cast the Flurry on the last turn, get that big buff dagger doing a lot of damage. So even as something that's not a board clear, but it's just a way to use that very last charge on the same turn that you attack with. I would rather see Blade Flurry as a one-of.
Yeah, I really do think, certainly we're in one of the matchups where it would be incredibly useful, but I think if Jerry advances beyond this round, there could be a card that he really misses, actually.
With so many people bringing big, slow decks. You know, having a couple little junk minions on the board to take, you know, the other minions down a little bit, and then they do a big Blade Flurry for 5. Yeah, it's going to be a tricky situation.
Ha, this guy's toast.
Not too unexpected here, just kind of going all in. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Eviscerate this turn also. Maybe hoping for some spell damage with that. There's no Thalnos in the list, so I would think, because if you draw Assassin's Blade off the top here, then you've essentially just wasted a hero power.
Yeah, not exactly sure what the thinking is to hold on to that.
It's not like you're going to need it to burn through a taunt. We've already got sap for that. One thing to notice here too is that Satyr is holding on to 2 hexes, and that gives a lot of leeway here to hex one of your own creatures, one of your totems or whatever, and get just a cheap taunt onto the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't mind it in this position.
Now I think Satyr here is probably anticipating that there's some kind of like, you know, maybe Leroy Shadow Step or something in hand. His opponent has just said, I'm going all in on this. So there we see it, the good defensive hex. It's just the 1 less damage.
Yeah, but I do think you're absolutely right. And sure, it might only negate 1 damage, but it could make things more awkward, like you said, if it's an Assassin's Blade draw for some extra damage. Well, something has to get through that frog.
Yep. If you're going to get hit with Leroy Shadow Step Leroy, that's 12 damage. You would rather be at 2 than 1, right? It's a 2-turn clock. If you're at 2, it's a 1-turn clock if you're at 1 with the Rogue Hero power. So I think good choice by Satyr there. Don't let yourself get in that position where you must win on demand.
Yeah. Okay, sends the Eviscerate now, but we see Bloodlust and Rockbiter and Alakir.
Yeah.
Well, just all kinds of damage here from Satyr. So,
All right. Alakir coming in clutch.
gonna make this set 2-1. Shaman's gonna be done for, so we've got a Shaman win, we've got a Hunter win. The Warrior was banned. So, if my thinking is correct, I believe that's gonna leave us with Druid for Satyr.
And this Druid is got some interesting tech choices in it. No Yetis, so not really looking at the Druid mirror at the 4 slot, but does have Karen, Sylvanas, and the Black Knight, which are all good anti-Druid cards. But he's also got Mark of the Wild, which we really never see much, and an Ooze.
I must protect the wild.
So the Ooze probably going to come in really handy here. I like Ooze over Harrison, honestly, in this deck. You just don't have the time to play Harrison. You don't really have the problem of like running out of cards as Druid and worrying about top decking. So perfect starting hand here really for Satyr.
Yeah.
Wild Growth, Ooze.
Well, and I think worth noting, maybe not such a big deal in this matchup with the Rogue having so many small minions, but if this ends up continuing and Satyr is going to see more stuff like that, that Mark of the Wild can combo with the Black Knight for your opponents that aren't running taunts.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I never really thought about that. That's above my pay grade.
I mean, I've run these druids that try to do that, and I'm still not sure I've ever actually got that combo off. But I do know it's a thing, and just short of the perfect role play for BGH here, being able to inflate Mukla, shoot him in his banana-filled mouth.
Yeah, that's rough getting this on turn 4. Kind of, I was a little surprised that we didn't see the wild growth on 2 from Satur. And I know that as a druid, it's not just like play all your ramp cards and then play all your other stuff. Like, ramp is supposed to fit in with your hand, but a loot hoarder on turn 2, if you don't kill it, your opponent doesn't get a draw, and they may not have a good thing to draw into after that. But really tough spot here for Satur. He knows more minions are probably going to come down, so he's afraid of saying, in the next turn I'll banana, BGH this thing, because then he's going to leave a bunch of 2-drops and 1-drops on the board.
Yeah, and I'm thinking the concern here, it's not so much about taking 5 damage, it's about taking 9 with a cold blood. This is at least going to set him up to take out the Mukla somehow. But if you're dropping to 19, potentially with more minions on the board, yeah, you're going to be playing catch up for the rest of the game here.
Yeah. No, it's a pretty savvy play playing the keeper here. We know that if Mukla boops into the keeper, then a swipe isn't easy. So it's an easy setup for swipe. But yeah, just like you were saying here, getting that cold blood, taking Satur down to 17.
Alright, well, Mukla now considered big game. I'd expect to see it blasted, and still the ability to draw with Wrath. Or I guess I see he's hovering over that wild growth. You can hit with the keeper, and this sets up for an Ancient of War the following turn.
Yeah, this is consistent with the hand that he's got here. But there are 2 saps in this deck, right? And he hasn't seen one yet, and I think you're never really surprised as a druid if a rogue keeps sap in their opening hand, just knowing the potential of Innervate.
And what do you think about this Wrath on the Mukla? You do get a slightly larger keeper here. But I feel like not having the BGH out is kind of a misstep.
Yeah, I like putting a minion on the board. At the very least, it's going to trade into something. Gives you a little bit more clear. I guess, yeah, I think the BGH is right here. You really want to be getting those hero powers in here, healing for 1 every turn as the druid.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Thalnos does make these Sinister Strikes a lot more valuable.
Yeah, I don't mind burning those now too much.
Yeah,
you're never going to get more value for it, right? You're going to try and go face no matter what.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, because you would love the draw from Thalnos in this position. But Sinister Strike is so great at dealing damage through taunts, yet you're sitting on a sap, so you've got something for taunts going forward. It's, yeah, a big question as to what to do here.
Yeah. I think this is the correct play here. Getting that 1 more dagger charge in, you've got SI for 2 to face. You're going to draw with the Thalnos, most likely. And you got sap.
But now
it's
if
a
you're
position, right? Which ancient do you play?
I feel like you almost have to heal here. The threat of Eviscerate with a sap is huge. Which I guess is slightly more likely. Boy, kind of is, kind of isn't, because Arcane Golem with the Shadow Step is just as good as Leroy with that dagger charge. So yeah, maybe almost doesn't matter. Take an equal risk either way.
Yeah, I think this is the correct choice to heal here. Just don't open yourself up to the vulnerability that Sap provides, and set yourself up for lethal here. Savage Roar Swipe. It's going to kill the rogue. And as the rogue here too, you don't particularly want to sap the Ancient. You can sap the BGH.
You have to imagine that's what Jerry's thinking. And then the only question after that is, you know, do you want to take the risk of leaving some minions on board? Obviously, Savage Roar, Force of Nature. There's concerns of Burst coming your way, but this might be a position where, yeah, you just have to send as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
And hope the Druid doesn't have those cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Situation. Whoa.
The light protects me.
Whoops, indeed. Yeah, I think he needed to. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Sap was the correct play there. You're just basically trying to win a one-turn race, right?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, that Leper Gnome didn't end up mattering on the swipe there, but I have to admit, I've ended up tying a game by accidentally killing myself with swipe on a Leper Gnome, so.
Yeah, it's one of those minions, right? Like, well, the guaranteed 2 damage means that a lot of times, in Freeze Mage it happens a lot too, is that you play the Leper Gnome, your opponent can't clear the board because they burn themselves for 1 and it doesn't trigger the block. So, yeah, good card to play there.
Alright, so it looks like, again, the whole which game should we spectate and think Petiche and Winterborn are tied at 2. Going to see who's going to be duking it out with Satur in the next round. Let's see if we can jump in just right at the end here. Petiche with the Paladin, Winterborn with the Druid.
And that's a Druid with a lot of ramp.
I gotta say, I've only got a small glimpse of this Paladin deck, but I'm excited to see a Paladin in one of these tournaments that isn't just a straight aggro Paladin.
Oh, be careful, you might still run Leroy in it. You never know. 31st card.
I don't see one.
Or see the Leroy coming.
Oh, did I? Wow.
Well, not honestly the worst thing. There's no good. Well, now there is.
The game just has to prove you wrong.
I'll wait until the players draw next time before I open my smart mouth. Yeah, you know, Consecrate, I think you have to play it here. But at the same time, you don't want to run out of activators for equality. If you have a couple of 1/1s on the board that are kind of sticking and opponents not dealing with them, maybe equality goes well in those situations. But that doesn't happen too often against Druid. They have enough creatures. And I like the Doomsayer choice here too. He doesn't know that it's just ramp in Winterborn's hand, so may as well play something that stops an Ancient or something else coming down this turn.
Yeah, and really interesting, just scanning through this Paladin list, I'm kind of trying to decipher, you know, what is it trying to do? Certainly a lot of tools in here to mitigate aggression. It's got some healing, lots of things to proc with a Wild Pyromancer. You have the single Doomsayer, and not a ton on the high end here. But we see some interesting inclusions. That Repentance, able to get a lot of value on big minions, and Blessing of Wisdom, which, even though you don't have a lot on the high end, I suppose is going to help you refill your hand for some of those longer games.
Yeah, Blessing of Wisdom is one of those cards that you can play on a Leper Gnome, right? and all of a sudden your opponent doesn't really want to be attacking with the Leopard Armor. You put it on an Argent Squire that your opponent plays on. In some ways, it can be a good anti-aggro tool. And I think in just the larger context as well, if we look at all of Petitia's lists, he's got 2 Sunwalkers in his Druid, 2 Sunwalkers and 2 Earth Elementals in his Shaman, and 2 Sunwalkers in the Paladin. So he's come prepared for aggro. And this is consistent, I think, with all of his deck choices, to just have a deck that doesn't really need too much of a win condition. It just controls the board long enough to run the aggro deck out of resources.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be. So I am curious to see exactly how this unfolds playing against a ramp druid like this, because, yeah, like you have sort of alluded to with equality, tons of great targets here for the paladin. But most of these tools just so reactive, and I'm struggling to see how this paladin is supposed to deal 30 plus points of damage to anything like a ramp druid.
Agree. It's a really tough matchup already for the paladin, because the hero power for the paladin is kind of how you win the late game against control warrior or something. You just keep summoning these dudes and eventually they run out of ways to kill them. But druid's never really going to run out of ways to kill these little guys, right? They've got their own hero power at the very worst, and a lot of high HP minions as well. Plus, they're going to just combo you, so they don't really care. I don't think that this is the matchup that Petiche wanted.
No, and I've got the scores out of date here. This is actually 2-2. So I mean, at this point, I think Petiche just forced to actually win with this matchup, as opposed to, like you said, choosing to go ahead with it.
Yeah.
Let the pain speak to me.
All right. Now he's just going to try and dig. Now, it's dangerous to play Redemption here. Yeah, I like the Blessing of Wisdom choice first. If you play Redemption, I don't know, he's got to play it anyway, but if you play Redemption, the worry is that Redemption will get cast on an Acolyte or something instead of Tyrion or Sunwalker. Okay, just going to burn one of those equalities off.
Yeah, I actually do like this.
Well, now that he's drawn into Sunwalker, I especially like it.
Well, he's got to do something to play around that combo threat. Although it is just one copy of Force of Nature, I don't think you can let that Azure Drake live no matter what.
Yeah. And also from Petitia's perspective, it's very hard to read Winterborn's hand, right? Because we've seen consistent enough plays out of Winterborn that from Petitia's perspective, we don't know that he's got double Innervate in his hand and has been basically top decking for a while now, trying to get a creature. But it's hard to put him on an actual hand. Do you know if he's got Force of Nature, Savage Roar, or maybe he's just got 4-drop sitting in his hand? So tough position for Petitia, especially being down when cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point.
And as Winterborn, when you see just 3 cards in the hand of the Paladin, you're like, well, there are 2 options. There's either a bunch of duds, or there's like Tyrion and other big creatures. If it's Tyrion and other big stuff, they can only play 1 card per turn, really. And as you're seeing here, kind of the downside of Redemption is we've got 10 mana's worth of stuff that we can play here, but we can't play a dude and we can't play Thalnos, because if we get swiped or wrathed, then those are triggering on the Redemption, as opposed to, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, interesting. I guess the Redemption on Thalnos, not the worst thing. But I think, probably considering exactly what you're saying, but just feeling like he's in too desperate of a position to not get that card draw here.
Yeah. So what's the best way to clear this? The other question is, do we care about clearing this?
I'm not sure you do. I mean, a silence on that Sunwalker is just fine. Like I said, you're at 24. I really don't know where the damage comes from, other than something like Tyrion with Ashbringer.
That's sort of why I'm thinking that the Keeper is not a good play here. If we Keeper the Sunwalker, we've just given the Paladin 2 draws with this Thalnos Redemption. And one of those could be Tyrion. That's one of the only ways we might lose this game is the Druid. So I'm not a huge fan of Keepering here without having a second Keeper in hand.
I think the reason why this is okay, and obviously there's a sequence where you do get punished, some heal into Tyrion, though that's going to take some time. But with combo, he's very likely to just get through Tyrion and kill him now that he's at 9. So I think that's why he's comfortable with the silence. But you do make a good point that you are sort of opening yourself up to a losing position that maybe just doesn't exist if you play this slow.
Yeah. There's no, this, like you mentioned before, this Paladin deck doesn't really kill things, right? So even if you're at like 10 health, there's nothing in there that's going to kill you. You're not worried. So I think the Druid can afford to play this slow, just draw with lore. Kind of a neat little trick here with Redemption, blocking the combo.
Yeah, I was trying to work that out, and yeah, I think he falls just short because of it.
Yeah, Engine had 4 health. Be a little different position. Another consideration here for Winterborn is, what if this last card is Tyrion in the Paladin hand? And planning around that, seeing if there's a good way to meet Tyrion on the next turn. And one of those ways is to, give it just a little love tap with a Wrath. Looks like he's going to opt to cycle this turn. Okay, and he gets his second roar, so that's guaranteed lethal next turn. An interesting choice to draw here. I guess he's concerned about a Divine Shield taunt and wants to find his second Keeper.
Yeah, maybe that's the thinking, and just assuming, no real risk at 20 health, but you know what? Oh!
I believe we just witnessed a statistical anomaly.
Blizzard. Hello, fix your game.
I had a feeling that Winterborn worked for Blizzard. I've heard rumors from a friend of mine on the ladder.
Well, let's see. This is interesting. One time where it might be not BM and actually a little generous to just show your opponent that Innervate second Savage Roar to be like, don't worry about it. The game was lost anyway, because I think Patish might be sitting here jaw dropped in disbelief at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he did to RNGesus before he came into this tournament today, but it couldn't have been good.
Okay, well, that is going to do it for the quarterfinals. So let's take an updated look at the bracket here. If this thing ever refreshes, give me a moment. Here we are. So we're going to have Stay Down versus Severe, then Satur versus Winterborn. So message Stay Down and Severe here.
Still the possibility to see a rematch of last tournament's finals with Severe against Satur.
Yeah. They're saying they're ready. Alright, they're still doing bans and whatnot. This is going to be a great time. Well, here, I'll share this piece of junk mail I just got. It sort of alludes to why I need to take a break. It says, prostate discovery. Use this prostate shrinker and empty your bladder entirely. So I'm going to go ahead and take that for a spin. And we'll be back with this match in just a minute.
Likewise. Alrighty, so folks, if you're just joining us here, we're waiting for our next matchup to start. We're going to go into the semifinals. In the top bracket, let's see who we got. Top bracket is Stay Down against Severe. Bottom bracket is Satura versus Winterborn. Winners of those matches will go on to the finals. Losers of those matches will play a third place match. So welcome everybody, this is 96.9 FM. You're playing all your smooth classic hits from back in the day.
Everybody's favorites, like Leroy Jenkins.
That's right. And there's a guy in Classic that's got the best deals anywhere. Not sure if you've met him. He's kind of a concealed fellow, but every once in a while he pops his head out, does 12 damage.
Alright, jumping into this. Stay Down at the bottom here, Severe on top. Get these deck lists up for you.
Alright. So we've got Severe's Druid here. Enviable starting hand. You've probably seen this starting hand on the ladder before. Ever faced Druid?
Yeah, I've seen it. Never had it before.
No. Your opponents are actually guaranteed to have at least one Innervate and Wild Growth in their starting hands.
Yeah, was the person who told you that Winterborn works at Blizzard, was that Severe, another Blizzard employee?
Yeah. I think they all work on the Hearthstone team as far as I understand.
Alright, let's see. Now, I do want to take a look at the bans here. If I can refresh this. So, Stay Down has banned Severe's Warrior. Severe banning Stay Down's Mage. Okay, interesting. A couple unusual bans.
Well, the Mage, it is good against Druid, this particular Mage deck, with the two mirror entities. Just tough for Druid to play into, especially the Mana Worms early at 3 health.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder if the Warrior ban was in part because of the Mage. And now having banned it, just not going to be quite as useful.
Yeah. Well, this Shadow Bolt one copy of Shadow Bolt in the Warlock. I like it quite a bit. It's done a lot of work. It lines up nicely with things. And another thing that we just saw there was a couple turns ago was that Mortal Coil is generally a pretty useless card against Druids. So if you have that copy of Shadow Bolt, it helps you reach that 5 health minion. That could be an Ancient of Lore, where you're not 2-for-1ing yourself with the removal on it. So I like that card a lot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, would you see the BGH in hand for Severe? Making this Mountain Giant not such a strong play. But we're also around that Molten Giant health range.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, opting to just remove the Owl wants the BGH to represent a threat on the board. Oh.
Okay, gonna get stay down up to 17. So he's unable to play the Molten Giant and Sun Fury. Which is kind of interesting because a single Molten Giant is not a large concern here. With the Silence in hand.
And this is a great play.
Lethal.
Well, Severe is representing lethal with Savage Roar. That would be exactly 17 here.
Right.
So he's sending that signal to stay down. We know he doesn't have it. But now, yeah, exactly. What we see here is that he's playing the Watcher, he's playing the Earthen Ring Farseer, and making a play that maybe he didn't want to play because he's afraid of that Force of Nature Savage Roar. Or that just, all I guess it would just need is Savage Roar.
Yeah, and now drawing directly into it.
Yep.
Wow.
See if he goes face here. I don't think he has to. Yeah, just trade it off. Okay. Yeah, nicely navigated by Severe. I think that's a nice niche use of the Earthen Ring, is denying your opponent the ability to play Molten Giant, and then just holding their health total, around that 17-point mark. Load the board up with creatures and just always represent that you have Savage Roar in hand and keep making that threat. And it really makes the Warlock scared because they don't want to tap, right? They don't want to keep taking HP damage that puts them into combo range.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, very interesting to see that actually come down, but it did really seem to work in Severe's favor.
Right, so Severe and without the Druid now. Let's see what he's going to opt for next. He doesn't have the option of playing the Mage. He's got Warrior and Rogue left. Now, the Rogue has an interesting tech choice in it. It's got a copy of Sen'jin Shieldmaster. Probably expecting more aggro this turn. In fact, I think a lot of these lists from Severe are anti-aggro.
You asked for it.
Your soul shall be mine.
So he does have them. Sorry, the Warrior got banned.
Yeah, it was a Mage ban the other way.
Right.
Mage and Warrior potentially reversed there in your head. So there we go. There we got the Mage. And... oh, yeah, and the Warlock. I don't know why I'm flicking about. Okay.
So a really anti-aggro deck here from Severe. Normally Freeze Mage does decently against decks with Ward. It can just stall them out, burn them down. But in this case, he's included the 2 Mana Worms, 2 Mirror Images, both copies of Ice Barrier here, so it was very prepared to be taking face damage, and not quite reading the meta of this tournament. There's no way you can know ahead of time. But...
Pain, speak to me.
Yeah, and interesting to note, no flame strikes. I know sometimes you'll see variation between 1 or 2, but yeah, very uncommon to go without any.
Yeah, I think it indicates to me that he's just going to ban Rogue. He says, Flame Strike is for Concealed Gadget Sands, which is you know, again, kind of an interesting choice because Freeze Mage tends to line up pretty well with Rogue. You have the options to put in Vaporize, things like that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right with that. Go ahead, play a couple secrets out. No ability to continue drawing, which is really what Severe wants.
Yeah, but he does have a lot of burn. And there's no Reno Jackson in this deck as far as I know, so he might just start dropping burn spells pretty quick here. We do see the 2 Earthen Rings. Those are going to be great for Stay Down, making sure that he stays topped off. So if there is a way for Severe to deliver burn damage without giving too much free Molten Giants, things like that, it should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and I mean, he does have that Frost Nova to just stall out a little bit. Wow, and the healing coming down on the Giant, I am surprised to see that.
Very surprised to see that. He's now sort of obligated to get himself into a race, and I am. It's a really scary thing to do. I get wanting to keep the Giant alive, but at the same time, you know, if a mage is spending fireballs on your Molten Giant, on your Mountain Giant, you're probably happy, right? You're playing Warlock, you're always at like 15 health, and you're scared of getting fireballed in the face. So, yeah, interesting decision there by Stay Down.
Yeah, now Severe really thinking about just how he wants to go about dealing that burn. Because you could do something like throw out a fireball. Now, maybe with the Frost Nova, maybe just with the mirror image, send a ping to face, kind of get ready for that Pyroblast. But it's a couple turns out. Okay, just gonna take it really slow.
Now, there's no Vaporize in this deck, so I don't imagine that Stay Down is afraid of swinging face with that Mountain Giant.
No, absolutely not.
I suppose there's a consideration here to play Shadow Flame, but no, he's gonna go for this Molten. I think maybe Stay Down had the read that there was no Frost Nova last turn, and so there wouldn't be likely one this turn. Maybe that's why he played the Molten Giant there.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, yeah, you can heal out of Pyroblast range, but you're not able to proc this Ice Block just yet. There's another one sitting in hand.
Yeah.
This isn't going to be easy to, yeah, to get out of range here. Okay,
It's like
that's
a Leroy
significant.
Jenkins there. Yeah, I don't think that there's I think that you have a lot of tough decisions here. You Siphon Soul. You probably have to just Siphon Soul and Earthen Ring, right?
I think that's exactly what you do. I think without that Siphon Soul, it was just guaranteed death, but yeah, this might actually be okay for Stay Down.
Okay. So back up to 11. We already know that one fireball is gone.
Oh, well, that's a lot of damage.
That sure is. Well, it's a difficult matchup for the Warlock, and you're seeing exactly why here. Is that there's only so much healing in the deck, right? You got 6 points of healing from the Earth Rings. You've got Jiraxxus, which tops you off at 15. And then you've got Siphon Soul, but really it's not too hard for the mage to get around that. One Pyroblast, you know, did all of the damage that all of the healing was done for the Warlock there.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah, so that means just one deck left for Severe. That's gonna be the rogue.
Watch your back.
Okay,
Your soul
this is the
shall be
Senjin
mine.
Rogue.
Senjin rogue. Okay, I have not looked at this list. A single Senjin, alright.
Now, normally I would expect the Drake to be cut from this deck in order to put a Senjin in there, but he's kept just one copy of Sap instead. Not afraid of the Druid.
Yeah, that's a very surprising one.
I will be your
I don't hate the idea of, yeah, cutting something like a Drake or trying to squeeze that Senjin in. I know Farseer is oftentimes a quick cut for people. Some people are comfortable running only one. But dropping a second Sap, I've never quite understood that.
Yeah, it's just such a, it's a very powerful card in so many situations. And against Handlock is one of those, right? It's that you're oftentimes wanting to sap a big giant, sap a Drake. Right here, I'd rather have that sap than that second Drake. Stay Down sitting on a pretty good hand here. He's got three ways to taunt up. He's got at least 2 of the 4 drops that he needs. He can tap, play Mountain Giant next turn, and then just kind of taunt for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and this Drake is just going to be able to put in so much work here.
Yeah, uncontested Drake. Now, I'm not sure that tapping into Mountain Giant is necessarily correct here.
No, you do still have to be careful about your health. Until you've got that taunt wall set up, you're always worried about stuff like a Leroy Shadow Step, or even just Cold Bloods with it.
I am a little bit confused about this choice to faceless the Edwin. If you want to get board presence, an 8/8 Mountain Giant is bigger than a 6/6 Edwin. And that faceless can come in really handy later on when you're copying your taunts as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. 2 health there is a really, really big deal.
Tragic Ironbeak Owl. He didn't get the invite until the party started. Now he's here.
Yeah, hey guys. Want me to silence something?
Any food left? Yeah, and it's very awkward to play the Shadow Bolt here. It's the kind of thing that you really want to save for a Drake. And contesting the board with a Mountain Giant is tough too, because you're going to let that Edwin get away with murder. Right? He just traded into, if he's going to trade into a Mountain Drake and a Twilight, or a Mountain Giant and a Twilight Drake, that's a lot of value for a 6/6.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, wow. I was gonna say, yeah, maybe this Owl does still get some value if you were to drop the Mountain Giant, just take a bit of damage away from the potential of that Edwin, but this just feels a little bit too slow by Stay Down. I feel like he had the cards to really put a lot of aggression down onto the board, secure the board, and with that single copy of Sap, not really be scared about removal. And here we are. He's way on his back foot, having to blow up his own giants.
Yeah, and with 2 Sun Furies and 2 Defenders of Argus in hand, really what you wanted was to be taunting up those 8/8s. So tough. And here, again, too, we're seeing this Drake come down, and Shadow Bolt's gone. Right? We don't have that 4 damage to kill the Drake. So credit to Severe for posing his opponent some really difficult choices and, making this hand really awkward. One of the things about Handlock that's tough is that it's a predictable deck. You kind of know what they're going to play and when they're going to play it, even though they have lots of cards in hand. You know that they're going to want to play the Twilight Drake on 4, the Mountain Giant on 4 or 5. So setting his opponent up with just, hey, do you want to remove my creatures, or do you want to play a proactive threat?
Yeah, so now if you're Stay Down, what do you do here? Because I think after drawing this much from the auctioneer, let's see, 13 cards left in the deck of Severe, you have to think Sap is a very reasonable possibility. So I'm sort of thinking this might be a play where we see 2 Sun Furies go down.
Yeah, I like the double Sun Fury here. It's awkward though too because okay, he's gonna go with the owl on it. It's awkward because Sun Fury is your cheap taunt, right? Defender of Argus, maybe helps you trade better and stuff. But ultimately, your Sun Fury is like, okay, just 2 mana. So yeah, he didn't want to leave himself with 2 Defenders of Argus in hand. And that makes a lot of sense why I stayed out like this there. That said, the rogue's got a dagger up, so they can just ping off that owl. It's not a real taunt.
Okay, now the decision is just... Yeah, no, still gonna opt to leave stay down at 17. Just no reason to push any damage here.
I like that choice. I'm not sure I would have traded in with the Drake there. I like the backstab. I think his line of reasoning is probably, I'll use the backstab on the taunt that comes out this turn. But can't do that. You can still do it, but it's not going for 3 damage. Stay down with the world's saddest mountain giant in hand.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see if that ever comes out. Maybe it's fodder for another soul fire at some point, but it's about as much value as I'd expect it to get.
This guy's toast.
So pretty clean kill here on the Drake.
Yeah, and Severe's just not scared to take damage at this point.
Yeah.
There's no threat of Leroy or Arcane Golem with Faceless in this handlock deck, so up at 25, you could even take a shot from a giant and still be feeling pretty comfortable.
Absolutely. And, part of what makes handlocks strong too is when you're playing against a handlock and they have 10 cards in hand, you're scared to play stuff on the board, right? Because, any of those 10 cards could be an answer to whatever you're going to do. When a handlock runs out of cards like this, you think practically, well, one of them's probably a total dud, right? It's something they couldn't play up until this point. They're not going to have enough answers for all of the things a rogue can do. And certainly here, now that we saw 2 Sun Furies, 2 Defenders of Argus decks, I think that means we're out of taunts here. And when you're out of taunts, there's a friend of mine that likes to come to the party.
Oh, what would his name be? Does he at least announce his arrival?
He will announce his arrival. So you'll get to hear him. You'll probably know when he's here.
Huh, interesting. Well, I look forward to it.
He's a good guy. You'll like to meet him. I think he lives in NA, somewhere on the ladder. But a little bit of an awkward hand here for Severe. I think he was definitely hoping for, maybe a deadly poison or something that he could play. And wow, 10 mana, 8/8 coming in. Oh my. That is not what we wanted to see.
Well played.
Now, what I find really interesting here is there was an option the previous turn to play Leroy and, Leroy Shadow Step and then just conceal Leroy for the following turn, but Severe just very quickly felt comfortable passing and I don't know, maybe just not doing that math, realizing all 4 taunt activators were down.
Yeah, I think in that situation, it probably deserves some more careful calculation because you have to look at your deck as Severe and say, how many cards are outs and how many are duds, right? So if there are plenty of cards in your deck that are more than 50% that are going to be like backstab, then you might just make the choice to say, hey, I gotta play Leroy this turn and hope that he doesn't have Shadow Flame. It feels bad to make that choice, but in a tournament, you have to pull the trigger on tough decisions like that.
Well, fortunately for Severe, that's only his first loss. He's got a chance to win the mirror here. Still come away with the series, advance to the finals. But really the key piece here, before the game even starts, sure, mulligans are important, but when you're in the mirror and you're the player who gets the coin, it really does feel good.
Yeah, it does, especially seeing an Edwin and a Conceal. I think that one very common misconception about this matchup is that you go for your gadgets in. You just want to be the first one to draw all the cards, which is not necessarily true. This deck has a lot of burn in it. And a concealed 8/8 Edwin at the start of the game, if they don't have a sap, they just lose, right?
Happy Hallow's End.
Now, I can understand Stay Down not wanting to, go for an all-in Edwin when his tournament life is on the line. But at the same time, it's just an objectively strong play to get that out there. And Severe playing just that one copy of sap, right? He doesn't have the proper punish for it.
Yeah, I do think that's interesting. I'm somewhat surprised to see that hand thrown away. Like you said, I don't think that's the ideal opener, maybe not exactly what you're hoping for. But when it's there, presented in front of you, I'm not sure that it's quite right to throw it away, especially knowing that Conceal is half of the Gadgets and Conceal combo. So if you were lucky enough to mulligan into Gadgets in or draw it in the following few turns, maybe you hold off on Edwin or just coin it out without the Conceal, and it can prove useful later anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you probably could even keep Thalnos there, right? It's going to cycle on 2, then you can coin Edwin Conceal. Maybe you get a prep, something like that. But I think especially knowing that Severe is only running 1 sap makes it feel like a good, sensible play there.
Yeah, well, that's 2 games now where I think Stay Down has really neglected to commit big minions to the board against this single sap version of Miracle Rogue. And so maybe it's just a style or a preference thing, but he really just doesn't seem to be considering that as a factor.
Yeah. Hey, like the fan here.
Yeah, it looks like he was considering just throwing Thalnos in there.
Guess he's gonna go for the coin. Deadly Poison. This has it's a very dangerous play here, because if we don't get a second Gadget's in and this one gets removed, we're in a lot of trouble. That said, we see Severe's hand, and he's sitting on what's normally the perfect turn 6, but you gotta be a little afraid of leaving your opponent's naked Gadget's in up there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, there's 18 cards in the deck to Stay Down, 18 in Severe's. Even if this Gadgetzan were to fall, there's always the potential of something like Prep, Eviscerate. He does still have a reasonable amount of cycle in his hand. It's certainly not over.
Yeah. And especially when you're sitting on this Deadly Poison Blade Flurry, you're less concerned if someone's drawing a bunch of stuff with Gadgets and they might be playing, SIs or something like that with it. Then you've got this ability to just clear the board nicely with Deadly Poison, keep your Gadgetzan up, probably draw into another Conceal.
Oh, I never really noticed that Patient Assassin until you just drew it now.
He's a sneaky little guy.
Yeah, it's an interesting card against some of those big taunters in Druid and Handlock. Maybe not the most useful in this matchup.
Now, I think this Shiv is a mistake here. I think Cold Blood, if you're going to Cold Blood the Gadgetzan once, you probably want to Cold Blood it again. But also setting up for trying to get lethal with Leroy, but we're one off lethal with Leroy here. Or no, we're not. We've got Shadow Step.
Yeah, got the Shadow Step. 5 damage off the weapon. Now, I'm not sure. I don't think Severe has played a Farce here, so certainly the ability to heal.
Yeah.
Well, potentially.
Well, there it is, but unfortunately,
Well played.
what's this guy's name?
Well played.
Oh, I didn't catch it. Oh, maybe. Sorry, could you repeat that for me?
I think we'll have another chance maybe to hear it, because I didn't hear what this guy's... Oh, there it is. Started with an L. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. Leonard Jordan or something? Maybe we'll get an opportunity to see him later. Bit of an underused card. Sorry, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah. Well, you know, the classic card set, there are a lot of cards, and underutilized ones like that, it's hard to kind of, you know, remember all of them.
That's true. I'm glad you're giving me a pass on this one.
It's okay.
Well, it does tie the series at 2. Which
Alright.
means it's going to be Rogue versus... I don't quite remember. Hunter.
Well, that's never really what you want to see as the rogue.
Let the
Well, not when it's this Hunter, especially. I think, well, let's see. It's a very aggressive Hunter. Yeah, no flare, which is sometimes a little bit annoying. I think we did see some of these face hunters running a single copy of flare just to double down on this Miracle Rogue matchup, but honestly might not matter since you're very often just sending damage directly to their face instead of doing any kind of trading on a concealed gadget hand anyway.
Yeah, exactly. A Gadget Zan has 4 HP. It's one of those creatures you just don't particularly want to spend the very small and valuable amounts of damage that you have here as the Hunter on it, so... Worgen makes sense, Argent Squire makes sense. I don't think you want to play the Leper Gnome here because it gives your opponent a chance to ping it off with the dagger. Now they're just running into an Argent Squire. The concern here always for the Hunter is, you know, a prep fan, something like that. Alright, now I gotta say, Severe's choice earlier was not necessarily one that I would make. And he doesn't get punished so bad because he gets eviscerate off the top. But eviscerating that Knife Juggler early on when you could backstab it, it's kind of a scary thing to do. And if we hadn't top decked the eviscerate there, it's really hard to deal with that Misha.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. You know, Misha, a 4/4 stat line, a taunt, yeah, it's reasonably good, but the thing is, if you get it on turn 3, like we just saw there, it's so difficult to deal with a lot of times.
Yeah.
So I agree, very, very lucky.
Well, I like the Arcane Shot here because it gives us something to do this turn. Abusive has to be played with Leroy, which means that you might be cutting a hero power for it. For example, Leroy next turn or something. So I like taking the Arcane Shot. It's worth keeping in mind, Stay Down does not have any copies of Misdirection in this Hunter as well. Normally a very powerful card against Rogue. And he subbed out for Hunter's Mark, so in that situation, a Misdirection here would be very strong.
Yeah, I think I do like the choice of Arcane Shot here as well. And there's just a good chance that it's correct to play it here. I wonder if there's a consideration. Is Stay Down thinking about Arcane Shot and Kill Command on the Drake? I don't know that I love it. But I guess that's why the turn's taking as long as it is. Okay.
Well, I think he's hoping that there are no other minions in Severe's hand. But sometimes, you know, you kind of just got to do your own thing, right? And getting punished pretty bad for it here, drawing Animal Companion and not having the Kill Command to go with it. and it makes this feel a little bit more inconsistent here, going face with Huffer.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really not sure. I understand trying to take away that 4 damage. I mean, your health was high. I think as this game goes on, Rogue having so many tools to draw, to heal, their combo damage is actually a lot better than yours.
Yeah. So setting up for his own lethal here. Yeah, I just don't know what Severe's going to play here.
Yeah, not sure. I don't... Oh, what does he do?
He's just going to summon a bunch of minions for his opponent. That can't be good.
Yeah. Oh, why would he do it again, though?
This is not what you want to do against Hunter. You don't want to give Hunter an enormous board.
Oh my lord, what a mistake. Oh, wait, I think I see what he's going for. I think he can kill, stay down. Oh.
Huh.
Interesting. Spotted lethal there. Long before I could.
Yeah. I didn't know that that's what charge meant, is you just go right in there and hit your opponent in the face.
Huh. Well, when you don't see these cards too often on ladder, a little bit hard to commentate on them, but
Yeah.
that's gonna do it. Giving Severe the victory, sending him to the finals. That means we've got Satur and Winterborn up next.
This is going to be a real hard-fought match, I think. Both very strong players. I know that I've got abysmal win rates against both of them.
Yeah, plus Winterborn works for Blizzard, so...
That's right. Well, specifically, he works on the card drawing algorithm in Hearthstone. Has committed a little bit of secret code, if you know what I mean, to maybe detect what player is playing.
Yeah, it's a fortunate piece of the repository to be given.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it is shared by a team of people, I think about the top 500 NA ladder players in Legend are on that team.
Yeah, that would make sense why I don't have access.
Yeah. There's no amount of RNG that can help us, Dex.
Well, maybe if we can get real cozy with Winterborn, we can get some insight into how this works. And I'll bring up their deck lists here. Of Winterborn on the bottom.
Yeah, so my general impression of Winterborn's lineup here is that it's mostly anti-aggro. As Shaman, he's got 2 Ancestrals, he's got 2 Sunwalkers and another deck. It feels like he was prepared for some aggro decks. Satur, on the other hand, when I look at his deck lists, what I'm mostly seeing is that he's hoping to get the right decks in the right order. This Hunter deck is a horror to play against as Rogue. So he wants like a Hunter into a Rogue matchup, probably wants Warrior into Freeze Mage, probably wants Shaman into Druid. All his decks do a pretty good job of countering certain decks from his opponent's lineup. The tech choices that are made seem like he's trying to min-max those. So we'll see if he gets the right counter matchups in the right order here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the bans are as well. We've been seeing a lot of Warrior bans. And, yeah, Satur with Warrior here. I think the last time we saw him, it was banned.
Yep, and a Warrior with 2 copies of Sen'jin, a Harrison, and a Sunwalker here. So, also notice at the top end, there's no Grom. Oh, no, there's Grom. Excuse me. It's another person's deck I was thinking of. But yeah, all around a little bit more of a defensive Warrior than we'd be accustomed to seeing, not trying to cash in on the value of Sylvanas Brawl. Instead, opting for that Sunwalker and that Black Knight with the Karen at 6.
Well, just taking a look at the bracket. Both players readied up. Ban should be coming any minute now.
Yeah, it's tough to know what they're planning to ban here. Winterborn certainly isn't super worried, or rather, Satur's not super worried about Winterborn's Paladin. Probably not too worried about the Shaman. Or he might ban the Shaman to get his Druid through.
Yeah, very hard to say. I always want to say Druid and Rogue, those are your top choices, but I think you've touched on it a number of times. Some of these lists just built to beat one or the other, and when you're up against somebody who's not running both, like Satur, could really change what you're able to do in that ban phase.
Yeah, and we had 10 of our 13 participants today bring Druid. We had 9 of them bring Rogue. So almost, at least 75% of the participants here are choosing to bring Druid and Rogue. So it makes sense, this strategy of, hey, play super aggro and ban Druid, or play real control-y and ban the Rogue. But Shaman and Warlock, popular classes here too. Warlock, there are 8 of the 13 that brought Warlock, and Shaman, about half, 7 players brought Shaman. So all around, all of the very slow classes being represented at this tournament.
Okay, well, we finally get our answer. So Satur bans Winterborn's Rogue, and Winterborn banning Satur's Druid. So
Right.
finally going back to the staples. Which means, yeah, we might actually get to see, I believe, our first Warrior matchups of the tournament.
I have a feeling they'll be clicking that button. Probably, it's an interesting choice to ban out the Druid here, because both players bring Shaman. It looks like Winterborn brought a Druid that's not particularly good in the mirror. There's no Karen, there are 2 Sunwalkers, there's a Harrison, so understandable not to want to play against that Druid, or not to want to play that.
Yeah, well, it was a different Druid list before, but we did see Satur actually struggle in that Shaman versus Druid matchup against the token variety, so yeah, as favorable as the matchup is in general, still not a sure thing. We're not talking like Control Warrior Freeze Mage here.
Right.
So maybe the thinking just, it's a good deck. It's pretty consistent across the board. Let's not take our chances.
Yeah, there are just so many instances in which, a player can just have 2 innervates in their starting hand and find something you have no answer to, right? Just like Rogue, there are certain hands that Druid can have that it doesn't matter whether you're playing a counter deck, you just kind of lose, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And those can be very simple combinations. It doesn't have to be something extravagant like Wild Growth with 2 innervates into, Ancients. It can just be something as simple as just Innervate Keeper against aggro, taking out a Knife Juggler, Coin Knife Juggler. That'll 3 for 1, sometimes 4 for 1.
Yeah, or like you said before, if you draw any of that ramp, or you just kind of curve out nicely into your draw, into your combos later, it's just so well-rounded that can just be a win for you.
Absolutely, and Winterborn drawing Wild Growth here, always something you want to see.
Yeah, and I'm glad we talked about this so much, because this is exactly what we're seeing is Shaman versus Druid, so Satur struggling with it earlier. Like I said, a different variety that he played against. It was that Violet Teacher token Druid. And though this one's not quite as top heavy as I think some others are. You know, single Ancient of War, you do see the Rag, which is somewhat proactive at times.
Yeah, 2 Sunwalkers in there too. Or no, I'm looking at the wrong list.
Yeah, you're right. 2 Sunwalkers.
Yeah, I like this play here. This is really the strength of Shaman against Druid, is that you can play these little derpy minions. You don't play your whole deck as derpy minions, but you can play these derpy minions early and then just trade off with Rockbiter. If they play anything terrifically scary, you can play Hex.
Yeah, and this starts to become a bit of a question. You would love to get rid of that Mana Tide to deny the draw, but Flame Tongue just enables so many good plays going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that's worth mentioning too here is that ideally, when your opponent is playing 0 attack creatures like Flame Tongue and Mana Tide, you don't want to be clearing those with spells, because it would cost you 0 HP to clear it with a minion, right? So being forced into a position where Wrath or Swipe or anything that can be used on, you know, real good minions that Satur is going to play, having to expend those removal resources on it is tough. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Ancient here. Okay, he's just going to get rid of that Mana Tide.
Yeah, really tough call. The more I look at it, it's really just bouncing around between a number of plays. It might have landed on something like Drake Innervate Wrath, but even that has a lot of downside to it. And now Satur, probably more than happy. I was gonna say to just play that Drake. But I guess potentially wanting to get around the potential of Swipe, both taking out the Drake and the Argent.
Yep. And I think there's another, you know, good point here too, is that you might be expecting Keeper of the Grove to come out. When you're a Shaman with something on the board that has 2 health and your opponent just played an awkward Swipe, Keeper of the Grove might be the next thing coming down. So just buffing those minions up a little bit, trying to create some problems for his opponent. Looks like maybe Wrath into Druid of the Claw.
What was I thinking of again?
Yeah, hard to say. Again, this harkens back to the whole, you know, he knows the Black Knight is in the list of Satur. So maybe scared to run out something like Druid of the Claw and he wants to play the Drake, or maybe he charges when he would rather taunt.
Where shall I strike?
I like this. I think you're a little scared earlier on of just innervating, like last previous turn. You're scared of innervating your Ancient of Lore out because a Hex just is, you know, a good answer to it. So he's trying to bait the Hex, I think, this turn, so that maybe he can play Ancient of Lore, innervate, and then do something about the board.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And, you know, you mentioned those 2 Sunwalkers earlier. I brought up the Ancient of War. There are a lot of taunts in the deck, and at some point it just becomes unavoidable to play them. That, yeah, maybe this is just fine, even if it was dealt with efficiently. And yeah, he also gets some good intel that there's a very good chance the Black Knight is just not sitting in the hand of Satur, so maybe more comfortable playing more taunts in these following turns.
Yeah. I also think that Winterborn's making a smart choice here to prioritize holding the Drake in his hand, because Drake's Swipe is much more powerful against Shaman than just a regular Swipe is against most classes. It's really that 2 damage breakpoint on the little minions, and the 5 damage breakpoint on the Fire Elementals as well, which are normally quite hard to remove. A little tougher here. There's a Defender of Argus on the board that's going to stick around. They'll be able to play Flame Tongue.
Yeah, that's what I would expect.
With the Bloodlust pickup, though, it might give him some pause. Because now you're starting to calculate, okay, how many minions do I need on the board to like swing for lethal, and what's the best way to get the most minions on board? It's pretty scary to leave the Drake up. Yeah, just gonna trade right in. A couple options here. You could charge the Druid of the Claw into the Drake. Starting to get a pretty heavy hand. So removal, a 5-mana removal spell's not the worst.
Ah, yes.
Satura's at 27, so Force of Nature Savage Roar isn't going to kill him anytime soon. It's possible to burn the Force of Nature here. The problem is there's no real good follow-up to it. You're just clearing.
Yeah, that's just it. When you do that Druid of the Claw play, I think you're happy about it because you've got one of those
Ah, yes.
4-mana minions to drop behind it.
That's exactly right. And I think in this case, this engine is probably the correct choice. If it soaks up a hit from the Black Knight, that's fine.
Where shall
You know.
Okay, he's gonna taunt the Druid up.
Okay.
Now this is scary. Leaving spell damage up for a Shaman. The Lightning Storm, if it high rolls, is gonna kill the Druid of the Claw with Earthshock. And then it puts the Druid in a very awkward spot. Oh my.
Oof. Yeah, and Satura, halfway through his deck, we only saw the one Hex. I think it's a pretty safe assumption that there's more removal of some form ready to go here.
Yeah, this play anticipates Rag quite well as well. Right? There are 2 chances to hit totems with Rag, 1 chance to hit face. And yeah, just not a lot of appealing plays here for Winterborn.
No, I'm looking at this Force of Nature though, thinking it might just be necessary. Yeah, you could do something like take out the Drake, take out the Totem, and then maybe you go ahead and silence the Flame Tongue, and maybe even blast it for 2, set it up to die afterwards. It's not a great spot, but I think it gives you an opportunity to actually get some decent value out of your raid going forward.
Having seen 2 Flame Tongues already, this is probably okay to just silence it this way. But you're also afraid of the Bloodlust, right? You know that Satura is running Bloodlust in the Shaman. If you leave 3 minions up, you're dead there. It's 9 plus the 6 from the Drake, plus the 2 from the Totem.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, this is just it. It gets you into this territory where Druid just has so much trouble removing a board that goes wide like this. And
yeah, all of the minions just have the wrong amount of HP to clear.
yeah, exactly.
All right, well, 1 off lethal with Bloodlust here.
Pay attention, class.
Let's see. Okay, not opting to Hex the Drake here. We've seen 2 swipes already. We're not worried about any kind of AoE.
Truth is my shield.
Okay, well, these taunts are putting in a lot of work. What does this come to, though? With the Hex and the Bloodlust?
I don't think it's quite lethal. But the threat isn't going away, right? We just keep hero powering Hex this turn. The Druid is just going to run out of, ways to kill these Shaman minions without letting one get through.
I'm ready to learn.
Right, to be expected.
Yes, here you roll from the Totem. Now, it is worth noting, Healing Totem here, actually kind of nice.
Yeah, Healing Totem in general is very good against Druid because you have these boards with 3 health minions, and yeah, they'll swipe, bring the minions down, but then you just heal them right back up, and it removes a lot of the value of Druid being able to spend consecutive turns removing cleanly.
Ah, yes.
So how does Winterborn get out of this? You know Bloodlust is there. I think it's looking more and more like that's what you're seeing, so yeah.
Not the Ragnaros you want to play. Alright,
One
well,
of the few times where you're hoping it snipes a totem.
yeah, they're... Alright, so still one off lethal.
Speaking of people who are late to the party.
Yeah. Give you some cycles, you need some cards. But as we're seeing here, just dead cards in Winterborn's hand. Oof.
That belongs in a museum.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't even think there's a way to come out of this okay, is there?
You just gotta be in survival mode here. Winterborn's making the correct choice, but, nope, that's it.
Yeah,
At some
really
point
not
it's-
doing you any favors.
Yeah. Well, Rag has, more than 50% chance to kill the relevant thing, but at some point, it's still pretty easy. Like, wow, Satur becoming a level 60 shaman.
That's really why he's got Shaman in the lineup today.
Yeah. Hope we got some good drops from the raid boss here.
Alright, so game one. Gonna go to Satur, and I think what you would expect, especially against this kind of ramp druid, Shaman just matches up quite nicely. But it does mean he can no longer play it here in this set.
Well, like I mentioned earlier, I think that a lot of the strength of Satur's lineup comes into just picking the right deck at the right time to counter his opponent. He got his first counter matchup with Shaman into Druid. I believe he's got another one here with Hunter into Rogue. And the Hunter deck actually can go the mile against Warrior as well. It's deceptive because their hero powers just cancel each other out. But the Hunter deck is more or less just a lot of direct damage and stalling the board.
Let's see. Hunter versus Druid. Well, I don't think
Here for a lesson?
this is exactly what you're hoping for.
No, it's a bit of a tricky matchup. This Trap Hunter is a very sophisticated deck. It's tough to play. Has a ton of resources in it. But also can just draw the wrong cards at the wrong time. Can definitely get overwhelmed with minions.
Yeah, so there's a lot of tools in it that deal really well with this style of ramp druid. Freezing Trap, really good on all kinds of stuff. Hunter's Mark, especially in combination with Wild Pyromancer. You got a couple deadly shots. So I think the real key, if you're playing this style of Hunter against Druid, is just keeping the board as clear as possible. This single big minion, you're guaranteed to always shoot with deadly shot.
Yep,
Which
you're
is exactly
right.
what we'll see here.
Yep, as this Hunter deck, you just can't afford to take too much face damage. And it has great ways of dealing with one minion on the board. It does not have a way to come back against two big minions on the board most of the time. So good choice here to coin the deadly shot. That Eagle Horn bow is going to be a great follow-up here.
Alright, so big turn here. Satur. Oh, interesting. I was gonna say, I think really hoping for a secret here. Because not only does Eaglehorn Bow get a lot of value by building up charges from secrets, but Greenskin's in this deck as well. So a card that you normally want equipped to hold on to in a lot of cases.
Yeah, absolutely. Greenskin also has a good target with Gladiator's Longbow. The longbow already represents 10 damage. If you swing once for 5, then it starts to represent, more damage, getting 12 plus 5 out of it. So a lot of damage from weapons with the Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm a little undecided if this was maybe a greedy play or not, because that Arcane Shot swinging with the bow. It's a pretty clean clear of the Senjin. You could get an animal companion down behind it.
Yeah.
But now this is, yeah, very, very awkward. And I guess just looking at,
Belongs in a museum.
oh boy,
Yeah.
either Unleash or Arcane Shot to finish things off.
Just awkward. I think, again, what we were saying, that you don't want to leave this many druid minions up on the board. Now it's really tough to deal with them. Right? Are you going to Hunter's Mark Harrison?
Yeah, and I think you're forced to, because it does. It sets you up for that follow-up of Animal Companion and Deadly Shot. You have to expect something big here.
Satyr does have the option to punish Druid of the Claw with Deadly Shot here, which is good. But, you know, now, with both of those Deadly Shots and one Hunter's Mark down, that's a lot of resources that have been exhausted. And playing the Unleash the Hounds, we see the downside of it here is that Starving Buzzard comes into his hand, and that's kind of the draw engine of the deck. It's almost like a miracle deck where you play Buzzard and you play all those Hounds and then get an Animal Companion or a Stone Tusk or something. Okay, very, very, very lucky play here.
Yeah, probably the best that you can hope for in Satyr's position, but I mean, exactly what you're saying. Even if you go for the safe line there of Deadly Shot, Animal Companion, dealing something like 4 damage, whether it's that turn or the following turn, to a Druid that's currently sitting at 28 health. There is heal in the deck, there is taunts. This is another one of those decks that just really struggles to close out a game unless you're managing the board, unless you keep control of the board from start through the mid game, and Satyr hasn't been able to do that at all.
No. And, you know, very sad choice to have to play Greenskin here, especially because you know that Harrison is already gone. Keeper of the Grove, very awkward for this Hunter deck to deal with. You don't particularly want to freeze it. Explosive doesn't deal with it. Snipe is one of the only ways to really deal with it. You certainly don't want to Deadly Shot it.
No, yeah, it's one of those annoying minions that it disrupts your Deadly Shot. Boy. I mean,
and once
here,
again, yeah, the misdirection is what you want to play when they have 1 minion on the board, not when they have 2. If these guys bump into each other.
yeah, it's just not great.
Even if it gets, you know, misdirected to face. I do want to point out that Satyr is not using the Hunter emote for We All Miss Sometimes. Kind of a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, not even sure what he could draw here. I imagine this is just a concede. Yeah. Alright, Winterborn gonna tie it up at 1. So Satyr not able to get lucky enough on those matchups as I'm sure he was hoping, but it does take Druid out of the equation. It's just gonna improve his odds of getting more favorable matchups in these last few games here.
Absolutely. So he's hoping to see his Hunter into Rogue. Would be his ideal. Interesting Rogue here too. There's a Malagos Rogue. With no Sinister Strike.
Malagos with no Sinister Strike. A single sap. Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
If you've got a Golden Malagos, it's well worth playing.
Yeah, I can't fault anyone for putting a golden dragon in their deck, no matter how good or bad it may be.
I think, you know, Golden Dragons are so good that even if you had some kind of golden minion that could summon Golden Dragon Whelps, that would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, that'd be neat, but I mean, I would only enjoy it if it could summon multiple whelps, you know, Or if maybe you
Yeah.
could play it a few times.
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll invent such a card in Standard. Who knows? Make it a Death Knight.
Yeah, we could slip in a word through Winterborn. See if maybe some of his Blizzard contacts will listen.
Yeah, I like where you're going with this.
Okay, but it's gonna be Paladin versus this this Hunter. I don't think we've seen this matchup all that much throughout the tournaments anyway.
No, I would think, you know, the Hunter deck, it's definitely got a lot of the tools to deal with in here. It's got the explosive trap for the early minions. It's got Buzzard Unleash. So it does have some good tools, but if it doesn't draw those or doesn't get its Pyro Flare combo, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that Leper Gnome get thrown away. I mean, I know you really want that explosive trap or you want the Pyromancer, but with 2 trackings in the deck, I feel like having that turn 1 play to contest the board is a big deal. And where I think this Hunter is really going to struggle, in some of the control varieties, you'll see Sen'jins, where it's not heal, but it's going to preserve the Hunter just a bit longer to get off some of those combos, like Buzzard Unleash. And you don't see any of that here for Satur, so I think Winterborn probably has the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, I think, part of controlling the board in this matchup for Hunter does involve playing a turn 1 Leper Gnome. It's not going to trade favorably into Argent Squire, but it does give you control against some of the early drops of the Paladin, and you're really concerned with your life total here as the Hunter, because your plan is just to kind of hero power them down. Play the direct damage from the weapons, play direct damage from like Leper Gnomes, Leroy, and mostly just control the board while you hero power and do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's not great into that Argent Squire, which there's no guarantee of at the start of the game. But those bubbles, they have so much value as an aggro paladin. Being able to play Blessing of Might and send 4 or 5 damage at the opponent's face, Hunter really doesn't have a nice 1-2 punch to deal with anything that has Divine Shield on it.
No. And with no Juggler in the list, Unleash the Hounds loses a lot of its value there against those Divine Shields.
Now, this is the kind of play that I think Satur really needed to get back in things. Those bananas, they do work out for Winterborn in terms of the Divine Favor. But yeah, just being able to keep that huge minion from hitting Satur's face, keeping his life total at 30 going into turn 4, it's a really, really big deal here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Winterborn on the last turn should have played the Juggler and Argent Squire. It's the same thing we've been talking about this whole time. You really want to put 2 minions on the board, not 1, against this Hunter deck. It just doesn't have the tools to efficiently deal with 2 minions at once. If you play the Juggler and the Argent Squire, it's creating a sticky situation where they don't have any removal for an Argent Squire. So that's going to get a lot of damage through. It gets around Freezing Trap as well by leaving the Squire on the board. But he's going to opt to Divine Shield this up here.
I like that. I think Knife Juggler is just so valuable. Whether it's damage to their face or it's damage to some of their minions. And you can see the reaction that it's forcing from Satur. It's really not ideal. It's this whole turn, he still ends up taking damage. And here Winterborn is saying, okay, well I can play an Argent Squire. Had a chance to get another 1-drop there and potentially Divine Favor and push more aggression.
Yeah. Satur maybe should have played the banana last turn. Even though he's trading it off, just because Divine Favor is always a threat. And if you're trying to hero power every turn as the Hunter, it's tough to fit in a banana somewhere in there. And as a deck that doesn't play too many minions, the banana is something that you don't really care too much about.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I think Satur could have taken 1 more damage by swinging the weapon into the knife juggler and actually kept a 3-1 hound alive. So
Yeah.
yeah, I might have liked that a little bit more.
Buzzard with Leok.
Yeah,
Well, the Paladin's sitting at 30. You really don't want to swing face with a bow in that situation, but you got another bow in your hand, too.
well, that's the thing, and like I mentioned before, I think the consideration there was, do you hit that bubble or not? And I think most times you're going to want to do that. We might see something like Argent Squire, Divine Favor into an Abusive or a Blessing of Might, and then that bubble gets insane value for the Paladin player here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always the threat of putting a buff on a creature like that, right? So you're really concerned about giving a bubble to something that's about to hit something with 4 attack. Wow.
Well, interesting play here, but I don't hate it. You're at 30. You get to give these cool golden dragons to your opponent.
Yeah, whoa. Kind of weird to give your opponent minions, but
Yeah, I don't know. There must be some reason he's running this card.
strange. I can combo it with Knife Juggler if your opponent has a Knife Juggler.
That is true.
Oh, is Satyr just going to send it right back here?
Yeah, might see it the other way. I mean, with this explosive trap down, it's really not too bad of an idea.
I don't much like this. If you're going to put the explosive trap up, you're essentially conceding that your opponent is going to be, trading your board off with theirs. This doesn't really change that situation here.
Yeah, the part that I'm not so convinced on is the trading of his own whelps. I understand there's risk, and I mean, we see this Argent Protector to potentially go down on Leroy here, keeping it alive through an explosive trap. But Satyr is very far behind.
Yeah.
Taking a risk like that in that position actually seems fine. And if you're going with the Leroy line, you're saying that you're comfortable with some level of risk.
Exactly. Alright, Misha's a big pickup here.
It really is.
Not a good way to deal with that. Let's see if Satyr plays around Divine Favor here. He's going to use the hero power, trying to get that juice out of his last bow charge, hero power, arcane shot. That's 7 damage.
I mean, this just instantly swings things back in favor of Satyr, though.
Yeah. He only needs 2 damage to finish it off. If the Misha lives, that's the 2 damage he needs. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that really is it. Boy, that whole time I was looking at that thinking Winterborn's position was so favorable, and then just right at the end there, it's like from 30 to nothing. So yeah, actually quite surprised by that turn of events.
Okay, so it's like Satyr has the warrior left, is that right?
That is, yeah.
Alright,
I
so
can bring
warrior.
that up.
Gonna be warrior, I think, against rogue here.
Yeah, I guess let's see. It's rogue or paladin.
Yeah,
Both have to beat the warrior. Yeah, both have to beat the warrior to advance. Oh, shaman? Oh yeah, that's right. The rogue was banned.
I am the slayer of kings and gods.
That's right. Okay, so shaman versus warrior, and this is a matchup that is generally going to be in the Shaman's favor. But we do have a few differences in this list. Double Ancestral Spirit, something that you will sometimes see in, Crusher's variety of Shaman or other control shamans. You're trying to plop it down on an earth elemental, maybe a cairn, something like that. But these ancestral spirits, from what I can tell, they're going to work great with Wild Pyromancer as a proc, and then just go down on a couple reasonable mid-sized minions. A Harvest Golem, a Senjin, maybe a Fire Elemental. Kind of an interesting inclusion.
Yeah, I mean, when I see that card, I'm thinking you're not scared of silence too much, right? Because if you were, you wouldn't be playing something like that. And then what's interesting to me is that there's no death rattle creatures to couple it with. So something like Karen is an absolute nightmare. If you don't have a silence and a Karen is going to resummon himself, the game's pretty much over on the board. Yeah, an interesting inclusion here too of the Wild Pyro. I certainly got dumpstered by it the other day against Winterborn on the ladder. Wasn't expecting it, but I think normally the Shaman is going to be playing a lot of these totems, especially against Warrior in these value matchups. So having a Pyromancer or 2 Pyromancers might just be dead cards.
Yeah, it's something that I think I like on a ladder setting more than a tournament setting. You're really not sure what you're going to go up against on ladder. There's such a wide spread for the types of decks you're going to see. And so, sure, it's great at staving off a lot of that early aggression. But usually in a tournament format, you're kind of targeting aggro or control, sort of one or the other. And I think that's why most people playing mid-range Shaman don't even bother with Pyro, because they're just going to counter, Ramp, Druid, and Control Warrior, those sorts of things. And you can control it a little bit with your bans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in general, the strategy here for the Shaman is just to keep hero powering and keep some junk on the board. Doesn't have to be anything good. Put like 1 Argent Squire and 1 good minion. Because it gives opportunities for things exactly like this, is that your opponent's always afraid of the Flame Tongue coming down. And they don't really want to brawl off a board of totems, because that's just a bunch of things that didn't cost you cards as the Shaman.
Yeah, exactly. So, the Warrior's got a few tools to deal with it. There's a single brawl here. Baron Geddon, obviously very good at dealing with totems. Whirlwind can be okay, though it doesn't look like there's any spell damage in the deck. But what you'll see cut from this, that I think a lot of ladder control warriors will run, is Gorehowl. And this is one matchup where a card like Gorehowl, you can actually swing 7 times, get it down to a 0-1 weapon, and still have your health total relatively high. So without, a second brawl, a Gorehowl, I think this is going to be really difficult for Satur.
Yeah, absolutely. His deck just doesn't line up too well with this Shaman deck. Interesting. I'd like to see him commit the Harvest Golem to the board here, because then it creates another problem for the Warrior. There's a persistent presence after the brawl is over. Not only do you have to deal with whatever popped out of the brawl, you're also now going to have to deal with that 2-1 Harvest Golem. And just trickling these little minions in there on the board, always going to be scary for the Warrior. They don't want to get hit by Bloodlust. They don't want to get hit by trading up favorably with a Rockbiter or anything like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded the Harvest Golem on the previous turn. I don't think it's really going to end up hurting Winterborn in the long run. I just don't think in this position another minion's going to make that big of a difference. Because, this is the best kind of answer Satur can have. And if you plop down a Rockbiter on this engine and make the trade, how is Satur supposed to reestablish a board and deal with another wave of totems?
Exactly. This is Baron is the premium resource against Shaman here to be able to lock down the board and stop your opponent from really being able to get back on it, because they can never press their hero power as Shaman again. And that's most of what gives them power, is being able to press that totem all the time and wear down the warrior. So committing Baron this early, it's going to be a rough late game for Satur. Alright, I like committing the Lightning Bolt instead of the Rockbiter here.
Yeah, that's fair. The overload shouldn't hurt him. Rockbiter's good for potential burst later, and it is a game that should go to the late stages, so.
He's also got this Harvest Golem and this Argent on the board as well. If he needs to trade up, those are good minions for using Rockbiter. He's got a totem on there as well, so.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh, that seems like a pretty decent card.
You know, not too bad.
Yeah. You might be considering here, though, as the Shaman. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's going to Earthshock it. You might be considering what can come out that really damages me here. And Alex is one of those things. Braum is another one. So making the smart choice here to say, hey, I don't have too much burn in my hand. Maybe I should keep the Hex for something really big. That's a heads-up play that's going to pay off here.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And there's not that many other good Earthshock targets. There is no Sylvanas in this list. You're really okay with Acolyte of Pain getting more cards, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Well, there's still the possibility of, you know, a brawl at some point soon. Weaponing up and getting a Grom through, right? Shaman's at 15 health, and Shaman doesn't have a way to heal. Yeah. Tough to decide here whether to commit the Flame Tongue or not. Okay, he's gonna keep his Hex. I'm not so sure about trading the Golem off there. I think I would rather lose the... Well, the Taunt Totem is useful against Grom, I suppose.
Yeah, the
correct
thing
choice.
is, this does make the Brawl a lot better now that the top half of the Golem is popped. It looks like we're going to see Acolyte of Pain followed up with a Brawl. And
Could be just Whirlwind.
I suppose so as well, yeah.
Like a Acolyte Slam Whirlwind here.
Hey, speak to me.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. Good call.
It's a good use of resources here from Satur. You're pretty limited with what you can do. So yeah, really trying to make those cycling cards go the extra mile, not lose that card advantage against the Shaman. Harrison Jones just lurking in both players' hands.
I must ponder.
Yeah, unfortunately for Satur, no Doomhammer target.
Lightning.
No.
So that being said, it's always the risk of just insane overdraw, so maybe not actually that unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a particularly useful card to be playing in this matchup, the Doomhammer anyway, and I don't think that the Warrior really cares about taking much face damage from a Doomhammer. So you can see Satur is still at 28 HP. Got a lot of armor in the early game.
That belongs in a museum.
Okay, so yeah, that's exactly why we see Harrison plopped in here. Just a vanilla 5/4. It's about as much value as you'd expect to get out of it.
Yeah, we just saw a Lightning Storm with Thalnos last turn, so we feel pretty safe about having 4 HP minions on the board.
Now, I'm not so sure about this. Hitting Thalnos, knowing that Harrison is in the deck of your opponent, 12 is going to be the magic number, right?
Right.
That
We've got.
Grom, yeah, Taskmaster combo. So I think it's really important that you get to that position when you can.
Yeah.
I must
When you're holding 2 shield blocks like this, also, you know, the idea is that you should be able to cycle to Grom fairly quickly. He's gotten some cycling through already with Slam, with the Acolyte Whirlwind. And the plan is clear with the Brawl, too, right? Your opponent puts down any taunt or anything, you can Brawl it off. But yeah, getting them to 12 health and making your opponent always afraid that you're about to deal, you know, lethal damage. Maybe a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, and I can understand the fear of Lightning Storm. You already see the spell power totem down. Yeah, it's going to be that much more powerful with Thalanos. But like you said, a Brawl to just go ahead and wipe any board that goes that wide. But now being in this position, it could be very difficult to deal that last 3 points of damage if he draws Grom anytime soon.
Yeah. Black Knight coming in a little bit late. We'll see, though. The Defender of Argus might go on. No, Alright. He's going to use that Taskmaster to buff the Armor Smith here. It's a good value trade for the Warrior. I can understand this. But it's also the activator for Grom. You can't exactly activate him with a 13 damage Shield Slam.
Yeah, now just considering, do I really want to swing in here? This is one of the best targets for the Black Knight, unless Argus is going to give me something better.
Yeah.
Huh. But actually just pushing through there.
HP. We found that source of damage, but Grom is going to be tough to play. Forcing out a Hex here is nice. And you're very much in lethal range here as Winterborn, and I think you're afraid of things like Slam Execute if you play Ascension. And I think you're afraid of your board just getting run over if you play the Defender.
Yeah, though this Ancestral Spirit might come in clutch on the Senjin. It's possible, with the coin, maybe we see both a Hex along with the Senjin and Ancestral Spirit, but I can't really think of a better target unless you're going to be real greedy and hold out for something like Alakir on the high end. I think this might be the time that you play it.
Yeah, he's got to be wondering, what does Satur have in his hand right now? He just cycled a little bit, and you're just not 100% sure if that's a Grom or something. You're facing down lethal damage. You gotta make the prudent choice here. It's Mana Tide. Well, that's gonna allow Satur to put on some more pressure here if he wants to play Black Knight.
Well, this is a 50. Let's see. He gets to hit. Could be a 1 in 3 chance of winning.
Yeah, I think it's tough because you really do want it to do lethal. You don't want to have to poke through a bunch more taunts in order to get, a fiery Morax or something in. So we'll see if he swings face.
Yeah, a little bit tough here because you do want that Mana Tide dead as well.
Right.
But really, Reg is going to be great no matter what. I think that's fine. You're happy enough with that.
Yeah.
But it's just going to draw this game out for sure.
And Winterborn with a good keep on the Hex there, being worried about, that one last big creature coming down, using his resources in the right way. So I like that a lot. Keeps the Hex in hand. Ragnaros comes down, he gets the punish on it.
Wow, that spell power is a huge deal.
Yeah. Harrison was a little tough to deal with otherwise. Alright.
Well, let's see what happens here. This could be down to a taunt totem roll.
Yeah.
And it's
That's
just
not
not.
Yeah.
Wow. So Satur's just going to take it 3-1 with a generally unfavored matchup coming out ahead.
Okay.
So, can bring back the bracket here.
Looks like we've got a rematch of last time.
Yeah, Severe and Satur in the finals. First, though, we're going to be doing the third place match between Stay Down and Winterborn. Yeah, I mean, I don't think any real surprises, especially based on what we've seen from the play of this tournament. All four players played really, really solid, and especially Severe and Satur. I think two people who are very favored just coming into things.
Yeah, they're showing that tournament experience is probably helping a lot here. Making the practical choices. I think for Satur it's a very brave choice to bring that Cannon Rusher Hunter deck because it can really flop. It shows that he has a lot of faith in just being able to make sophisticated plays and understand his resources in a complicated deck. So both players coming here to feel like they can outplay their opponents, outbuild their opponents with decks, find creative ways to get their opponent's classes banned that will allow their 3 deck choices to get through well. So yeah, a lot of experience there from both of them. We'll be excited to see this rematch.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, considering Winterborn just finishing up his last set there, probably going to be a few moments before we get into the next game, so I'm going to step away. Quick break here if you need a little snack, bathroom break. Now's probably the time, and then we'll get back to our third place match.
Alrighty, we'll see you in a few.
Alright. Looks like the game just started up. I'll get the deck list going. Let's see, turn 2. Not missing too much here. So, fortunately, already got the Shaman up. Let's take a look at this Mage. Once again, we've seen it before. And then I'll try to find out the bans for you guys. So Stay Down and banned Winterborn's Paladin, actually. And Winterborn banning Stay Down's Rogue. Alright, so we see the secret here. It's a mirror entity, but Winterborn has to be cautious of this counter spell. Maybe thinking about Lightning Storm. But he does have the ability to test it with the coin. If it doesn't go off, he could plop down the Squire, then he knows it's Mirror Entity. Or yeah, doing it in this order. Though opting to still not Lightning Storm here. Now he does have the Pyro, which is great against boards like this.
Oh my, what did I walk into?
Yeah, Winterborn getting chunked down pretty quickly here.
Got a nice play here with the Pyro coin Lightning Storm.
Yeah, it has the ability to get a bit of damage from that Squire first if he so chooses, but looking like even, yeah, maybe just a Rock Biter Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I suppose that's possible. Maybe with the idea that you clean up, I don't know, Mirror Entity or something next turn with the Pyro. If you're looking at a mage with 3 cards in their hand, though, I think you're a little scared to leave minions up on the board. If those 3 cards are all burned, then you're safe as the Shaman. Gotta really protect that life total when you don't have healing.
Swiftly.
Yeah, well, he's gonna have to do something here to mitigate this board. Just by playing Lightning Storm first. See how the rolls go. Alright, just opting. Freeze his own face, but get a full clear on the board. I like this a lot, actually.
Yeah, I think this was a good choice. Pragmatic, keep the Pyro in hand, it's a good resource. You weren't really guaranteed of a clear with Pyro Coin Lightning Storm. Stay down, probably a little sad to be playing a Kirin Tor without a secret to go with it. Fortunate here for Winterborn having his own face frozen.
I must ponder.
Hovering over Alec here and Fire Elemental. Just, you can see Winterborn not only familiar with the drawing algorithm in the game, but he must have some kind of cheat codes trying to get extra mana to play those cards as well.
Yeah, you know, I've seen a lot of like druids and rogues using those same cheat codes to get lots of extra mana. Rolling the spell power here, getting chunked a little bit.
Yeah, so it is a counter spell. But again, probably considering, you know, what if this is a second Mirror Entity? Can't just plop down a Fire Elemental.
Yeah, I would be tempted to play the coin here. I know that the coin is a resource for the Fire Elemental, but or the Wild Pyro, but you really do want to play Fire Elemental this turn if you can.
Perplex.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable way to just go ahead and test here.
I think that we pretty much know at this point that Stay Down doesn't have many minions left, right? And this opting for a full clear here, probably smart also, just keeping that life total high.
Yeah, I still don't mind this, and pretty clutch healing totem as well, keeping both of those out of the range of the hero power for the mage.
Well, that's one way to try and win the race.
Yeah, very.
Shaman. They don't do damage quickly. Shamans don't do damage quickly, especially not lists like this. So I can definitely understand just saying, hey, look, if all you got is like Mana Tide or something in your hand, it's not really. Fire Elemental, I think, a really good choice here. I want to get that minion out of hand before Mirror Entity comes down. What the hell is that?
I don't know, I've never seen this card.
It just gonna trade with the fire elemental? Oh my gosh. That minion can go to the face when you play it?
That doesn't exactly seem fair.
That is something, yeah. It's only 6 damage, though. You start off with 30 HP in these games of Hearthstone, so 6 damage, usually not very relevant.
Yeah, I don't think it's such a big deal. Probably won't see much more of this, was it Limber Jackson?
Can't read that well.
Maybe next time.
Huh. I can understand wanting to get rid of those dragons there. They were not golden. The sheep is.
Yeah, pretty good rule of thumb. I don't think a lot of people know, but the golden cards actually just do more damage and have more health.
Mesmerize your opponents as well.
Okay, this is the memeiest of meme plays.
I'm not sure I quite understand that one. But lethal here with a nice ping on the leopard heads up play.
I mean, I guess just realistically looking at what's left from Stay Down's Mage, I mean, it is a third place match. I think we do see people sometimes having a bit more fun with these. I think sometimes the bans get a little silly as well, but it's not like there's any more chargers left in the deck. Arcane Missiles, I think, was a real consideration if you care that much. Getting the Feral Spirits down for that. But yeah, generally speaking, those taunts aren't really going to help you. So, you know, why not Ancestral a sheep? Because it's probably the last opportunity you'll ever get.
Yeah, and, you know, wanting to play Alakir with a Rockbiter next turn, it makes sense. I still don't think it was lethal. It was 11 points of damage, plus Alakir is going to be 12. Maybe it was. I suppose it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but in any case, we're going to be seeing Druid against Hunter here. Let's see. Snag the Druid list. See the Hunter, so Face Hunter versus a Ramp Druid. The hell of a lot of taunt.
Yeah, Druid is already very favored in this matchup. It's hard for the Hunter player. I think usually what the Hunter needs to do is get ahead on the board early, and so I would not be surprised at all if we see Coin Wrath here. No need to be greedy here as the Druid. You're always going to win the long game. Just try and remove those minions. Don't let them have a couple minions on the board. And eventually you just play big taunt after big taunt, you win.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the goal. And I mean, that early Innervate draw going to be really, really nice at setting up a big taunt, I would think. And as long as you can dodge that Hunter's Mark, of which there's only a single copy of.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised, actually, to see Stay Down not keep the Hunter's Mark. It's already a really tough matchup, and so Hunter's Mark seems like the kind of thing that, you know, it's one of your only outs. Now, Winterborn going with the greedy play here, going for the Coin Wild Growth. Against a deck with Hunter's Mark again, I don't know if I can condone this with a Druid of the Claw in hand. You really don't want that to get traded. And also, you know, kind of curious about Stay Down's choice to Hero Power on that turn. It's always appealing to want to spend your mana as efficiently as possible, but getting a second minion on the board is good. It's hard for a Druid to deal with that, those 2 minions on there. They don't want to swipe off 2 minions. They want to save swipe from Morgan.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that as far as the Hunter goes. This line with the Farseer, it's not exactly what I was expecting with the Innervate, but maybe that's what Winterborn had in mind when he went ahead and played that Wild Growth. And this is actually shaping up pretty nicely for him, so.
Yeah, cycling into the Keeper was a really big pickup there. Otherwise, you're left on turn 4, maybe just Hero Powering, which is never a very happy place to be. Yep, gotta send it face here. Keeper of the Grove, just one of the most difficult cards to deal with for Hunter.
Where shall I strike?
Yeah, pretty unsurprising to see the taunt wall come down. You know, Swipe does reasonably well in that situation, but
Yeah. Well, Swipe is definitely something, you know, to save for Animal Companion in these situations. You
absolutely.
can see it paying off here. Yeah, if it's Misha, Misha blocks your Keeper. And so yeah, just keeping the Swipe. Keep that resource up. Okay. Team 1 copy of Unleashed already. Not afraid to plop that Sunwalker down. Yeah, really difficult decision here for Stay Down. Okay, opting to keep the Arcane Shot to pop the bubble here.
Yeah, which I think makes sense, but in this position, it's a pretty desperate one. Yeah, not surprised to see that. Just goes ahead, concedes. Cut his losses and move on to the next, so.
Yeah,
Alright,
don't need to get emotionally invested in playing a game out that you just have 0% chance to win. Move on to the next game. Stay focused.
But ties it up at 1.
See what they bring next. While we're waiting for the game to get started, I'm gonna grab a sip of water. I'll be right back.
Good thing. Okay, so sticking with the Hunter. Get to see the Shaman again.
I am the slayer of kings and gods.
Now, I don't think you love this as the Shaman player, but the inclusions of Ancestral Spirit and Wild Pyromancer, I think, are going to be pretty helpful here. Hopefully, if Ancestral Spirit can be plopped down on Senjin, I think that's going to be the goal. Just a way to preserve that life total. Again, no healing in this Shaman list, so Hunter Hero Power gets tons of value. All these early chargers and damage dealers. It's a big, big issue, and you can't go too low, because there's always a threat of kill command, even if you're able to stabilize that taunt wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't let the boar deal more than 1 damage.
Put this apple on your head.
You know, Harvest Golem going to contest this board pretty well. It's hard to remove a Harvest Golem. And it can soak some shots from the Knife Juggler as well. Now, I might have kept Knife Juggler in hand, knowing that we have Unleash the Hounds. It just seems like a prudent choice to use that combo. You're playing against Shaman. Shaman definitely plays a lot of totems, things like that, if they miss a turn, but in this case, you're going to see even more Harvest Golems.
Yeah, and just a super solid minion at dealing with all these tiny little beasts and chargers that the Hunter's got.
Yeah, and coupled with this Defender of Argus here, it's gonna be really tough for Stay Down to deal with this. I could certainly understand opting for the Owl here. All right, he's gonna go for it's a really heavy hand actually for Face Hunter. All these 3-drops. Okay, and playing around Defender of Argus here. No big surprises there. kind of an awkward turn here. Alright, so we see one part of the taunt wall down. Oh my gosh. Sen'jin, Feral Spirit, Defender of Argus. Now you don't want to get carried away. Then you're going to let the Hunter player back in the game with Unleash the Hounds. But Stay Down has already shown that he's had one Unleash the Hounds. We've already seen a tracking as well, and we know what he got from tracking. So there's a possibility from Winterborn's perspective that a second Unleash the Hounds is just discarded from the deck too.
Yeah, that's true. But seeing that it's just 2 Arcane Golems here in the hand to Stay Down, they trade so poorly into, well, anything Winterborn is going to be playing down. So,
Yeah.
although it's pretty difficult, there's probably a lot of thought going into it from Winterborn. It sort of doesn't matter what line he ends up going with. It's going to end up very well for him.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we can see his hand. No, he's got a lot of taunts. The danger he's probably trying to identify here is how can I lose by overcommitting to the board, and how can I lose by not racing quickly enough? So he might be thinking of something like Fire Elemental here, where it's adding one really big minion to the board that if it's not answered can start winning the race. It's 3 damage this turn. Oh, he's going to take out the Squire.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that, but again, I don't think it really hurts him, so having to throw a charger into a taunt doesn't feel great. Does allow for a little bit more burst here.
Winterborn at 14, he's on a little bit of a clock, but with only 1 card in hand for Stay Down, I don't think he's as worried. Yeah, big Defender of Argus here.
Yeah, don't care where your knives go. Not going to be able to get through that wall.
No.
Alright. Well, gonna make that 2-1 now for Winterborn. Winning, again, what's generally a pretty unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, I question the choice not to keep Juggler Unleash for a turn 5 play. The match is going to go a little bit longer. It just seems sensible to have that be a punish. If the Shaman tries to race you, then you can really punish them. But barring that, if you use all your resources so early, you don't have threats in hand as the Hunter. You just have stuff that's running into taunts, and not very clean ways to deal with the board. So I might have kept my Juggler in hand there. Now, it's also worth noting that Winterborn's entire lineup is basically anti-aggro, which means that this Hunter is going to have a really hard time getting through. This is his best shot here against Rogue, generally favored matchup, although worth noting that Hunter's Mark not so good against Rogue, and not having misdirections in the deck. That means a big Edwin or a Leroy can just close out the game for Rogue, whereas that's just not an option with Misdirect.
Yeah, although a slight point for Stay Down. Malagos in this list, probably going to be very, very difficult to actually pull off. Getting into turn 9.
Yeah.
Probably not going to happen in this matchup. And like you said, not even Sinister Strike. So it would have to be Malagos in combination with something like Prep and Eviscerate very late in the game, or wait until the next turn with a Conceal to really get something off. And I just think we're very unlikely to get there.
Well, it's tough to figure out, though, how Winterborn is going to do a massive amount of face damage to Stay Down from hand. I don't think there are any minions that can do that in his deck, as far as I know. Something that could just be repeatedly played and sent to face.
Yeah, just scanning through the list, I don't see anything that matches that description, but it doesn't really ring a bell as a card that even exists in classic Hearthstone to do such things.
No. See a Reckless Rocketeer in the list. That's probably about as close as we could get. Interesting choice from Winterborn. Number 1, to burn the coin. And number 2, to heal up his face for 2 instead of 3. And like I said before, every little tiny point of damage matters so much in this matchup for the Hunter. That really maximizing the value of Earthen Ring is important. And now we're stuck on a turn here where Winterborn's is a little awkward. We don't want to play the Earthen Ring because now we don't have a target to Shadow Step. And one of the primary win conditions of this deck for Rogue is just to use Earthen Ring, Shadow Step, and just heal up all that damage. So curious choice not to hold at least one of those in hand. I kind of liked the Shiv to cycle there. As much as you hate to do it, you might even trigger the explosive trap there with your face. Re-dagger.
Right.
Alright, well, Fan gonna get a little bit of value here. Good.
Yeah, I think you're more than happy to...
I think you prep it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to play something else on the board that's going to create a threat. Rogue certainly can win a race here. Not sure what we're drawing into with Drake right now.
Yeah, opting to just not swing, be patient here. Which I do think is a bit of a tough decision.
Yeah, very difficult decision. On the one hand, of course, you don't want to give the Eagle Horn Bow another charge. And it makes it a dead draw if Stay Down draws another Eagle Horn Bow. But it's always tricky, keeping up these secrets like this, because it's just going to damage your board a lot more and open you up to Juggler Unleash.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Rogue's got some pretty chunky minions. Basically everything's going to survive that explosive trap. So in some sense, you can afford to just sit and wait and hopefully build up a bunch of damage. It also provides the ability to get that Shadow Step onto the Farseer if you need it. So I can definitely understand the thinking of waiting, but yeah, it's just the... Oh.
Alright,
Very tough
opting to
in
go
this position.
face. Yeah. It's a really difficult choice here, whether or not to race. I'm not totally convinced by this. Almost always there's a punish for keeping a Farseer up on the board. And if Winterborn manages to cycle into a Shadow Step here, it's going to create a really difficult, position for Stay Down, because that 3 burn damage he just put on his face is going to get healed back up. Could have killed a 3/3.
The thing I don't understand there, he's got the Unleash the Hounds for the Knife Juggler, I suppose, but, he could have done just as much damage with Unleash and Kill Command and held on to the Arcane Shot.
Yeah. And there's always going to be synergy there with Leroy and Unleash as well. Alright, so pretty much forced with this stealth board to play Juggler Unleash. And Stay Down's going to need some good juggles. This is, again, this is the Hunter's most favored matchup against Winterborn. If Winterborn manages to win with the Rogue, it's going to be really tough for Stay Down to get through anything with this Face Hunter.
Boy, yeah, just one off here. It's one good knife.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. Wow.
Alright. Well, he's back in the game.
Every single knife that you need.
Yeah.
6,
Well,
7, 9. You get the draw off a Shiv.
Yeah. Well, with 2 damage off, I think you're drawing into Eviscerate here, right? You just gotta.
Yeah, I think that's what you're hoping for.
It's gonna have to be Gadget Zan, Backstab, Prep, Eviscerate, I suppose. Can't Shadow Step the SI too well anymore, but
Yeah,
he's got to start drawing or he's gonna rope.
Blade Flurry, I suppose, could do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, he needs the prep anyway. Okay.
Cycling backstab is irrelevant. Okay, there's the Eviscerate.
You hit, you Shadow Step, get another draw. Yeah, just not gonna do it. Can't replay the SI or anything.
No. Tragic too, because Stay Down didn't have any sort of lethal damage in hand either. This one card was a dud that just summons dragons, which doesn't seem to advance his board state.
No, yeah, can't have done too much for him there.
Kind of a weak stat line too. Just a little bit too much attack, not quite enough HP.
Yeah, I always like those beefy minions, you know, they tend to do real well.
Yeah. I'd rather play Ancient of War in my deck.
Yeah, not really anything that counters those big minions, you know. There's nothing that's like cheap in the game that just evaporates them.
Nope. Nope, not a card. Alright, so looks like Winterborn is through with the Rogue. What's he got left?
Well, he's gonna have to win with the Rogue, right? Against...
That's right.
Remind myself what the ban was. So the ban was on Stay Down's Rogue. So Mage, Hunter, and Warlock. I don't think we've seen the Warlock.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Handlock, one Owl, one Shadow Bolt. That Shadow Bolt's gonna come in really handy in this matchup. Can be a little bit scary for the Warlock if they don't draw well early. Not hitting that 4-drop can be painful. Getting that 4-drop sapped can be really, really painful. Ancient Watcher gets a lot of value. Rogue doesn't really want to remove it. Getting those out early, stopping any early aggression, and then just tapping into safe stuff is nice. If the Rogue has a slow hand, the Warlock can do okay here, but if the Rogue has a fast hand, Warlock can suffer a little bit. Alright, we see Stay Down, he's got the Shadow Bolt in his opening hand. Might keep the Watcher here too, not sure. Only one Owl on the deck. Oh, he's not going to keep the Shadow Bolt. It's interesting.
Yeah,
I can understand the desire to get a 4-drop here, but 4-drops are susceptible to sap in this matchup. It's definitely more about creating awkward situations for the Rogue than letting the Rogue just play their own game.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel like both of those were reasonable keeps. Though this is one of the Miracle Rogues only running one copy of Sap, so maybe putting a little bit more importance on those 4-drops for Stay Down.
Could certainly see that. And I suppose that Soulfire is also removable, but I think the Shadow Bolt just lines up nicely here. You don't need an enormous Twilight Drake on the board, because more often than not, a Rogue doesn't want to burn like 6 points of damage on a Twilight Drake, any more than it wants to burn 10. I'd be half tempted to cycle the Shiv here. It doesn't really get much value in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the consideration is just between Thalnos and Shiv. Seems like Winterborn's more than happy to cycle, but... Oh, interesting. I think maybe just saving the Shiv for Gadgets and for that extra bit of draw.
I could certainly see that. Winterborn is already set up with pretty good tools for that, Gadgets and. We'll see if he plays Gadgets and on 5 with the Coin Conceal. There's always the threat of a Shadow Flame. That's potentially what Stay Down was looking for in this mulligan here by saying, Shadow Bolt, don't care that much about it, I'm going to remove the board with my minions, and then I need a Shadow Flame to kill this Gadgets and. Interesting. Wow, really wants to take care of this minion. That's a lot of resources invested, though. It's a Cold Blood down. That's a Deadly Poison, which was a good spell to be drawing with. Yeah, I think Stay Down pretty happy with this line here. Well, I don't think we're too worried as the rogue player here about any kind of Shadow Flame this turn. Might be scared of Thalnos Hellfire, but that's something that we're always going to run into, so I think this is the turn to play the Gadgets in. Best to play it now and start casting spells.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, the thing is, even if you were to get this wiped, you're still getting tons of draw here. Yeah, we see getting into the other Gadgets, and it's certainly not the end of the world. And I guess
Exactly.
with that, just saying, you know what, go ahead, try to remove this. I'll plop in another one next turn.
Yep, it's just getting the engine running is the important part. Once you have a good number of cards in hand as Rogue, you're always going to have resources to get to your next Gadgets in.
We hunger for vengeance.
Huh. So doesn't want to discard the Thalnos is what's interesting to me there, because you could play Soulfire and discard the Thalnos, then tap into something.
Yeah, not really sure.
Yeah.
Not really sure what he's hoping to draw into. I feel like losing that Argus is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because we see Winterborn prioritizing removing minions on the board a lot more than doing any face damage at all. And so, you know, as a result, it's not like Stay Down is going to be able to play either of those Moltens anytime soon. So he's got 2 dead cards in hand. The Argus is one of the things that's really going to help him kind of come back and stabilize in the later game.
I wonder.
I'm not really sure what the full thought process is here.
There's the there's the possibility to play SI here and just kind of be conservative on the board, wait and see what your opponent does, play reactionary. This I'm not super crazy about because Hellfire is a real threat with Thalnos left on the board.
Let's see, this puts you to, 12 cards still left in your deck, so you're certainly hoping to draw some more, and yeah, absolutely no cycle in hand. That being said,
I'm not a fan of tapping there. I think that Mortal Coil on the Thalnos is probably better. Oh, what an interesting choice here.
huh.
Well played.
Wow, not
okay.
even going to wait for it.
Yeah. Just leave it at that. Alright, giving it up. That's how the third place set is going to go ahead and end. Winterborn ahead of Stay Down, and that brings us to our final. Severe versus Satur. Just ignore that.
Congratulations to Winterborn for taking 3rd place there.
Yeah.
Tough lineup, really, to face. You know, just so much anti-aggro. The Face Hunter kind of got singled out as a deck that just got rolled over until it got a favorable matchup with Rogue. Yeah, tough stuff.
Okay, well, I'll get these, Oh, Severe. Any bans Druid, they ban Rogue. Okay. Alright, we'll have Severe on the bottom here, Satur on top.
Alright. So a repeat of our previous championship. That one went 3-2 in Satur's favor. Let's see if we can get a little bit of revenge here for Severe. And Severe's right to worry here. There's a warrior, an unbanned warrior, and he's got a freeze mage deck, an anti-aggro freeze mage deck, so that might be a really tough matchup here.
Yeah, what do you think the thinking is there? Because the safe play is to just go ahead and ban the warrior, make sure that that matchup just can't happen. But in this case here, yeah, just taking a bit of a risk, I guess, that they don't happen to line up.
I suppose. I mean, if you can see somebody's list and you know that they're running Mana Worm, that card's not going to usually get a huge amount of value. But I would expect on the ladder that if you're playing a Mana Worm in that deck, that someone's going to say, I don't want to keep Fiery War Axe in my starting hand. I just want to look really hard for Armor Smiths and Whirlwinds and stuff. But knowing your opponent's deck list, if you see the Mana Worm, it's going to be even easier for that warrior to take out that extra tech card.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, my thinking, if you're Satur here, is you probably just hold on to the warrior. I would almost put it into the hands of Severe, be like, go ahead, queue up. He's probably going to be too scared to run into that matchup.
Right.
And I could very much see that just being the final, the fifth game if it gets down to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. At the same time, you don't want to let the Freeze Mage sneak through and, you know, win a game against your other decks that aren't so favored against it. So I would be surprised if Severe leads with the Freeze Mage, and I would also be surprised if Satur leads with the Warrior. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the Warrior picked up as the second deck, maybe not the third deck.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Certainly be a gutsy call from Severe to just throw that mage out right away. But maybe that's the way to do it. Just
Sure.
yeah, be aggressive with it, and if you can snag that first win, certainly the series starts looking a lot more winnable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that may well be the gamble that he goes with when you're faced with something so unfavorable. You know, really, what do? Sometimes you just have to be brave and hope for the best. Top deck something that has like 6 damage in charge, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you could just get something like that.
Yeah, like a slightly more expensive Arcane Golem or something.
Yeah, some kind of like, it's almost like a fireball, but not quite.
Yeah, Fireball with downside just seems bad.
Yeah. Alright, so it looks like Severe maybe disconnected. I know he was having some internet troubles kind of recently. Oh yeah, posting in the Discord just a blue screen, so I think we're just dealing with some technical difficulties at the moment, but
Sure. Well, it's probably a good time to announce our next tournaments coming up. We've got a NA and EU tournaments happening probably in the first couple of weeks of December before the holiday season. Now, those will be a little bit more special. There's pride on the line for these ones right now. Pride on the line, and of course that coveted Discord role. But for the next tournaments, NA and EU will have a guaranteed minimum $150 prize fund. So maybe a little incentive if you're one of those players that's, you know, squared off against some of these other top players before, and you want to take a crack at it. With some money on the line, love to see some more people come out and join the tournament, flex their skills.
yeah, and it might be something. I know I've had some people pop into my stream and ask about that kind of thing. Funding a tournament or, you know, just throwing a few bucks kind of to the way of the prize pool. And it'd be great if it was something we could get going long term. But yeah, I think at least for this one time, go ahead, do it, see what the turnout is, see what people's response is to it, and yeah, kind of get our first paid champion of the whole thing. Maybe that builds some hype, and well, we'll see what that translates to going into 2023.
Yeah, there's certainly, you know, money on the line, but there's also, you know, more pride on the line as well. If there's a larger turnout and a lot more people to beat and a lot more rounds against tough opponents, you know, that really says something to be the champion of that tournament. And if you happen to be like a broke student and you haven't had the money to buy your family Christmas presents or something, this could be a good opportunity. There's no entry fee for the tournament. Could be a good opportunity to pick up some extra holiday cash.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. Okay, I think we've got it going.
All right, the grand finals. And we do see Severe bringing that warrior first.
All right, so Severe at the bottom. Grab Satur's Hunter here up top. Now let's see, no Harrison in this warrior, which is, you know, a somewhat common inclusion when it comes to ladder. And I think you see it a reasonable amount in these tournaments, but mostly for rogue. But weapon removal against his hunter deck would be huge, and not having it definitely going to be a setback.
Yeah, the ways that this hunter deals damage to its opponent is primarily through weapons and healing or hero power. There are a lot of tools to remove boards, or not really remove boards, almost just remove one minion at a time, but keep the board clear. And then we see stuff that gets huge value, like Greenskin with Eaglehorn, with lots of secrets, and Greenskin with Gladiator's Longbow. So yeah, and you can see too, Satur, knowing that there's no Harrison in the list, opting to get Greenskin, Eaglehorn, and Gladiator's Longbow here. Now, Freezing Trap might be a little bit premature. The danger here is that there are Cruel Taskmaster, exactly. Minions that can proc it that you don't really care about.
Yeah, I think this is coming down as like a, you know, I really want to ensure that I get an extra charge on my bow. If he were to play a minion, you know, here, I doubt we even see a swing.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting though too, because holding the Gladiator's Longbow, I think you usually assume that that's going to be your primary weapon that you want equipped. So equipping the Eaglehorn, if there's nothing to swing into, you may well end up with an Eaglehorn on turn 7 when you'd actually like to be playing the Gladiator's Longbow.
Yeah, I do think, now I don't have a ton of experience with this, but I talked with Crusher a bit on stream, because I think he's, I would say, mostly responsible for this kind of Gladiator's Longbow weapon trap hunter, even though it's been like tweaked and experimented with a bunch. But one of the things he said, like, it provides a lot more reach in these warrior and in druid matchups.
Right.
So I think that Gladiator's Longbow, I'm almost thinking of it as more of like a Pyroblast and Mage kind of thing. It's 10 damage late in the game. Sure, it would be nice to get extra charges on that instead of your Eaglehorn bow, but it's not necessarily the primary reason that it's there. So I think probably still very happy if you're Satur to just pump up that Eaglehorn bow.
Yeah, absolutely. The game can go really long here as well. And really nicely set up here as well, Satur with the snipe. It's probably going to go on the Taskmaster here. But battle cries trigger before secrets do, so if the Taskmaster comes in, yeah, gonna get his battle cry off first, uses an execute. Alright, and you see Severe here, he's really trying to preserve his life total by not swinging with that axe.
But I think, yeah, you're just happy as Satur. You say, okay, clear that out. I'm going to start swinging with Greenskin and this extra charge, plus another secret up and another one in hand.
Yeah, representing 10 damage with the longbow from hand as well, so got a little bit of reach. Okay.
But yeah, Severe doing what Warrior does best. Play reactionary, get efficient removal, and just keep your health total high.
These two Taskmasters are kind of annoying. One is soaked up a Snipe, which you'd rather hit an Azure Drake with. And now, you know, it's tough to tell. Do you really want to freeze a Cruel Taskmaster back into someone's hand? Yeah, and you see him opting to just save that freezing trap for later.
Yeah, certainly a lot more high value minions in the deck, such as this.
Absolutely.
But again, I think, yeah, that's why you see the explosive trap go down. This is for a charge on this bow, not so much for removing minions, because it does not do a good job.
Absolutely.
Against the warrior.
I am a little bit concerned with putting up explosive trap. It really can backfire against a warrior with armor smith, and you kind of see exactly why here. Is that now it gives Severe the option of putting a lot of minions on the board. They're not going to die to the explosive trap, but as soon as you get that many minions on board and you put the armor smith down, you're starting to gain a lot of HP from whirlwind and explosive trap.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, and I think that's why you see that sense of urgency out of Satur. Really wants to get rid of this engine, make sure the freezing trap is focused on that Sylvanas. Yeah, make sure there's not too many minions down for the explosive trap.
Yeah, and Acolyte getting some value here too. Okay, getting Slam off the top is nice. There are very few minions in this deck. One of the things that Crusher has stated is that some decks like Warrior, they'll just get bogged down with these shield slam, because there's nothing to kill with them anymore, right? And so using slam or using shield slam on this wild pyro is no big deal at all. So he's gotten a tremendous amount of value out of this Eagle Horn bow. But I do want to point out that, you know, like I was saying at the beginning of this game, you can oftentimes end up on turn 10 with this deck still having Eagle Horn bow equipped, right? And so that Gladiator's longbow does have great long-term value. But with 2 more charges on this Eagle Horn bow, how many more turns can this game really go, right?
Right.
Alright, drawing into Rag. I would expect tracking for Deadly Shot here, and then probably a kill command on the Geddon, because we're much more afraid of Ragnaros here as the Hunter than we are of Geddon. There's also the option to just flip the switch with Leroy, Unleash, kill command to face. I don't much like that line, though. It doesn't quite give us enough damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're on a clock here as the Hunter player.
Yeah.
You know that there's that Reg potential, there's Grom potential.
Okay, Misdirection's a big pickup here.
That really is.
A very frustrating card to deal with for Rogue and for Warrior, especially in situations like this. You got a 7-5 on the board, you don't particularly want to run it in, and that's why we see Rag here. But again, the problem with this Hunter deck, 2 minions on board, right? Needs a Deadly Shot off the top to actually deal with this Ragnaros.
Yeah, and you know, it's really interesting because Baron Geddon sort of working against both players here. You know, that 2 damage against Severe.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see what he kill commands here. Maybe he runs Leroy into Rag. Maybe he runs it all into face.
You think he would run it all into face?
I suppose
Maybe,
that's the play here.
Yeah, wants to.
Oh. Yeah. And so all of that was enabled by the card there that summoned the dragons?
Yeah, strange. But dragons for your opponent is the key thing. Interesting.
Well, next turn, Severe's going to have an excellent turn with those 2 1/1 whelps.
Yeah, oh, wait, I must have got disconnected from the game.
Oh yeah, he just played Armor Smith and Whirlwind at that board.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that Hunter deck does have the value to fight against Warrior, and for a deck that plays mostly one threat and armors up every single turn, it's a good bring to this tournament. I've seen that deck flop a lot of times. Sometimes you just draw the wrong resources. It's got so many various resources that occasionally you just don't get the right ones. You end up with your explosive traps against Warrior and stuff. But Satur's showing a really high level of precision with that deck, as only befits a Hunter player.
Yeah, I think everybody, I always hear them saying Hunter the most skillful class of them all, regardless of archetype.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, I do. I think that was actually really, really well played, and in a matchup that, well, probably hasn't been that well explored. You don't often see this kind of trap Hunter on ladder, I think, except at very high levels of play. And just at that level, not a lot of Warriors on ladder because they don't tend to do well against what's very popular in the meta there. So, really impressive to see that in a tournament format like this.
And just a good meta choice to bring as well, right? Is that it struggles against aggro pretty bad. You have to draw some pretty precise tools. But against control, you have this time to build up your hand as the Hunter and just keep hero powering. And then anytime your opponent puts something down, you have the right reaction to it. Whereas you're starting to make a lot of sacrifices with that deck against aggro.
The light protects me.
All right, Argent Squire, start things off. That's a pretty good card. Let's see, Coin Wild Growth. So you're expecting to contest the board pretty well with this Farseer, hoping it doesn't run into maybe a Lightning Bolt or a Rock Biter. Wouldn't be surprised here to just see a totem. The spell damage from Thalnos can be quite useful in Shaman.
There is little time.
More totems you build up on the board, the greater the threat of playing something like Flame Tongue is. Alright. So are we going to see... the Harvest Column makes a lot of sense, but we could see Saturp also play it conservatively and try and just Earthshock that 3/3 off the board.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you're concerned with silencing. There are Ancients of War, where that can end up actually mattering, taking away, the last 5 points of health potentially. But you're a class that's running Hex, and that's kind of, I think, what you're expecting to use your Hexes on. So I wouldn't have minded something like that in Earthshock just to chunk away kind of these mid-sized minions.
Yeah, but I think Satur made some really good decisions there too. He sees a Coin Wild Growth on turn 1, so he's not expecting his opponent to play Keeper on the next turn. He's expecting a 3-drop. And that makes it so that Thalnos is okay to play on that turn. It's not going to get silenced. But going into turn 4, he says, if my opponent has a Keeper, I'm not going to cycle off my Thalnos, and I can't afford to lose card advantage in this matchup. So runs it into the Earthen Ring, makes sure that it gets the Death Rattle off, and it pays off for him. So good heads-up thinking there from him. Tough turn here.
Pay attention, class.
Okay. Opting to keep the Earthshock in hand. I suppose the problem is if you don't play the Teacher this turn, there's really not a good turn to play it. But this is gonna be a pretty big board coming out with potentially Earthshock and Feral Spirit, maybe even just Totem. We'll see. I think it's really hard to pull the trigger on hexing a Drake in this position, so I'd much more expect to see something else, even though you know, the Drake has spell power, but that doesn't clear the wolves effectively. So, yeah, good to play the Feral Spirit. I like that. Don't hex it.
Yeah, I do. I think this is a smart move, and you know, now having that Violet Teacher sitting behind a taunt wall as well, just the potential to be really annoying, spawning more tokens each turn.
Yeah, the Shaman is excellent at outvaluing their opponent if they're given, you know, just a little bit of board space, and we can really see it here with Satur's Violet Teacher on the board. Earthshock gains some value. Might play Defender of Argus here. It doesn't line up particularly well with the board, because one of the Defender of Argus is going to hit the 2/3, which is going to die to the Drake, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, I like this play anyway. Trade into the Drake effectively.
My shield for Argus.
Oh. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it is quite interesting.
I think that if you kill one of the Drakes, you're not too afraid of swipe anymore. Again, 3 health minions, tough to deal with.
It's just a really great follow-up, like not even having to use that Hex to remove this.
Yeah.
Now a super strong board.
Yeah, 5 damage Earthshock, 6 damage Earthshock there. And now the Hex is lined up, ready to go. Fire Elemental, a very difficult creature to deal with. Oh, well, that's just the worst thing that you could have happen.
Yeah, I think you're just absolutely forced to take the risk with Rag. Hope it snipes that Fire Elemental.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate not getting a lucky roll of the dice.
Yeah, Fire Elemental very strong against Druid. It can flop if it doesn't hit a good battle cry, but if it does hit a good battle cry, that 6/5 body is so tough to remove. And especially because we know that Severe's already played his Azure Drakes out, so no more spell damage swipes. Having to face tank this is never a happy option. That's game. Alright, well played by Satur. Very favorable matchup. You can see why here. Is that there's just not a good way to deal with this little shaman board, and you start plopping down big threats, and they just get, you know, efficiently removed. An Ancient of War is a 7 mana minion, right? And Earthshock is a 1 mana spell that did 6 damage to it. All right, good play by Satur. He's seems like he's really focused. He's making good practical choices, and sometimes instead of playing the enticing choice, he's playing the choice that's most difficult for his opponent to deal with. And every time we're seeing these, we're seeing these matchups, he's really able to extract the proper value from his decks, and he knows exactly what he's supposed to do with them. He knows where to find that little value, and he knows strategically the pacing of the game as well. Seeing that Hunter matchup against the Warrior, just, you know, he understands how he wins in the late game. And similarly, Shaman against Druid there.
Yeah, I think really well put, and just want to add, very impressive to see that you're casting while piloting an airplane. It's not at all easy to do. Alright, so now we see this warrior, and this starts getting into something I'd alluded to earlier, which is that freeze mage matchup, right? So yes, you know, you've got to win with every single deck here. It's very difficult. Therefore, when you're ahead 2-0, it's not as favorable for you as you might think. A lot of unfavorable matchups probably coming your way, just statistically. But it's this warrior deck that Severe's going to have to get through repeatedly, and that means at some point getting through with that mage. So maybe why he sent that message there, just kind of knowing that long term that's something he's going to have to do if he's going to take this tournament. But at least for now, here, Druid against Control Warrior, he's in a favorable spot, and I think starting off pretty good for him.
Yeah, I would say that Innervated Yeti is a pretty good place to start here. And we don't see a slam in Satur's hand, which means that, well, he might be face tanking 2 hits from this Yeti, that's 12 damage. Not really the way you want to start a match off with the Warrior. And even worse, if you hit that Yeti and the Earthen Ring comes down next turn, Warrior's in a heap of trouble. Alright, opting not to swing with this. I think that's a smart choice, knowing that it's turn 3. And now he's got Shield Block, Shield Slam. This is good. See, a very common mistake with Warrior players on turn 3, cycling with Shield Block, and then having that armor get blinked off. You can see just how powerful this combination is here. Cycling a card, gaining 5 health, and then spending only 1 mana to remove a 4/5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just like you said, a lot of people think it's a very mana-efficient play, therefore you should do it. 5 armor is good, a card is good, but yeah, this does. It just lines up so much better. And
Yeah.
in this matchup, you almost always have to take advantage of that armor the second that you build it up. Because Druid's just got a lot of big bodies that will chip away at it if you let them.
Right, exactly. Okay, we're going to see the charge. Oh, going face here, actually. I was expecting him to take down the Armor Smith. It's a very dangerous card to leave up on the board. Armor Smith, Acolyte, Whirlwind, into Execute, gains you armor, cycles a card, kills a big minion. Always really dangerous to leave up an Armor Smith.
Yeah, Armor Smith can do a lot here. Potentially set up an Execute. Getting hit with Taskmaster. Turning it into a 3/3. There's a lot that I think you're happy about if you're able to just keep it on board.
Yeah.
But this still isn't the greatest position to be in. If you can trade off to take out that 4/2, I'm not so sure that you're really happy with that either.
No, as much as you don't want to take much face damage here, might actually be best to hit the Druid. Okay, so he's going to go with Shield Slam number 2 here.
Yeah, I don't mind this. Just make sure that the board's as clear as you can make it.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, no,
Really?
no minion to play unless, I guess, Severe's thinking, maybe you can draw off of that Wrath. There's a reasonable chance he gets something playable. It would really, really help this turn.
Yeah, I think you want to cycle the Wrath first. Here, if you...
Let's see.
Interesting choice to swipe, and yeah, maybe he's afraid of the Acolyte, just wants to have a clean way to remove Acolyte. Wrath doesn't come in super handy against Warrior usually. The only creatures it really lines up with are Acolyte and Cruel Taskmaster.
Back to work.
And I gotta say, I kind of like Satur's position here. Turn 7's a big one for Druid, and he just put an Acolyte on the board, forcing Severe to make a difficult choice. Do you want to play the Ancient on curve, or do you want to deal with the Acolyte? Yeah, nice plays here. Kind of opt for the Execute. He's got 2 in hand. That makes sense.
Yeah, and this really negates a lot of the power of Rag when there's just a bunch of small minions across the board, none of which you're really happy to hit. And then Warrior, of course, with that great single target removal, you're never really feeling confident throwing down a big body like that either.
No. It's a tricky position here for Satur. He's got all the tools he needs to just win the game, right? He can play Alex on his opponent's face. He's got Grom, Cruel Task. He's only 3 damage off. But he's going to opt to use Grom as removal here. And Druid, their only removal really is direct damage, right? So, unfortunate that the Drake is gone here, because the Drake swipe would be ideal. But instead we're going to have to swipe and keeper this. And that's not a super happy decision to be hitting the Acolyte with the swipe.
No, absolutely. Yeah, maybe thinking about silence here.
Safeguard the
Yeah, it's crazy. He's gonna face tank it. Well,
Yeah, and I mean, that's okay considering there's kind of two big forms of burst, Grom and Alex, and this sort of mitigates the threat from Alex in a way.
yeah, it really does. That's a good point. You're fairly sure here as the Druid player that you're going to get Alex next turn anyway. So why not face tank the 10?
Take heart, young one. The Earth Mother is near.
Alright, Karen is not an easy card for Druid to deal with here, especially having burned that Keeper. It's not going to be a good way to silence that. We'll see if he's gonna draw here.
My eyes are open.
It's still an execute left here. We're not worried about Ancient of War. We're not worried about Druid of the Claw because of the Black Knight. So the execute could conceivably be used on the 5/5 here. Instead, he's just going to go right for it.
Yeah, and I mean, these big bodies are just so annoying to deal with as the Druid player. You don't have those tools like Execute and Shield Slam like the Warriors got.
Yeah.
You might just need to take a chance with this Reg.
Yeah, it's scary because it's just a 1 in 3. You know, if it misses, it's not a good situation. But in a situation like this, if you have no other way to deal with it, that's what you got to do.
Wow. Okay.
Nails it.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Okay, the slam draw is very big though. Gonna enable a few different ways of taking out this Reg.
Okay. Yeah, I like this. And
Yeah.
you know that Severe here is thinking to himself that the Black Knight exists. That's really not the way he wants to lose this game, is playing an Ancient of War on this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's just a question, what does he want to charge into this?
I think it's going to be the Druid of the Claw.
Really, I would feel like the Force of Nature's preferable, and you hope to establish the Druid of the Claw on a later turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to opt for that Force of Nature. I could understand it because you don't have a Savage Roar in hand. 2 Force of Natures can be a little bit awkward. And you can always use the Druid of the Claws, just a clean charge into the opponent. Alright, kind of an annoying minion. Probably one of the few times you really want to see a late game Yeti here. Okay, and Brawl is a good pickup. Now Satyr can stall for a little bit. He knows both Ancients of Lore are gone. He's seen the Farseers, so Severe's not getting any healthier except with hero powers. Satyr, on the other hand, can keep armoring up maybe for another turn, and then play this Brawl. Okay, he's gonna go for the Black Knight. Big tempo play.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's the other thing is Severe is down at 6 cards in hand, about to draw right here. Satur's still at 8. I wonder if fatigue is already becoming a consideration here.
It's certainly possible.
Wow.
Well, you've seen the Black Knight, so Ancient of War seems like it's strong. We've seen both executes. Haven't seen the Brawl yet. As Severe here, I'm probably trying to read Satyr's hand and figure out what does he have.
Now how about...
There aren't many good minions left in Satyr's deck either. That's worth considering. The Karen is gone, the Black Knight is gone, the Grom is gone, the Alex is gone. Right, so finding ways to deal damage here is Satyr, get the board back, and put something on it that can actually deal 10 points of damage to Sphere is going to be hard.
Yeah, that is a good point. And, you know, now with those Taskmasters gone as well, that BGH can actually be very useful outside of Ragnaros in this matchup because you can push things into range for it. But who needs to do that when you just
win
win
a
the
brawl.
Yeah.
Right. BGH coming so late that really at this point, yeah, it's
I've got the beast
exactly
in
how
my
you want to
sight.
play it. But Satura out of cards here, it's always the difficulty is that very hard to cleanly remove all of these Druid threats without falling behind in cards. Druid has better card draw with the Ancients to make, you know, a nice board.
Okay, so we see the Force of Nature Savage Roar come down.
I think that's a good choice. Okay, Harrison, not a complete dud. It is a creature. It is 5
belongs
attack.
in a museum.
We taunt with Druid of the Claw.
Where shall I strike?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it, okay.
Alright, and another taunt.
Well, probably the best Whirlwind value you're gonna get.
Yep. Okay. He's gonna take out the Drake with the weapon. Decides not to go face. Now face would be a possibility here though, with both players getting close to fatigue in this long game. That can deal a lot. Alright, and I think Satur is officially out of answers for this Ancient. Sunwalker off the top, that'll delay things for a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, we're getting right to fatigue here.
Yeah.
This is sufficiently annoying.
You really don't want to Savage Roar that thing down with your face.
No, I don't think you can afford to. Well,
Alright. It's just going for it. Well, realistically speaking, the game isn't going to last long enough for Fatigue to kill him. He needs to take 3 turns of Fatigue without Hero Power and to die.
yeah.
4 with Hero Power, so
Yeah, I guess so.
just play and
Alright,
roll.
that'll be it.
Okay. Tough matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought going into this, you know, Druid, is certainly favored here. I would have given a much bigger edge than, well, how close this ended up being. So, an unsurprising result, but really, really down to the wire.
Yeah. Taking a bad matchup and making a real game out of it there for Satur. But all credit to Severe for navigating that correctly and managing to win with the very last card in this deck.
Okay, so we know the mage exists. What is the other list here? Oh, it's the warrior. The warrior mirror. Everyone's favorite. Alright, so now is the time. You can go to the bathroom, get a snack.
Yeah.
Call your parents, tell them you love them. Maybe you do some Christmas shopping.
Finish your PhD thesis, something like that.
And you can come back just in time for the end of the game here. Wow, Hearthstone, even disconnecting.
Okay. Alright, well, we got Severe back. So this matchup really is about armoring up every single turn. And it oftentimes will go to Fatigue because both players have as much removal as their opponent has, you know, creatures. So it'll go to Fatigue, which means that we're always a little scared of cards like Azure Drake, cards like Shield Block. It might seem good to play Shield Block to cycle through the deck. There's also another way to play this, though, and that's just to cycle hard and try and kill your opponent before Fatigue happens. So we'll see if either of these players, what strategies these players decide to adopt.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look through the two lists. You know, see who's going to be a little bit more favored in this matchup. There's certainly a lot to like about what Satura's got going on. You know, the Alex, I think, is really going to help. It's good getting out that early Senjin because Satur's sitting on the Black Knight as well for some potential swing value. Sunwalker, really annoying to deal with in the mirror. There's no cairn for Severe. So with those Korkrons, yeah, the Senjins, Azure Drakes, I think basically what you described is what Severe wants to do. Get out some of those mid-game minions, chip away at that armor, devalue Shield Slam, and yeah, don't be scared to draw. Whereas Satur just needs to stabilize till he gets some of those late game tools, and I think it's an easy win from that point if his health total is high enough.
Yeah, I agree. He's got Harrison in the deck as well, just in case he needs to kill a weapon. Nobody bringing the Gore Howl to the fight here. So a little bit less value for Harrison. You don't really want to be drawing cards, but you do want to be removing your opponent's minions if they're counting on that as an execute activator or something. There is a Sylvanas, though, here in Severe stack. So Sylvanas plus Brawl can be strong. If you get behind on the board, Sylvanas is a good equalizer. It makes your opponent terrified to do anything. They usually don't want to give you a minion up front with it, and they also don't want to run into the threat of Brawl.
Okay, well, yeah, nothing really clean here for Satur. That slam enables some cycle. This is actually a reasonable execute target, just because there's not too many in Severe's entire deck. I don't think you love it, and you certainly don't have to commit to it this early. But I wouldn't be shocked to see it, just so we can preserve a bit of that armor.
Yeah, I think the other option here that he's thinking of is just play Baron Geddon next turn and try and, finish off this Senjin. I'm not crazy about Execute here. It's a very high value card that he's going to need later on, but here he's going for it. You and Satur must know something I don't. Another thing that's worth noting here too is that this 2/2 is going to be able to chip off a lot of armor. So just completely negating the hero power of your opponent is kind of nice in this matchup. You just start gaining more and more and more and more armor.
Yeah, I think on that previous turn, Satur's concern was exactly what I would expect him to do here. I think he takes the safe BGH. You don't go ahead and reg. But I think he was worried about the swing in Severe's favor. If he was going to go ahead and blast the Baron Geddon that he popped down, then suddenly it starts playing into that snowball-y, tempo-y game that Severe wants to play. So I think just getting that early execute keeps that from happening. And then, now as we get later, still got another execute. Yes, this is going to get BGH, but now on 10 mana, he's got a much better chance to respond.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And both players holding the BGH, the highest value target is certainly Ragnaros for this. Ragnaros, maybe Alex. So yeah, we see both players having to use kind of subpar targets for that, which is okay. I like the Sunwalker here. I think until we see Sylvanas, we're going to be kind of scared to put that Rag down. Last thing you want is have Rag get stolen. And notably here too, Severe, if he keeps his armor up, is going to be able to just place Sylvanas Shield Slam and steal whatever he wants. In fact, it's even a possibility this turn to steal the Sunwalker. We'll see if he opts for it.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good point. It's a mistake I often make, probably because I'm a bad player. But it's one of the few things in this Warrior Mirror that could just swing things so hard in your favor because there's so many high-value minions. You're often playing this game of who can get the most value from their removal. But yeah, getting punished for doing it here, and honestly, I'm not sure, even without the Black Knight, that it was worth stealing a Sunwalker. It's just not, it's not that high value of a card when you're looking through Satur's deck, so.
Right, exactly. you're always trying to think of big targets like Ragnaros first. What is my answer to it, or how am I going to steal it? And yeah, in this case, playing the Sylvanas early, yeah, we get a Sunwalker and a little tempo on the board, but you know, Satur's still at 4 armor. He's not hurting that bad. It wasn't a tempo play that, you know, dramatically swings it in his favor or anything. And against the Black Knight too, just giving your opponent the value there. They essentially got a free Sylvanas out of it. And yes, if you're running out of good, useful options here. Satur's still sitting on 2 Acolytes. Again, it's a match that can really go to fatigue, but if you get a tempo lead, or a card lead and card advantage, it can be okay to play these Acolytes out. Maybe not both of them, but maybe one.
Yeah, I mean, we see 10 cards in the deck of each player. I know a lot of people are very, very scared to draw in this matchup. I don't think you need to be nearly as scared as a lot of people tend to be. It just feels really bad to lose off of fatigue if you've caused yourself to draw more than you wanted. But yeah, in most games, I think 1, sometimes even 2 draws off those Acolytes really isn't going to do you in.
Yeah, and depending on what the board state is, you can always just look at how many cards your opponent has drawn and say, okay, they've drawn, you know, 2 more cards than I have. I can afford to draw 1 or 2 cards here and stay even with them. You don't want to get behind them. You don't want to be cycling way more than they are. But you can kind of keep pace with them. Look at the size of the decks and try and keep pace.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this, I think, I mean, obviously not a lot of time going into these turns, but Satur has to just be thrilled with every turn that goes by where they just hero power. Because as I talked about at the start of this, Satur has the higher value late game cards. So not seeing like Grom getting put down to strip armor, or a Korkron trying to be aggressive maybe with that weapon, Satur is going to win this 10 times out of 10.
Yeah. Now he's got to be careful. I think he has 10 in hand here.
That must be what it is. Yeah, he's got to play something out.
Yeah. You can see him really prioritizing that hero power. I'm a little bit surprised not to see Alex here. I don't know if he's trying to play such a long game that he hasn't seen execute yet and he's afraid of it. But most of your threats here from Satur's side of the board are going to be executed, right? Rag's going to get executed. Alex is going to get executed or shield slammed. There's really no way around it. May as well get the burn in now, I figure.
Yeah,
Especially with 10 cards in hand.
I think the consideration with Alex, if you're worried about shield slam, I mean, obviously we see these executes, and I haven't done the best job of keeping track, but if he's worried about shield slams, just hitting the hero power every turn and hoping to get that Alex down after fatigue starts ticking in, I think that's what he's hoping for, because now you're just removing the possibility of even having your 8/8 removed, or making it more difficult, you know, forcing the shield slams out earlier on maybe something a bit smaller. Now, I don't think he needs to do that by any means. I think he's so far ahead in this matchup that, yeah, maybe that's just a bit too greedy or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a very hard, you know, position to evaluate what you play here. Holding the 2 Acolytes is never a happy thing. You're always looking for a brawl to get rid of those, so that you don't have them in your hand, so you don't encounter this exact problem he's got right now, which is you got 10 cards in hand. None of them sufficiently answers the board, and there we go.
And I think this is fine. You're certainly hoping it hits the Korkron.
Absolutely.
Still not the worst thing, since you're stripping armor, not health that Alex is presumably going to take off later.
Yeah, and we might... Yeah, I was going to say the Whirlwind seems strong here. I think we want to go for the Execute. Got 2 Executes in hand. Don't really want to cycle with the Slam. We'd rather the Slam just finish something off.
Yeah, with how long this has been drawn out, definitely want to avoid that little bit of extra draw.
Alright, and Karen really hard for warriors to deal with, of course, so good proactive top deck to get. Here's Rag. Alright, so neither one of the players having a particularly good situation in which to play Rag. Alright, go and face again.
Yeah, Reg really doesn't like armor.
Yeah.
Satur not having to burn that shield block. It's really, really good for him.
Yeah, I think he wanted to run Karen in there. Yeah, definitely don't want to use shield block. Okay, he's just going to leave that armor smith up. Interesting choice.
For the war chief!
Oh my. What is the idea here? Hit that with slam afterward? And then
I guess so.
try and win a brawl? I think he, well, he doesn't have enough cards to fill his hand anymore, but normally I think you would want to find an opportunity to play Acolyte and Brawl at the same time, because you'd like to get rid of yours in hand, but it's not really a consideration here. Gonna use the Shield Slam.
Hey, this is interesting, though. If he's gonna... Yeah, he's gonna hit and slam. I definitely understand the thinking here, but it's really worth noting. I'm not sure what this final card is, but he might not have an activator for Grom now.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the same thing. Okay, Senjin, a real good pickup here. Yeah, as long as Satur just holds on to those Taskmaster, at least one of the Taskmasters for this execute, he should just be able to win it. And Grom without an activator, it's not going to be vulnerable to your opponent executing it, but it's also not going to deal good damage. It does 4 damage. So Satur here, I like that he's taken his time. It's the end of the tournament, right? About to become champion. So think it through, you got good card advantage, you know exactly what your opponent's got left in the deck.
Yeah, I think this is just fine. Very safe play. No need to take risks.
Oh, okay.
Boy, that's not going to do you any good.
No, so I think here in Severe's position, you think, okay, how do I brawl most effectively? Is there any way to win the game off this brawl?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's probably just playing it now, right? I think you need it to be... Even this is okay. I think you need to be incredibly lucky here. Yeah.
Alright.
It was not. Severe knows he's got no more reach. No activator for the Grom.
Yeah.
That's gonna be it. Satur. I mean, with that Freeze Mage in line, I think things were looking pretty good. Anyway, even if he was to somehow lose this, but let's see if we can't get a winner's interview. Alright. Now, as a boomer, I always forget how to do this. But let's see. Let's slowly bring this back. Okay, here's my ugly face. No. I got it. Assuming Satur is actually good with it. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, he showed good solid play throughout the tournament. Really making good critical decisions, I think. I don't know if you'd call it defensive play, but anticipating the cards that are in your opponent's hand, kind of building that narrative up of why is my opponent playing these cards? And kind of sensing that weakness. If your opponent is maybe holding some resources or they play something bad, knowing when to jump and kind of pounce. I think he did a really good job of that. But yeah, let's get him in the call.
Alright, invited in. Ring, 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 ring.
Phone. I'm sure there's a lot of adrenaline pumping through Satur's veins now. Certainly being in the tense warrior versus warrior game at the end there. It's always a little tough.
Yeah, crashing a beer shotgunning it back, slamming it against his forehead, screaming as he smashes against his desk. Yeah.
I will crush you.
Oh,
Hey,
here we
Going
go.
on,
Satura.
guys?
Hey.
hey, congratulations,
Yeah,
Citra.
Thank
exactly.
you, thank you.
The
Yeah.
two-time champion.
Yeah, I just got one more region to conquer. My home region.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when did you move to Europe? This is
Yeah, I know, it seems kind of like Severe and I are in opposite spots. A little weird, huh?
yeah, that's true, because he always does participate in the NA ones. And yeah, interesting. Well, building a bit of a rivalry now. Yeah, winning back-to-back tournaments. I think Severe's up to 3 tournament wins. You're up to 2. Quickly on his coattails. Yeah, I guess want to just run us through kind of once again the thought process of the decks and bans and things like that going through the tournament.
Yeah, sure. Let me pull up my lineup here quick. I mean, I just wanted to target Rogue this time.
I think, yeah, that's interesting. It seems like a lot of druids in this tournament. There were choices to either play against Rogue or play against Druid. So you chose Rogue. Why is that?
I just wanted to try something else. I targeted Druid before, so I'd do Rogue this time. No real rhyme or reason other than that. They're both top tier decks, so thought I'd do Rogue this time.
Okay. Well, yeah, able to do it from a couple different angles there. Now, I was a little curious about the bans in the finals here. We were talking a lot about the bans in the lineup selection, knowing that Severe is running this freeze mage. You had a warrior. It's like, do you should he ban your warrior? When did you want to queue up? Did you want to, try to hold off on warrior for targeting that mage, or what were you thinking surrounding those two decks?
So, I mean, you want to say it again? Just reiterate it.
Yeah. Basically, just warrior. Your control warrior was so favored against his freeze mage in the lineup. He didn't end up banning it. Obviously, you would love to end up with that matchup, and he would hate it. So, what was the thought process in how to choose which decks you were going to play against him in hopes of getting there?
Yeah, I guess I thought that. I don't know. I just thought that the warrior would be fine enough. I don't know.
Well,
I'm kind of tired today.
All that winning gets exhausting, yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I look at your lists, I look at your druid list. You've got Cairn, you've got Sylvanas, you've got the Black Knight in there, and Ragnaros, which is kind of scary to be up against in the druid mirror, right? So I can imagine from Severe's perspective, he's probably thinking, well, druid is terrifying because I can't win a mirror against it. Warrior is terrifying because freeze mage can't beat it. But ultimately, your warrior really came out strong there. Basically just saying, hey, it's going to beat your freeze mage at some point, and then win the warrior mirror. So very, very good, choices for the tech cards that you included in there.
Yeah, I guess I feel like while druid is easier to play, if I'm gonna target rogue, I'm gonna tech for the druid matchup and put as many tech cards forward in as I possibly can.
Yeah. Now, you brought this very interesting hunter deck I want to talk about a little bit here. It's not exactly creatureless, but it doesn't play very many creatures on the board, and so opponents can end up with a lot of removal in hand that's really useless to them. It's a very strategic deck too, because you have to know, the longevity of the game, how much reach can you get with this deck. But it's a really interesting choice because I think sometimes that hunter deck can really flop. What made you sum up the courage to bring that as compared to like a mid-range or a face hunter?
Crusher's Hunter is good against Druid. It's not my list. It's a carbon copy of Crusher's list. So
Right.
that
And,
was the main thought process behind bringing that.
and it seems like you didn't really expect too much aggro here. I mean, you notice some players teching their decks for, playing a lot of control decks that were teched for aggro, and then having some trouble with that because there aren't very many aggro decks out there. So these special niche cards are putting lots of Sunwalkers and Shield Masters. That ended up coming back around to kind of bite some players, and it seems like you made the choice to be.
I wouldn't necessarily say I didn't tech for aggro. What I did is I kind of took half measures. If you see in my Druid list, I put Mark of the Wild in, and then I put an extra Whirlwind in the Warrior, and then a Sunwalker, and I'm running Senjins and the Warrior as well. And then take a look at my Shaman list. I'm running double Argus. So, I mean, I was expecting more aggro, obviously, after the North American tournament. But I didn't want to overcommit to it either, because I know the tendencies of the European player base. So
Yeah, I think that was a smart call in the end, because I notice, like we were talking about in that final match against Severe, your Druid is just really built better to fight the Druid on Druid matchup. Your Warrior is built better to do that Warrior on Warrior matchup. So I like that you make these small tech choices, but you don't, like you say, overcommit to trying to fight them. To saying, oh, I'm never going to lose to an aggro deck. It's like, yeah, if they have 4 aggro decks, then sure, that's a good strategy. But yeah, I like the happy medium you found. Clearly, it worked out for you. I'm kind of curious about this choice to include Violet Teacher and Bloodlust in your Shaman. Can you kind of walk me through those choices?
basically in Shaman, you like to have kind of a couple X factors, is what I call them, to win the game, or just win conditions. Obviously, that's what most people call them. But so yeah, I went with Bloodlust, and this one basically is I didn't want to go with Leroy and Wind Fury.
What was the consideration there? Because Leroy Wind Fury, you're talking about 12 damage. Then
Yeah, Violet Teacher's decent against aggro with the 1/1s it leaves behind too. It can help salvage a board or something.
Yeah.
Because there's always bodies that get left behind from like Harvest Golems or Divine Shield. It's the only thing that gets taken off from Argent Squires. So you can help clean those up after a lightning storm or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I noticed that you cut a lightning bolt and a harvest column from it. So those are usually pretty big cards for helping deal with those early aggro boards. You got lightning bolt to take out a knife juggler. You've got harvest golem to play on the board if you had to totem on turn 2 and missed your Argent Squire. Why take out the lightning bolt and the harvest golem?
I'm relying on the Defender of Argus a turn later and to be able to compensate. And maybe they leave a totem up, and then I can just taunt that. I'm also hoping that Violet Teacher gets down too, and maybe they can't deal with that. Something like that.
Sure. I see you chose to bring Karen in every deck except the Hunter deck. Is the intention there that you're expecting a lot of Druids and Warriors, and you just want to be able to win those matchups?
I think Cairn is just a solid minion. It's good it's good against Druids. It's better. I generally like it better against Druids than Sylvanas, because they can just kill Sylvanas. I don't know.
And you brought the Black Knight in 3 cases too. Must have been expecting a lot of Druid there.
Yeah.
Were you worried at all about handlock for any of these decks, that getting past handlock might be kind of difficult, or did you feel like the Black Knight is sufficient tech for that deck?
Yeah, it's kind of another half measure thing. I figured it would be decent enough with the Black Knight, and then
Sure.
Cool.
And you included Mark of the Wild in your Druid deck for the Black Knight as well. We didn't see it in the tournament here, but being able to remove something big like an Alex with the Black Knight, on demand is kind of nice as well. So interesting choice there.
Yeah, with Control Druid, you usually have 3 routes for that extra spot of removal. It's either Sylvanas, and then you'd pair that with Naturalize, the Black Knight, and Mark of the Wild, or you just run an extra big game hunter. So I like the proactive approach of having the Mark of the Wild and Black Knight. Sometimes it's too slow, but it happened to work out for me today. So
Yeah, a lot of slow decks brought here. Do you have an explanation for that? The NA tournament was like such a aggressive lineup from everybody, and then we go over to the EU and it's just completely the opposite. It's like everybody's got a warrior, freeze mage, druid. You're one of the people that brought those decks. I'm kind of curious, were you anticipating this meta, or were you anticipating more aggressive decks?
it's all big one circle. It's all one big circle. So I mean, it's gonna come around again. Yeah, I was anticipating more aggro decks.
Well, Sater, you played an excellent tournament today. Congratulations again on your success. I'm sure that you're ready to go take a nap or whatever it is that you do to celebrate. But we appreciate you. We appreciate you coming on. Great job today, and congratulations again on your victory.
Yeah, thanks guys for running the tournament and casting and everything. I appreciate it. It's always fun to participate.
Yeah, no problem. And yeah, I'll echo that as well. Yeah, big congrats, and looking forward to seeing you in the upcoming tournaments.
See you later.
Sure. Take care.
All right. Well, it's going to bring us to a close here. Successful EU tournament number 4 once again. As opposition here mentioned, we'll probably be running the next NA and EU tournaments sometime early in December, one of these Saturdays. Try to get a prize pool together, see what that turns into. But yeah, as always, if you're interested in joining these things, you've got feedback for them, ideas, visions, and stuff like that for the future, or you just want some people to hang out, play Classic with, there's always a Classic Discord where this thing's run through. This is where you'll get updates about the tournaments, and yeah, you can provide direct feedback to everybody involved. But yeah, just a big thank you to, opposition here. Did a great job casting. I was incredibly distracted through like half of this tournament with a bunch of stuff on my other monitor. So carried through that. Carlotto always putting this stuff together behind the scenes and everything. So yeah, big thanks to you guys, and big thanks to everybody watching.
Yeah, big thanks to the community having interest in these tournaments. Got plenty of people watching and enjoying. Good way to spend a Saturday, right? For those of you who are watching, who are maybe strong competitive Hearthstone players, that next tournament coming up in December, there'll be a nice prize fund. So might be something to consider right now. Start thinking through some of those deck choices. Start looking at what you think the meta might evolve into, and give yourself a chance to compete. It's stressful, but you learn a lot, and it's fun too. Everybody likes watching.
Yeah, well said. Okay, well, this is where we'll sign off. It's the end of like 6 hours, so I got nothing. Bye.